Hello and welcome to the 2021 Wera Tools British Kart Championship, and we're starting the season here at the Pigeon Raceway near Dorchester with the Bambino, Cadet Honda and Rotax classes. At 800 metres in length, Pigeon is the shortest venue that we're going to visit this year, but for over half a century this place has been absolutely steeped in karting history. It's fast, it's flowing, the racing is always fantastic. Don't forget, this is the place where Jenson and Lando Norris started karting. So what's new for 2021? Well, in a word, lots. With over 180 drivers signed up for the Bambino, Cadet Honda and Rotax classes, we've got a great mix of new faces, new teams and familiar faces in familiar teams, as well as some really big off-season signings between classes and drivers. So let's have a look and see the class that are in action today. And we'll start off with Bambinos. Now, most of last year's Bambino frontrunners have moved up, but the main seed returning is last year's number 10 seed, Harry Neeson. He's joined back by returning drivers Max Gilman and Ethan Lucas, but there are nearly 24 rookies all looking to make their mark in their first season in the British Championship. Several of last year's Bambino frontrunners have moved up to Honda Cadet, including race winner Luca Holmes-Ballock. But Luca has got a full field of the rumbling four-strokes to contend with, including half of last year's seeded drivers who are returning this year, led by the number 4 kart of Ambition Motorsport's Josh Graham. Now, Josh stays with the Ambition Motorsport team, and he's joined by Oscar Tumulty. Well, his teammate Oscar Tumulty has moved across to last year's championship-winning team, Synergy Racing. At SFR Motorsport, ex-privateer Timo Younglin, who won a race last year running as an independent, is joined by Lewis Islin, and they're going to be a force as well. But it's worth remembering that neither last year's Cadet Honda champion Zach Drummond nor runner-up Connor Duncan actually won a final, so consistency is absolutely key. Now, one driver who did do a lot of winning in Honda Cadet last year was Ambition Motorsport's Ewan Charman, but he swaps the fluoro of Ambition for the blue and black of the Argenti Motorsport team as he graduates into Minimax. Minimax is bigger and better than last year. Half the seeded drivers are returning, led by the 4 kart of Coles Racing's Mackenzie Douglas. Now, joining the Welshmen are back in the Minimax class, new KR Sport signing Aaron Fall, Harrison Crowther, who won the last Minimax final at Wilton Mill, and Vision Motorsport's Ben Crossley. Another interesting thing to note about this class this year is that Scott Marsh has joined the Dan Holland Racing team to replace outgoing champion Harry Linden. Dan Holland Racing cleaned up last year. Scott Marsh is a rookie, but his older brother Sam is a former British champion himself, so there's lots of pedigree there. One other team returning to the Minimax paddock this year is Strawberry Racing, and they've signed up Ethan Jeff Hall, a former winner in the Army Cadet class last year. Let's not forget that 10 years ago, Strawberry Racing won the British Minimax title with a certain George Russell behind the wheel. So from Minimax, we move on to Junior Rotax. And Minimax champion from last year, Harry Linden, he enters the seat vacated by outgoing champion for the Dan Holland Racing team, Matthew Higgins. There are 40 entries in Junior Rotax this year, very strong class indeed, led by the top returning seed, number 4, Sam Gornall, who's a former race winner in the junior class. Archie Walker and Jez Williams are 2 of the other drivers returning to the class who got a national ranking last year, who look very strong indeed. But along with Linden, there's a whole host of Minimax drivers graduating into junior class this year, and a lot of them are staying with their same team. Now, that consistency could be really, really important. Chloe Chong, Pearson Bullock Carter and Stephen Duncan are among them. Adding to the pressure this year for them are two drivers returning to the championship after a year away. Dan Parent-Smith comes back from car racing. He signed with Dan Holland Racing, while the Argenti Motorsport team have signed up Dan Ginchard, who spent last year racing in Germany. Now, while Dan Ginchard will try and win Argenti a first crown in junior Rotax, Argenti are going to be looking to double up in senior Rotax. But there is a 52-strong entry in what is the strongest senior grid we've had here in years. Now, Morgan Porter isn't racing with the team this year, so the defending champion team have decided to replace the defending champion driver with last year's junior TKM title winner, Louis Harvey, number 74. Now, it's a steep mountain to climb for Louis. He's not only got to deal with moving from junior to senior, but he's also got to move from the TKM engine to the Rotax engine. Like I said, it's a steep mountain to climb, but in time, he will get there. The grid is packed with talent. No less than 7 of last year's top 10 drivers are returning. The O-Plate, Kai Hunter, his older brother Reese, who finished as the runner-up of the championship last year, and Teddy Clinton are all back, driving the Dan Holland EOS chassis. KR Sport retained the number 5 seed, Tom Edmonds, and the number 8 seed, Will Ellsworth, while the Coles Racing charge will be led by the number 7 seed, Tom Adams. Now, adding to the mix are the fact that we've got several drivers coming over from the X30 class. 2020 Senior X30 Championship runner-up Rory Hudson and his fellow Championship front-runner Sean Butcher are entering the Rotax class for the first time, while 2 more drivers who featured strongly in the 2019 Senior Rotax class, Oakley Pryor, the Championship runner-up, and James Johnson, a multiple race winner, they're coming back in 2021 after missing last season. It is a packed grid, and any one of about 15 or 20 drivers have a legitimate shot at the title. Last but not least, we've got Rotax 177, and what this class might lack in grid numbers, it more than makes up for with quality. Defending champion Henry Ayres is back for KR Sport, looking to make it 2 number 1 plates in a row. Don't forget, this class was decided on a tiebreaker last year. But Henry has a whole host of challenges this year. Multiple race winner Louis Large, Nathan Chafer are both back, as is Matthew Easton. They're all hoping to take aim at Henry. But last but not least, it's a great time to have Philip Howarth back in the car. Team owner, social media legend. All right. So that's just some of the changes that we've got in store for this year in the Rotax, Honda and Bambino classes. 181 drivers are going to be here this weekend, but literally any one of them can come away victorious. We can't wait to have you join with us on the Alpha Live live stream, the 2021 Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Stay tuned. Thanks for watching. Well, good morning everybody and welcome to Clay Pigeon Raceway, the 2021 Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. My name's Henry Beaudette and joining me as always is Anthony Jordan. Anthony, what have we got lined up for our viewers today?
Well, we have got lots of action, Henry, and here is a look at what's going to be happening today. Of course, the brand new Wera Tools British Kart Championship Clay Pigeon Raceway for 2021. It's the 23rd of May, and of course the weather today is the main thing on the minds of people today. But here's a look at the circuit. Of course, Clay Pigeon in the heart of Dorset, 815 metres. You said 800 metres in your video. You were wrong. It's just over 800 metres. 9 turns though, and 34 feet of elevation. It's a fairly flat circuit here in Dorset, despite the fact that the rolling hills that surround us in the area. Of course, everyone is joining us on the stream as well. The weather, this is the most important one.
Yes, yes.
Showers, rain, 5 millimetres. I think expected a little bit more than that a little bit later on today. But the wind, that is the main subject of the matter. Gusts of up to 50-odd mile an hour today. But there you go as well between. That's the standard weather in terms of wind that we've got. But look at the schedule, Henry. What have we got?
Well, we've had 10 races yesterday, but the remaining heats are due out starting very shortly with the third Honda Cadet race. We've then got Heat 3 for Junior Rotax, followed by Heat 3 at Senior Rotax. They've got 4 heats today, or they got 2 heats today, 2 heats yesterday. Their 4th heat goes out straight after heat number 3, but a different group of drivers. Then we're rounding off this morning's race programme with the second heat for Rotax 177. That's the heavier drivers. And the Bambino race, the last Bambino heat, the youngest drivers in the championship, that goes off at 12 o'clock. At 12:15, we've got a lunch break, but during that lunch break, we've got our track walk guide with Junior Rotax driver Daniel Sabula and a live interview with British Championship Karting director Dan Parker. Then, Anthony, we are into the repechauges. 12:45, those drivers in Junior Rotax and Senior Rotax that didn't automatically qualify for the pre-final and the final, they have to battle through the repechage to try and get the final 6 places on the grid for this afternoon's main event. Then we're into the pre-finals. Every class has got a pre-final to decide the starting grid for the main final itself, starting at 1:20 with Minimax.
Rest of the day looks like so. The rest of the pre-finals will commence at, of course, starting with the Rotax 177 and the Honda Cadets, Junior Rotax and Senior Rotax in that order. And then we start the all-important finals. That is at 3 o'clock today. Bambino will be kicking us off race 24 of the weekend. And, of course, we had many yesterday. Then the rest of the finals, of course, in the order of Minimax, Rotax 177, Honda Cadet, Junior Rotax, and ending the day on race 29, Senior Rotax at 5:20 this evening. So to say that we've got a long day is an understatement.
Would it be an understatement? Those finals, 15 minutes plus a lap in length for all the classes apart from Bambino. This track, like I said, 850 metres. Normally I'm trying to add a couple of an inch or two, but no, in that case I got it a bit wrong. 800 metres. 850 metres, long race, very windy conditions, potential rain. That means mixed track conditions, potential incidents. Traffic is going to be a problem. It's great to have you all back here with us for the 2021 Wera Tools British Kart Championships. A big hello to you watching on the Motorsport.tv network. That's a new thing for this year, on the British Kart Championships Facebook page, on the Wera Tools Facebook page, and of course on several YouTube sites, including the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Now, if you want to get in touch with us, the only way that we get the comments in the commentary box is via the Alpha Live YouTube feed. So obviously we've got some comments coming in already. People wishing everyone good luck. I'm noticing Aaron Fool in Minimax getting a lot of love on there as well. So please let us know where you're watching, who you're supporting, and we'll try and get those shouts out to you. We are going out to the paddock as well here live at Pigeon Raceway. There is the very impressive clubhouse. Just to the right of that, the far right hand side of your screen, that little 2-storey white walled building, that's where myself and Anthony Jordan are. Just over the start of the start-finish line. You've got the grid there. The start-finish straight here, like they say at Brands Hatch, Anthony. The start-finish straight at Brands Hatch is not straight at all. The start-finish straight here at Clay Pigeon is not straight either, and it's slightly downhill.
You are indeed correct, yes. That's why it's a very difficult start for some of these drivers, because that's why they call it Billy's Blind as well.
Yes.
It's kind of a blind entry into the corner, because you come steaming flat out past the start-finish line at the start of every race, and of course you round that corner, and then it's heavy braking into Billy's Blind, and that's where we see, well, at the start of races, that most drama happens. We saw drama yesterday with drivers spinning off, but of course we saw lots of different things with drivers on that one. But of course it's time now for the all-important first race of the day.
Now, the starting lineup for the Cadet Honda race coming up very shortly. So this is Group A versus B. There are 34 Cadet Hondas in total. They've been split into 3 groups, so they had 2 races yesterday. Here we go then with that's Harrison Whittingham and Albert Friend, their third row. So it's Max Cuthbert and Josh Graham on the front row, Leon Hasty and William Murphy on row 2. Looking at some of the other drivers going down through the... there's on row 8 is Rocco Shenton. Lewis Islin qualified quite far back. Jonas Kilmus and Jarrett Clark, Elliot Potter and Harley Musk coming out from Bambinos. Then Kai Clark, Thomas Min-Spearing and Oliver Majewski rounding out the 23 Kart field. Just saying, Anthony, that we had some races yesterday in Cadet Honda. They were the opening race of the weekend was won by Josh Graham in kart number 4 for Ambition Motorsport. He's starting on the front row of the grid. Now this is a standing start, Anthony, and in race 1 it was Timo Jungling for SFR Motorsport. I do apologise for that. It was Josh Graham, who was fastest in his qualifying group. Max Cuthbert was always very quick, also very quick in qualifying. But it was the first heat yesterday was Timo Jungling from Joshua Graham, Owen Neve and Cole Denham were the top 4. Standing start, Anthony, let's get ready to go racing.
Indeed, yes. It's not the first race for 2021, but it's the first race that's been live streamed for 2021. It's Honda Cadets, Heat 3 of the weekend, and it's green lights, and away we go. And it's, again, 10 minutes plus the 1 additional lap. They charge down in towards Billy Blind again, and again, looks like a good start from everyone off the line. And is everyone making it through turn 1? They are indeed. There we go.
That's a good thing. Now we're into the S's. A bit of camber through the S's. Oh, and at the back of the pack there's 2 or 3 drivers getting a bit sideways. Down Sturmey straight towards Hans Hairpin. You can't see it much on this camera shot, but there's a lot of camber on that corner. It spits you out. As one driver there, one of the SFR drivers, possibly running a little bit wide. That possibly was Lewis Islin going wide there into the horseshoe. So the horseshoe is a double apex left-hander. Now you're looking at Button Bend, named after Jenson Button, who's from nearby Frome in Somerset. Out of top bend and then on to the start-finish straight that isn't. Down the hill past the complete lap number 1. And it's Josh Graham leading Max Cuthbert, Leon Hasty, William Murphy, Noah Wolf, Timo Jungling and Harrison Whittingham. But the number 4 kart of Josh Graham, an Ambition Motorsport, that very bright blue livery chassis, already trying to break away. But, Anthony, as we always find in Cadet Honda, these 4-stroke engines, they do lend themselves to lots of slipstreaming. It's very tough to break away. It
is indeed. And, of course, you've got to remember, where is the wind direction coming from as well? If it's shooting down this start-finish straight and they've got a headwind down the straight, of course, the slipstream is incredibly vital. If you've got that momentum, you've got the great opportunity for a decent lunge into there. And here, potentially, we've got a lunge for second place, as it's Max Cuthbert and Leon Hasty side-by-side towards turn 1, but no position swaps there. It's still Max Cuthbert who leads in second place from Leon Hasty in third. And then we've got this train of 4 karts just behind. I believe Noah Wolf, Liam Murphy, Timo Jungling and Harrison Whittingham as well. All line astern, starting with the number 10 of Max Cuthbert there. Yeah, there's the number 10 kart. That's he's driving for the Synergy Racing team. They're, of course, the championship winning team from last year. And the number 45 kart of Noah Wolf, the second Synergy entry, also going through. Noah finishing just outside the seeded rankings in last year's championship. Now, if you hear myself and Anthony talking about seeded drivers, if you finish in the top 10 in the British Championship in 2020 and you stay in that class for 2021, you get to use your seeded number. So any driver running 1 through 10, that's where they finished in last year's British Cadet Honda Championship. If you move up a class, obviously you don't take the number with you. But some good action there going through the chicane. Noah Wolf now trying to make a move in the number 45 kart on Leon Hasty, the Scotsman for the SFR Heinz Motorsport team. Luke Heinz of Zipkart fame, he is helping out the Screed Flooring Racing outfit. Hasty there moving into P3, but still Joshua Graham pulling away. Yep, great start then from Joshua Graham. He's leading by about half a second now across the line. It may go up a little bit more. Yes, it does. 0.8 of a second that he's breaking away in that clean air as the 4 behind scrap for position, as you can see there. What was that? Was that 5th place? Was that Max Cuthbert getting in front of... 4th place moving up there. Yep, yeah, it was indeed. William Murphy, great little move there in towards Billy's blind. Rest of the field just behind again. They're all concertinaing into their own groups, but Timo Jungling, best lap of the race so far with a 40.450. But a great start from the entirety of the field so far. Yeah, very clean, Anthony. You see them coming out of Hans Hairpin, 3 wide briefly, and there's one of the other Synergy drivers. That I think is the number 28 kart
of Luca Holmes-Ballack moving up in position. Luca Holmes-Ballack, one of the Bambino graduates. He finished third in last year's Bambino Championship. He now moving up and also doing very well. 23 drivers started this race, all 23 drivers still running, and now you can start to see Noah Wolf and Leon Hasty. They're not battling side by side. They're line astern, trying to push each other up towards the race leader. 8 wheels always work better than 4.
You are indeed correct on that one.
Well, thank you very much.
Well,
I do try.
You are correct in some parts of
Occasionally.
commentary.
Once in a while.
Once in a while, you are correct. But yes, looking outside, looking at some of the flags and the way the winds are blowing, and some people's hairs down in the paddock.
Those that are lucky you've still got here.
Yes, well, yes. It looks like it is a headwind down the start-finish straight, so that means it's going to be vital for these drivers to get that slipstream. And of course, with that gap now, look. It's only 0.2 of a second between the top two.
No tenths of a second.
There's no tenths because it is a position change.
Brave move there from Noah Wolf, and of course that's the classic Billy's Blind move. There's that kink on the main on the start-finish straight, and you kind of like spits you out, and you just got to send it up the inside, and then hope that the driver doesn't turn in on you, because Billy's Blind has been seen of many an incident, not just over the years, but this weekend, and. Joshua Graham, rather. Wheel-to-wheel contact there between the top two coming through buttons, and that's going to push the SFR Kart of Hasty offline going through top end, and that's going to ruin his momentum. Momentum is absolutely key here at Clay Pigeon, and suddenly, Anthony, we've got a nice 5 or 6 kart train at the front of the field.
I know, it happens again, and there you go, a little bit of contact there for the back of Noah Wolf from Joshua Graham. Stick keeps it on the straight and narrow, and they all stay line astern as they go through. But look at them now, absolutely nose to tail. Any one of these drivers could take a race win there. You can see the number 4 diving to the inside again, just covering that inside line from Max Cuthbert. So there we go as they go through. Just under 5 minutes remaining on the timer. 3 wide, they're just all changing positions. You can see there Timo Youngling on the outside there, going round buttons, trying to get that car in a decent position, but struggling to do so. And now again, they slot back in. Now comes the slipstream. Yeah, Timo Youngling from Bavaria originally, in Germany, now based in London. And look at number 8th place, the 8th place kart, number 66, Harrison Whitcomb. Half a lap ago, he was maybe 30 kart lengths behind this group. Now that they're all battling, he's caught right up. We're going to have an 8 kart battle for the lead. But it's still Noah Wolf just leading. Now, he's not defending yet. Josh Graham is happy to just push him along. Long way to go. 4 minutes and a lap. That's a long way to go in Cadet Honda racing. XC Karting on the live stream, on the chat, they're saying the Hondas are like a train. Yep, it's a multicoloured 4-stroke freight train at the front of the field through Top Bend. You can see the wind-swept Top Bend. Now down the hill, those flags are really picked up there because it will be affecting the karts. The drivers will be able to feel the wind, especially as it's a crosswind going into Billy's Blind. These karts are very sensitive indeed. Through the S's now, and the top 4, Wolf, Graham, Hasty and Cuthbert, just starting to break away a little bit. Yep, they have indeed. No Wolf there again, just showing the pace at the front, getting a nice push as well down the start-finish straight. I'm sure it's always a handing help. And of course, while they're heading down the Sturmey straight as well, you have to remember they're getting a push from the wind as well, so it is helping them. So yes, they're losing a bit down the main straight, but they're gaining in other parts of the circuit. But back onto the start-finish straight, you can definitely see that the top 3 slowly breaking away. Max Cuthbert struggling to keep up with Leon Hasty, Joshua Graham, and Noah Wolf as we head round. But under 3 minutes to go. And what have you spotted? Well, I mean, I'm just behind this lead group, Anthony. I mean, Lewis Islin in kart number 5. We saw him go off on the opening lap. He's made his way back up to 9th place, but he's 2.2 seconds off the lead group. Then in 10th is Kenzo Craigie. Thomas Min-Spearing is 11th. Rocco Shenton 12th. Albert Friend is 13th. Oscar O'Sullivan 14th, followed by Elliot Potter, Jarrett Clark, Luca Holmes-Ballack, Rio Licata, Oliver Majewski for the Passion Motorsport team. That's Connor Mills' new outfit. Then it's Kai Clark, Jonas Klimas from Lithuania, Harry Friel and Harley Musk. That is your complete running order at the moment. Into Billy's Blind we go on lap number 12, and you can't fit a cigarette paper between them. Yeah, you can, but Leon Hasty there, great move down the inside at the exit of Billy's Blind to take 2nd place. Moves up a little bit closer now to the back of Noah Wolf. You can see there Cuthbert under pressure from Youngling, Murphy and Barham just behind as they head through. 2 minutes on the timer, and there you go, side by side for the lead. Graham versus Wolf. Graham on the outside there, had to concede the place through buttons, and again, probably a good idea because now you can get that slipstream, you get the toe, and you can send a little cheeky dive down into Billy's. Going into Top Bend, it's almost better to fall in behind the driver, because if you risk running side by side round Top Bend, as you have a lead change,
you lose all the momentum down the main straight, and you still lose momentum coming into this complex here. And that's the only problem, though. If you get shoved wide at Billy's blind there, you don't lose one place, you lose 3 or 4. As the number 45 Kart of Wolf still leads, but it's Graham now second in the number 4. And I think that is Cuthbert, and the second ambition Kart of William Murphy into P4 now, number 95. All change at the front.
Well, biggest change at the front there was definitely Leon
Hasty, not so hasty for Leon this lap.
No, second place going into Billy's blind, at the exit of Billy's blind, all the way down in 6th place. So a disaster through there. You can see there a late lunge right to the outside, a little bit of concertina, 3 wide. Youngling down the inside gets that job done. Timo Youngling from 3rd to 1st through 1 chicane. Excellent move. And
you saw that Noah Wolf was braking early going into Billy's, and you say there was a little bit of contact there. Joshua Gray, but he was getting pushed from behind then by Youngling, and Youngling was getting pushed from behind, and Youngling just managed to get to the inside, but his lead lasted half a lap because Joshua Graham is now back into top spot as they come into top bend for the 14th time. 30 seconds plus a lap to go. Now, when the clock strikes 0, the next time the drivers go past the start-finish line, they start their final lap. And here we go. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 of them now, because I think Lewis Islin has just... No, it's still 8 of them. Lewis Islin is still about 3 seconds behind, and they're 4 wide going into the chicane. They're not going to fit.
Oh, no, they never fit, do they? It's these Honda Cadets.
Just about.
You never know who's going to win these races. That's what makes these Honda Cadets so fantastic to watch and to race in, because you could be in 8th place at the last lap, but you could absolutely win this one by the end of it. The timer strikes 0. We're heading around the exit of Horseshoe now in towards Buttons. There's only a couple more corners to go before we see the last lap board, and that is where it starts to kick off, Henry.
Yep, down to the start-finish line they go. The last lap board is signalled. Now, Graham is going to have to hug the inside line into Billy's. He does. That forces Cuthbert to go around the outside, but Cuthbert gets freight trained by 2 of his teammates, Wolf and Noah Barham. Haven't mentioned Noah Barham in the number 22 car. Oh, grass tracking across there for one of the Synergy drivers. Still Graham leads. Gets a little help, I think, into the hairpin, and that has cost him 3 or 4 places. It is the Synergy Kart of number 45, Noah Wolf, currently leading.
Wolf goes slightly wide out the exit of the Horseshoe now. He's going to be losing that momentum as they go through Buttons and into final bend. What's going to happen as they exit? Can Wolf hold that line as they exit? I think he can. As they come to the start-finish line, it's going to be Wolf versus Cuthbert, and then, or no, who was it? It didn't update on my time. It was Hasty. It was Hasty, sorry, and then Barham in 3rd. So a great result then.
Now, Cuthbert fell back to 9th. I think he was the driver going grass tracking over the chicane at the end. But so there's the finishing order on track in the first race of the day. Wolf, Hasty, Barham, Graham, Murphy, Youngling, Whitcomb, Islin, Cuthbert and Kenzo Craigie, your top 10. Now, for those of you who watched us last year, you'll know what happens at the end of karting. For those of you that are new to kart racing this year, the race finishes on track. That's your provisional finishing order, or it's pending Paul Classen. Paul Classen is the technical scrutineer of the British Kart Championship. Paul Classen, Ben Moore and Ernie Salmon, the scrutineering team. All the karts have to go back into scrutineering. They will have set they'll be checked for their weight check to make sure their nose cones haven't dropped. Now, the front nose cones on all these karts in every class have got a drop-down bracket. If you make any contact with the driver in front of you and the bracket breaks and the nose cone drops, that is a 5-second penalty. It's not appealable. So you occasionally do get a shuffling of the race order after the on-track action has finished, but that is for those just new to the sport of karting. They all go into the scrutineering area to make sure that the drivers and karts are the legal weight, that everything mechanical is correct, and with the engines and what have you. So a good starting opening gambit, I think, is the way to do it. But we're going to be getting started very shortly with the next race on what is a packed menu here today at the 2021 Wera Tools British Kart Championship at the Clay Pigeon Raceway.
Indeed, yes. So race 2 will be coming up in just a moment of the day. And of course, it is Junior Rotax who will be taking to the track. And of course, they've had a very busy weekend so far. Junior Rotax last winner, the race 1, it was Leon Henderson who took the win from Archie Walker and Sam Gornall. And then in race 2, it was Jez Williams, Daniel Ginchard and Ollie Stevens, the race results from Saturday. Yesterday, which of course wasn't live streamed, and it was lovely conditions that we saw yesterday. It was a shame to see that. But
yeah, it was a very, and I have to say that the move that Jez Williams pulled on Dan Ginchard to take the lead was absolutely superb. Now, in also looking at there, saying so Daniel Sabula getting some love there on the line. But here's the grid. It's Daniel Ginchard and Daniel Armstrong on row number 1, Archie Walker and Jez Williams on row 2. Neil Clark and Ryan Willis on row 3, followed by Scott Lapsley and Leon Henderson.
It's Smith, and then it's Gornall, then Sabula and Ballou there as well on the rest of the field.
Hart, Porter, Gallagher and Linden are next, followed by Chloe Chong, Gabe Fairbrother, Yves Poulain and Matthew Lambert. Looking back to row 11, that'll be Cruz Speakman and Callum Davis, Ethan Lomax and Charlie Ellis. And then rounding out the 28-strong grid will be Luis Gardner, Oliver Martinsky, Ollie Goodger and Pearson Bullock Carter, one of the drivers that's graduating out of Minimax. So a good mix, Anthony, of experienced hands. Daniel Ginchard racing in Europe last season. He's back racing in the UK this year. Danny Armstrong, Jez Williams and Archie Walker, number 8, number 9, number 7. They all finished the top 10 in this championship a year ago. We've got some Minimax graduates here. Okay. Strap in, boys and girls. Here we go with Junior Rotax. We're off and racing down towards Billy's Blind on lap number 1.
Yep, indeed. So it was a great run out of the back corner. Everyone gets through Billy's Blind okay. Through the S's, it's a little bit scrappy, but everyone gets through. Yeah, that was the Strawberry Racing cart of Leon Henderson. It was Leon Henderson or Scott Lapsley running very wide there. Take a breath. We've all made it round the first couple of corners, Anthony. We haven't. Into the horseshoe we go. Yeah, and a good start there. Ginchard trying to break away at the front, but we saw yesterday, those curbs, there's a bit of a dip at the exit of the curb there at Buttons, and some drivers taking some real liberties with it. Here comes Jez Williams. This is a replay of race number 2, and Jez Williams took the lead, half going through the kink on the main straight in a brilliant move, and he looks like Anthony's shaping up to do the same thing again to Ginchard. He is indeed, as we see them heading down the Sturmey Straight in towards Hans Hairpin. Again, a very fast little entrance to this corner here, where the nose cones scrape along the floor with all the undulation little changes that they've got in the track. But at the front still, Ginchard versus Jez Williams. Great running from those two, slightly breaking away, but Archie Walker there, 7 in the number 7. He had a second place finish in his first race yesterday and is looking strong. Spoke to his dad earlier, and they were hoping for a third place finish today, but of course with third place, you can see there, it's looking good so far. There's another move, and Jez Williams for the Vision Motorsport team takes the lead. Now, every driver has done a qualifying session yesterday, and they compete in 2 heat races. The Junior Rotax grid has been split into 3 groups, so for some of the drivers it's their first race, for some of the drivers it's their second race. I think no, this is all the second race, the final chance to score points for all these drivers. Williams looking on course for a perfect heat score. 2 wins and 2. There is Alfie Gallagher in the barriers. Now, the KR Sport driver in cart number 14, the marshals are with him. He's gone backwards into the barriers. That is at the outside of the button bend, so that's a very fast corner. Leon Henderson setting the fast lap. Alfie gingerly looks like he's going to potentially get out of the cart. Probably had the wind knocked out of him. He went in backwards, so remarkable character, Alfie Gallagher. He does a lot of things where he collects old sets of kart tyres, sells them on to help fund his racing. And there's a problem for... that was one of the KR Sport cars pulling off the track. It's a 7. It's Archie Walker. Archie Walker, and that was right in front of the rest of the leaders. He's come to rest just down from us here. Archie Walker out of 3rd place. That is a disaster, because he had a great day yesterday and was really looking forward to today. Like I say, speaking to his dad, he didn't actually get out to the camper van until about 10 minutes before the race, because it was just, no, I'm tired. Typical teenager. Typical teenager, that is. But yeah, as you can see there, a disaster for Archie Walker, a huge, huge shame. 7 minutes then left on the clock, plus the 1 additional lap, and it is still Jez Williams who leads the way from Daniel Ginchard. He's managed to gain that place. Daniel Armstrong moves up into 3rd place. Sam Gornall now into 4th. Leon Henderson. Then it's Neo Clark, Ryan Willis, Scott Lapsey. Then it's Finn Smith, Harry Linden, Benjamin Ballou, Mikey Porter, Daniel Sabula. Then it's Charlie Hart, Gabe Fairbrother. Then it's Matthew Lambert, Yves Pullen. Then it's Callum Davis, Chloe Chong, Oliver Martinsky, Louis Gardner, and Pearson Bullet Carter, Ethan Lomax and Ollie Goodyear. That's the 24th. Then it's Charlie Ellis in the 25th, and 3 retirements so far. Archie Walker, Cruz Speakman and Alfie Gallagher.
Yeah, we saw Alfie Gallagher crash out. We saw Archie Walker have a mechanical failure. Didn't see what happened to Cruz Speakman. He must have had an issue and then come into the pits of his own free will. But Jez Williams setting a scorching pace, 34.700 seconds for the young Welshman for the Vision Motorsport team. This is the 3rd year that Jez has been with Vision. Was Minimax in 2019 and won several races. Finished in the top 10 in last year's junior Rotax standings. Is looking like a championship front runner already in 2021.
Indeed, you are correct on that one. Once again,
Thank you very much. I'm trying, Anthony. You know, new year, new me.
I know, you're getting better at it.
More facts, less fiction.
Exactly.
But certainly a lot of faffing and plenty of nonsense still being spouted here in the commentary box. We hope you're enjoying watching the opening couple of races of the day. There's Harry Linden in kart number 21. Harry is last year's Minimax champion. Now he's moving up. And Harry from Barry in South Wales, up 6th place to the 10th. Now, he had a bit of a rough start yesterday. A lot of these drivers, they struggle when they move up a class, just how aggressive the starts are. I think Harry kind of fell victim to sort of, you know, sharp elbows from another driver at the start of yesterday's race. But he's holding on. He's gained 6 places and he's up in the top 10.
Yes, yes, indeed. Under 5 minutes plus the 1 lap to go. We're halfway through the second race of the day, and there's a nice little lunge down the inside. The number 11 making easy work of that with Gabe Fairbrother as well on Benjamin Ballou. So scraps all the way through this field. The front 2 are kind of separated. They've kind of broken away at their own separate paces. Then we've got a group of, I'd say, about 7 karts from 3rd down to 8th. Yes. So I was very terrible at maths there. So I think it's about 5 or 6. Yeah. And then we've got another group of 2, 9th and 10th, and then a breakaway there. Mikey Porter all on his own in 11th place. So the field fairly separated out there at the moment.
The leading privateer is Daniel Sabula. Now, Daniel graduating into the championship this year. He's a rookie in the series. He'll be taking us on a track walk later on during the lunch break. You'll see that great little feature there. Gabe Fairbrother, you see on your screen in kart number 11, running just behind Sabula in 13th place. Finn Smith for the Team Clay Racing team, the local team here. Finn from down in Kernow in Cornwall is getting some support on the on the live chat. But there is Ginchard in second. Here comes the blue strawberry racing stickers on the green and white Tony kart of Scott Lapsley. That is good to see Sam Pollitt racing back in the championship as well with number 81 Neo Clark. He's up at the 7th place, and Sam Gornall there in 4th place for the Coles Racing team. But Jez Williams nearly 2 seconds at the road ahead of Daniel Ginchard, and Ginchard is almost 3 seconds in front of Henderson, Gornall, Armstrong, Willis, Clark, Lapsley, Linden and Smith, which is your top 10. Mikey Porter, first time out in juniors after graduating from the Minimax class. He's 11th for the Jacks Motorsport team. Always good to see Jack Marshall and his team back in the paddock. They work closely with the Strawberry Racing outfit. 3 minutes to go, Anthony. Sam Gornall has got a bit of a queue forming behind him.
Yep, Sam actually just managed to get past Leon Henderson this lap. Obviously, he'll cross the line. I'll update on the timing tower just now. So he's up 7 positions from his original qualifying spot of 10th place. So a great running from Sam Gornall at the moment. But like you say, yes, he has got a bit of a train forming behind him. You've got the number 8 as well of Daniel Armstrong just behind from Dan Holland Racing as well, looking to make a good appearance here. Warning flag out for Gardner, though, in the 23. So,
yeah, Lewis Gardner. Running back in the pack, he's one of the other Sam Pollitt drivers, down in 19th place, just in front of Chloe Chong and Pearson Bullock Carter, 2 other Minimax graduates. And yeah, Jez Williams walking away at the front of the pack and getting plenty of support online from some of his fellow Welsh racing drivers as the rain begins to fall. They're on slick tyres, and already we've got one in the barriers. Now, who's that? I think that might be Pearson Bullock Carter, who slid off. So 2 minutes to go It's not pouring, but it's going to get very slippery out there very quickly.
Yep.
Already I'm looking at the lap times. They've all fallen off by about a second, as that's a lap car to Pearson Bullock Carter getting back into the race. So Williams leads by 2.5 seconds, and there they go down towards Billy's. This is going to be really treacherous.
Oh, they made it still, didn't they? They're doing a little swaparoo move there.
Well, the good thing is the tyres are warm. They're on slick tyres, but they have warmed up. Now, that'll give them a lap or two's grace unless it really starts pouring down. But really, really good kart control here from as Gornall gains the place back from Henderson. Armstrong is in the number 8 kart right there as well. This is the battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th on screen with just over a minute plus 1 lap to go.
Indeed, you are correct. Yes, so across the line they go again. Now, again, the rain is still coming down, but it's only very spitting. Everyone dives to that inside line to cover it down. And you can just see there the 94 under massive pressure there from Daniel Armstrong. Of course, Henderson is really struggling to keep with the pace. Looks to the inside here.
Oh, he's going to push Gornall wide. Luckily, there's a bit of tarmac runoff there. That was, but again, you know, that was fully committed from Leon Henderson on a very slippery track, and the net result was possibly predictable.
Yeah, I suspect they're in that sort of phase where it's psychological rain on their visors, you know.
Yes.
Their visors are getting completely soaked because they're travelling so fast through the rain, but because it's not coming down hard enough, the track's not getting wet. So they've still got the traction,
so
but they're
far,
getting a bit...
so good.
Yeah, they've been a bit gingerly about it, aren't they?
Yeah, well, I mean, Ginchard is now 5 seconds in front of this battle. Armstrong is second. There's the Sam Pollock kart of Neo Clark. There's the second Strawberry kart of the number 33 Scott Lapsley, setting at the inside of Sam Gornall. So Gornall, he's gone from 3rd down to 10th at the moment. But so far, they've all kept it on the black stuff, so to speak. Oliver Martinsky, I've noticed, is retired with a mechanical issue for the Vision team. So we've got 24 drivers still running. Here we go, penultimate lap, Anthony.
Yes, so the timer counted down to 0 while we were watching these drivers, but of course your race leader, Jez Williams, who's clear by 2.6 seconds, had already crossed the line. So they're going to have an extra lap of this battling to go. What have you spotted?
Well, Jez Williams lapping a slower driver. That is a very, very distinctive car of number 44, Charlie Ellis. Whoa. That'll wake you up in the morning. Bright yellow, bright green, excellent. Easy for the commentator to spot like that. Here comes the battle as we start the final lap, and it is still Henderson in 3rd, from Armstrong in 4th, Clark in 5th, Ryan Willis for the Project 1 racing team in 7th, in 6th rather, then Finn Smith. There's Martinsky looking at his kart somewhat disgruntled, but the action on track is still fast and furious with a couple of corners to go.
Yep, Jez Williams, of course, will be heading around the final corner now, heading towards the start-finish line. He will take the checkered flag as he does, crosses the line. Jez Williams takes the win from Daniel Ginchard, who crosses the line now. Leon Henderson again, the next group as they cross the line, will take that 3rd place spot from Daniel Armstrong, Neo Clark, Ryan Willis, Finn Smith, Sam Gornall. Then it was Harry Linden and Scott Lapsey. That was your top 10.
Another great win. So that's a perfect heat score for Jez Williams. That will put him on pole position for the pre-final. A convincing 3.5 second win. Good battle for 3rd there, Anthony. Yeah, Armstrong or Henderson just beating out Armstrong, Neo Clark. And then looking back behind that top 8 battle, Harry Linden finishing 9th, Lapsley down in 10th, then Mikey Porter and Gabe Fairbrother for the Ultimate R team. The Ultimate R team run by Ben Hingley. And that is the top 12. So yeah, really strong there. The Team Clay Racing team, obviously based here at Clay Pigeon, finishing in 7th with Finn Smith. And here's a little look down the rest of the order. Charlie Hart in 15th, Louis Scarder 14th, Daniel Sabula in 13th place. Then it's Ben Ballou, Matthew Lambert, Ethan Lomax, Ollie Goodyear. The top 20 rounded out by the Anglo-Canadian driver Chloe Chong for Dan Holland Racing. At the back of the screens there, you're looking at the drivers that sadly failed to make the checkered flag. Quick glance at the live chat, and yeah, again, lots of drivers getting lots of support, which is really good to see. Jez Williams, Finn Smith, and I think Charlie Ellis all being supported by friends and family members. And of course, this event still not open to spectators, so a lot of these drivers' family members are watching from back home, wherever you are in the world. This, of course, is the Wera Tours British Kart Championship, and the next race is coming up very shortly.
very shortly indeed, and it's time now for the senior Rotax to take to the circuit. They're lined up on the dummy grid, ready to start their racing, and I can tell you right now that the senior Rotax are very, 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 very quick around this circuit.
Very. I would have added maybe one or two more veries.
Sorry, very.
There we are. Thank you very much. That's better. I feel a lot better now. And of course, 52 drivers in total. They were split into 4 groups. This is Group A versus Group D. So they had 2 heats yesterday, and those heats were won by Kai Hunter and by his older brother Reese Hunter. Kai Hunter is not out in this one, but Reese is, and he's going to be starting from pole position. Matty Hingley, last year's junior Rotax runner-up, he starts second, and we're going to see the grids very shortly, but there's still 1 or 2 little bits of debris on the track that we have to try and get clear. Now, once again, this is obviously going live on the British Kart Championship Facebook page, the Wera Tools Facebook page. It's going live to motorsport.tv all around the world. It's out on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. The only comments that we can see on any of the live chats or anything are from the Alpha Live YouTube channel. So if you're watching on the Wera Tools Facebook page, on the British Kart Championship Facebook page, or on motorsport.tv, hello and welcome. This is the south of England. We're in Devon. We're in,
Is it Devon or Dorset?
Is it Devon or Dorset?
I'm pretty sure it's Dorset.
Is it Dorset? It begins with D.
Yeah.
That's good enough for me. Here's the grid.
Yes. Matt Hingley starting on pole position. Reese Hunter alongside Eads as well. Alex Eads, and then it's Ben Caisley. Brandon Klein-Nanglevort starting on the 3rd row of the grid with Harrison Collins. Then it's Rory Hudson, George Holbrook, Caitlin May, Teddy Clinton, Kieran Kay on the 6th row of the grid alongside with Tristan Rennie. Then it's Tom Adams, Samuel Hawthorne. Then it's Ryan Luscombe, Harry Gibson, Lewis Halliday. Where are we there? James Lothar, yes. And then Edward Matthews, Alexander Baker, Drew Perry, Les Taylor, Archie Brown, Jez Watson. Rounding out the grid, Tom Edmonds as well.
Yeah, Tom Edmonds disqualified from qualifying. He is the number 5 kart, top 5 in the championship last year. He actually, I believe, was second in the championship coming into the last round of the season, but then had a shocker at Wilton Mills, so he's going to be a championship favourite. Watch for his progress. 25 drivers, all on slick tyres. The rain has stopped, but there's going to be little bits of damp patch everywhere. We've got a spin coming into turn number 1. Oh dear, drivers stay off the track. Oh, it's good 360, well executed. Gets going again. I think that may have been...
It was the 48.
It was
Les Taylor.
Oh, wow. He's lucky to get away with it there, as they're all piling around Hans Hairpin. Now, Tom Edmonds at the back of the field having a problem.
Yep.
It is Dorset. You were completely correct, Anthony, and my geography was completely shocking.
Yep, there we go. Glad one of us is on the board and knows where we are.
Yes, one of us can make sense at all times. There we are.
Excellent.
Completing lap number 1, and it is Reese Hunter and his Dan Holland Racing teammate Harrison Collins. Right behind him, Ben Caisley for the on that pink and purple Cosmic chassis for KR Sport team that is now run by, well, the Rotax arm, the team run by former World Karting Champion runner-up Jordan Chamberlain, who incidentally is sporting a rather fine. He's starting to grow a mullet.
Yes,
I'm always impressed by that. I'm always a fan, always a fan. But his driver Ben Caisley, motoring up to the front. Good start to the lap from Caisley. Now the 2 Dan Holland Racing teammates, they're going to try and work together. Teddy Clinton, they're getting passed by Matty Hingley. A lot of people say, well, it's tough for drivers to move out of juniors into seniors. Well, sometimes that is the case, but Hingley at kart number 11 for Ultimate R really going strong.
Down the inside there, the number 41. Great little move there from Hudson on, I think it was that
this is Rory Hudson in kart number 41. First time out in a Rotax. Last year's runner-up in the Senior X30 Championship. Never driven a Rotax before competitively. He is making good progress as well. Edward Matthews getting a warning flag for his troubles.
Yep, so something they're not happy with out there with him. So as we'll see, 8 minutes on the timer. Of course, the 2 Dan Holland Racing drivers, Reese Hunter, Harrison Collins, leading the way. Of course, last year here at Clay Pigeon. Henry, you weren't here, but Dan Holland Racing absolutely wiped the field clean, really. It was a Dan Holland Racing in most classes. So, as you can see, they're quite nice here, aren't they? They like this track.
Yeah, okay. I think the best way to describe it, I think somebody described it yesterday, this is a proper OG circuit. you know, which in youth speak is original gangster. It's got a lot of character. It's a lot of you know, a lot of character. You know, it's not built. This wasn't designed on a computer, on a CAD simulation. This was carved out of the natural contours of this field.
Please remember your age, Henry.
Yes.
Please remember.
I'm down with the kids. Shouldn't say that, really. No, I passed my DBS check. It's okay. Reese Hunter leads. Harrison Collins in second place. Ben Casely third. All within a second of each other. 7 minutes to go. We're already on lap number 6. And Harrison Collins, he's doing a good. He's staying in the slipstream. So Hunter in the number 2 car, last year's championship runner-up. He's just towing his teammate around. You know, Collins is having an easy ride here at the moment. Ben Casey now looking back there. All 25 starters are still running. Tom Edmonds is up to 20th, so that little problem we saw him have at the start of the race seems to have been fixed.
Yes, indeed. I believe you are correct once again.
6:30
plus 1 lap left. They cross the line. We start lap number 6, and you can still see there Reese Hunter and Harrison Collins nose to tail. Ben Casey, though, is catching up. Not battling yet, of course. Nope. That's what we see in these cars. It's busy at the start. They get themselves into a position. Best lap as well for Ben Casey in 3rd place. They get themselves into position. They're primed, ready. They wait for the inaugural twanging of position changes as we exit.
Twanging.
It's a twanging, yes.
Twanging. Oh, lovely.
Yes, indeed. It was your favourite word from me last year. There we go. So back to this year. We keep the same words. But yes, with the timer clicking over 6 minutes, we won't see any lunges until we get to around the 3-minute mark, and then they'll stick there, and then it'll all break loose.
So, yes, all heck will break loose. Good to see that the Rotax, well, the official sort of Rotax sort of social media and media kind of commentator and journalist Jen Wade is watching. And of course, this is the start of the hunt for the Rotax Grand Final tickets as well. British champion goes to the Rotax Grand Finals. This is going to be held in Bahrain. But of course, they're all fighting for it. And of course, some of these front runners, Reese Hunter, he's represented Team UK in the Rotax Grand Finals here several times in his career. There is the number, who's that? That's the number 67 Kart. Alex Eads, very distinctive. Is a privateer entry on that green and orange and white livery machine.
Well, I have a funny story about Alex Eads. So on his
enlighten me, I can't.
Enlighten. So on his submission form, where you put what team are you in, he didn't put anything.
Ah, okay.
So he could be a privateer. He could be in a team.
Yes.
We don't know. He's just blank on our time. He's
he's either lazy or he's a privateer.
Yeah,
I couldn't be bothered writing. Well, he's made a move there, so he's picked up a position. He's gone past George Holbrook in the number 60 Dan Holland Racing Kart. And through the S's. And of course, this track flows. It flows like no other track in the UK. One corner leads you to another. If you get one corner wrong, then you're still losing out half a lap later, just because it's the rhythmical nature of this circuit is absolutely superb. And I've used rhythmical once. I'm quite impressed. Don't ask me to spell it.
Yeah, definitely don't ask me to spell things. I'm terrible at it. But Reese Hunter, again, still leading the way at the front with Ben Casely. 2nd place, he's managed to move up past Harrison Collins, so a change there at the front end of the field. Matty Hingley and Teddy Clinton as well. They're slowly starting to close up. The Ultimate R driver and the other Dan Holland Racing driver as well, slowly closing up. Now,
Casely finished 13th in the senior championship standings last year, so he does have plenty of experience. You just saw a flashing of Chris Walker of kartpics.net, the official championship photographer here. And of course, all the timing you're watching, both the live timing screens and on the sidebar, I think it's brought to you by motorsport-timing.co.uk, Ian Rogers' organisation. So Motorsport Timing, a big thank you to them for providing the timing solutions for the Wera Tools British Kart Championship. And it's a good battle forming. So in 17 seconds, Anthony, I expect them to start battling, because you said 3 minutes and we're just about there ready to go. So I'm going to fold my arms and wait for the action to unfold, seeing as you've obviously predicted it.
Well, I hope so. You've put a lot of pressure on me now. Oh, there it is. There it is.
All right,
there we go.
All right. No, 2 seconds early. I stand corrected. Shall never doubt you again, Mr. Jordan. That was a good move from Hingley, moving into 3rd position at the expense of Harrison Collins.
Yep. So there you go. starting to scrap away now. Now you can see there Reese Hunter, he's managed to open up a bit of breathing space from Ben Casey there in second place. And then you've got the train of three, as you say, just behind Harrison Collins, Matty Hingley and Teddy Clinton there, just nose to tail. 5-second penalty. Mr. Matthews.
Issued during the course of a race normally means that's a start line infringement. Moving out of the tram lines that you've got to stay in on the way to the start-finish line. As I say that now, that was moving out of the tram lines there is Ben Casey. That's because he's sizing up our race leader. Reese Hunter from Tyne and Weir up in the north of England, whose family run the Warden Law Kart circuit that we're going to be visiting later on this year, is coming under a little bit of pressure from Casey. Now, what can Hingley do? He's passed Collins, he's pulled away. Teddy Clinton. Now, Alex Eads was moving up there. Now, why is that? Collins, Clinton, Eads, Holbrook, Sam Hawthorne is up into 8th place for the Argenti Motorsport team, last year's championship winning team. James Lowther, Tristan Rennie rounding out the top 10. Tristan making his senior debut after finishing in the top 6 in last year's junior class. Brandon Klein-Nagelvort is 11th, followed by Tom Adams, Kieran Kay, Tom Edmonds now up to 14th place, ahead of Lewis Halliday. Then it's Rory Hudson, Jenson Watts, Archie Brown, Ed Matthews, Ryan Luscombe, Drew Perry, Alex Baker, Caitlin May, Les Taylor and Harry Gibson have both retired. 90 seconds to go, Anthony.
Yep, we're nearing that last lap moment. When the drivers see that, that's where it all kicks off. And you can see here Ben Casey slowly, very slowly reeling in Reese Hunter at the front. Reese has had so far a comfortable race. He's not had to do much work. Well, saying not had to do much work.
Well, I mean, only
that's a lead.
Only to lead a British Championship race, you know, for 10 minutes. But no, I know what you mean. He's not been under any pressure. We haven't seen him look around, but he'll start to hear that peripheral, the noise out of his peripheral vision. No, have to be sight. Peripheral hearing. Oh, there's two Dan Holland karts making a move on each other. That was Clinton passing Collins for what is now 4th place.
Yes. Again, you're getting good at this.
Do you know what? I've done it. It looks like I've done it before. I've started to count. I've started to count and everything. Like, you know, only to 10 though, because I got to take my socks off.
Indeed.
You don't want that.
No, we definitely don't want that. 20 seconds left on the timer. Then the drivers will see that as they cross the line. They know that next time around they will see that last lap board. So get ready for Casey now to pull the pin and close that gap. And you can see there it's the smallest it's been yet. It's 0.2 of a second as they cross the line. And now they head down the Sturmey Straight in towards the Hans hairpin. And you can see there that, yes, look at that. It's getting ever smaller now. And
Hingley in 3rd place, he'll be pushing as hard as he can because he knows the minute they go side by side, or if Casey tries to pass Hunter, if Hunter starts to defend, then that is going to bring them back into Hingley's wheelhouse and he might make the move as well. So he'll have his head down, pushing on. He's got Clinton and Collins right behind him. Here we go then.
Last lap board.
The clock has struck 0.
Yep, last lap board is out and into the chicane they go. So down the Sturmey Straight now. There's the look over the shoulder. Now Casey knows that Hunter is feeling the pressure.
Yes, but he's going to running out of time. Things happen so quick. It's such a short lap here at Clay Pigeon, and there's so few corners. Casey, I don't think is going to have a chance. Hunter took that look behind him, then didn't defend into the hairpin, which would have slowed him down and put him under pressure. But Reese Hunter holds off Ben Casey for the victory in the 3rd senior Rotax race of the day. Oh, and there's a kart crashing on the start-finish line. Tristan Rennie in the Vision Motorsport team. He's wiped out one of the timing beacons. That's not going to be happening. There's somebody else that's parked as well. But that was right across the line. Now, did Tristan cross the line? The answer is yes. Yes, he did, but only in 23rd place. He crossed the line, but I don't think he picked him up because he was busy taking out the timing beacon.
Yes.
He's back in the kart and he's gone. So it's Hunter, Casey, Hingley, Clinton, Collins and Eads, your top 6. Holbrook, Hawthorne, Lowther, Nagelvort, Edmonds and Adams. Good drive from Tom Edmonds in the KR Sport number 5 kart to get it up to 11th place. And we just saw the end of that spin in front of us there as Tristan Rennie came to grief on the start-finish line. Lewis Halliday, Kieran Kay, Archie Brown, the top 15. Rory Hudson, a disappointing 16th place effort there from Rory. Jenson Watts, Ryan Luscombe, Edward Matthews and Drew Perry, the top 20. And the bids to see if the timing beacon can be Motorsport timing beacon can be salvaged goes out. That would have upset Ian Rogers downstairs.
I'm just thinking that
he would have been an angry little womble.
Let's hope he doesn't watch this stream back.
Could have been a Hobbit. There we go.
Oh dear.
Archie Brown finishing in 15th place. Archie's cousin watching and cheering him on. I guess, again, it's so nice to have so many family members and friends of these drivers watching, as well as a wider audience who may be getting their first taste of the Wera Tools British Kart Championship. This is the third year of the championship in its current guise. There is a great shot of just how much the wind has picked up. Those Motorsport UK flags are taking an absolute pummeling. I have to get an order in because the bottom one's getting a little bit frayed there, and that's just the wind beating them around, and it's a crosswind across the circuit. So as the drivers come down the start-finish straight, the wind is coming from their right-hand side across them to their left. As you turn into Billy's Blind, you're getting a face full of wind, and then as you're going down Sturmey Straight, you are the wind is coming from the driver's left to their right. Which is going to be causing a lot of setup issues because these karts are then very, very delicately poised indeed. Now, that was one half of our 50-strong senior Rotax grid. That was Group A and Group D. Now we have Group B and Group C. Now, timed qualifying, they go out in 2 sessions. They're ranked from 1st to 51st, and then or 52nd, and they're given groups like first is Group A, second is Group B, third is Group C. There's a Scottish flag. Hello. Fourth is Group D, and so on. And of course so they all drivers race each other once in the heats. Now we've seen one Hunter brother. But we're about to see a second, as the race is due to start very shortly. So the fourth and final senior Rotax heat, led out by Kai Hunter, the O-Plate, and Sean Butcher in Kart 57 on row number 1. Oakley Pryor, championship runner-up in 2019, is back alongside Will Ellswood, last year's number 8 seed for the KR Sport team. Reese Hurd and Matthew Higgins, last year's junior Rotax champion, are on row 3 alongside Ben Burgess and Magic Hamera. Nicole Sutherland and Alex Hughes are next, followed by Jack Stedman and James Lingard. Then it's James Johnson and Louis Harvey, Lewis Gilbert and Spencer Shinner, Oliver Meadows and Miles Barthorpe, Harrison Crook and Luke Wooder, Oscar Hoole and Poppy Stevenson, Ryan Taylor Truman, Louis Weaver, Harry Holland returning to the championship, and Riley Stevenson rounds out your 26 kart field. Another 10 minutes plus 1 lap getting ready to go. Luckily, Anthony, the rain hasn't returned, and the only saving grace for this amount of wind is that if the rain does return, the wind does dry the track very quickly.
Indeed it does. Well, here we go then. It's race number 4 of the day, Senior Rotax Race 2, and it is a false start. So not happy with how they lined up there, so no green flag this time around. They'll have to try again. So I suspect that was some people slightly out of position as they were heading down the start-finish line. You can see a hand up there in the midfield. That's the number 12. Who's the number 12? It's Magic Hamera. So Magic Hamera with a hand up, not sure why.
Well, he's probably just pulled the rabbit out of his sleeve.
Well, maybe, yeah.
Hey, there we go. Thank you, Magic.
That's terrible.
Now, here we go. Let's try it again. It was terrible, but you know...
never mind.
But it was probably correct as well. So Magic in kart number 12. He finished 16th in last year's Senior Rotax Championship. Sean Butcher was a top 10 runner in the Senior X30. Kai Hunter, he's running the O-Plates, the British Open champion, but he finished 3rd in last year's British Championship. This time we look a little bit better. Lights are green, we're off and racing. Down towards Billy's Blind. Hold your breath. Are they all going to get through cleanly? Yes, they do. Now into chicane. Oh, one of the KR Sport karts running very, very wide there. That could have been Alex Hughes, the number 51.
Yeah, it was.
Now down towards Hans Hairpin, named after Neil Han, who used to run the British Championship when it was run under a different name. Out of the horseshoe, through Button Bend into Top Bend. It's so narrow up there. That's what you don't realise. There's very little runoff. It's very narrow and it's flat out.
Yeah, very fast section of track that is. So, you know, drivers have got to really be careful as they go through there. But as you can see, all the seniors getting through this first lap nice and clean.
Oh,
nice
as you
save
say
that.
Curse the commentator. One of the Team Clay karts. Well, he saved it.
He did.
He saved it. In some description, that would have been, I believe, possibly not James. Possibly would have been James Lingard.
I think you could be right there. Yes. So, out of the horseshoe, round buttons into top bend or final bend, or it is top bend.
It's
yes,
top bend. Yeah.
It's top bend.
It's the last corner of the circuit, so you were correct in your summation, Anthony.
Yes, exactly.
Change
the lead.
Hey, in unison, Sean Butcher.
Yes,
our
indeed.
Anglo-Australian driver. Sean's the Anglo bit, his dad's the Australian bit.
Right, I see,
yeah. We won't hold it against him.
No. Good position change then, and moves up into the lead. And a look at the clouds there, you can see there that rain looming once again, potentially,
yes.
maybe. If you can see the hills off in the distance, it
it's
means
not
we're
raining
okay.
yet. If you can see the hills, it's going to be raining in 5 minutes. If you can't see the hills, it's raining now.
Yes.
That's pretty much the way it works here down at Clay Pigeon.
Here's the leaders then, down in towards Billy's Blind. Nice, fast section of track. No position changes there at the front. A little bit of a position change there in the midfield, and everyone else slots through like a very long train.
Yes. And the back, that's the number 72 kart of Harrison Crook. It might have been Harrison Crook, the Team Clay Racing driver who had a half spin earlier, seeing as he's now down at the back of the pack. But Butcher, Hunter, Ellswood, Pryor, Higgins, Burgess, Hamera, Sutherland, Steadman, Hurd, Lingard and Shinner, your top 12. There's another, those clouds. There's water in them there clouds, my boy.
There is indeed. Here they are into turn one once again, and a group of 7 cars. Position changes there in the midfield, though. It looked like KR Sports, William Ellswood managed to get past Kai Hunter. Sean Butcher, of course, in the lead still with the other KR kart. So KR Sport looking strong in this second senior Rotax race.
Yes, indeed. And Lewis Gilbert, the Diamond of Dalray, Scotsman driving for the Potenza Racing Engines team, although I think he's probably with Strawberry, but promoting Potenza as his team, official team. That's 14th place, just ahead of Louis Harvey. And like I said, Louis, this is his first time out in a Rotax in the number 74 kart, so even though he's replacing last year's champion, he's got an awful lot to learn, and there's a bit of battling going on there through Billy's Blind. And again, that's such a fast corner. I mean, these senior Rotax cars are doing 75 miles an hour by the time they get there. There's not a lot of runoff. James Lingard, fastest lap, 34.220.
Yes, indeed. So, timer 6 minutes 40 seconds plus the 1 lap, and you can see then the rest of the field just making their way back down the start-finish straight again. They will appear in shot in just a moment for the viewers at home, and again, slight gap opening up between Butcher and Ellswood, as you see, and then the rest of the pack slowly catching up behind as well, but Kai Hunter leading the next train of karts. But again, we're in that limbo stage as there's quite a big lunge there. 2 of the karts diving down the inside of Hans hairpin, and one of the karts taken to the grass and almost a spin.
Magic on the grass, but he saves it. That was magic. That was good car control there from Magic Amero. We're waiting for the karts to come back into your screen on the outside of Billy's Blind, now led by the number 57, the KR Sport 57 of Sean Butcher. Here he comes. Now, behind him, William Ellswood and Kai Hunter right there in second and third, neck and neck. Then it's Higgins in 4th place. So it's 2 KR Sport karts, followed by 2 Dan Holland Racing karts. Now, the KR Sport team, they use the Cosmic chassis. And then the Dan Holland Racing, they're using the EOS chassis, the same OTK products. We're obviously staying on this camera. We've had a technical issue here at the circuit, so this camera is what we've got at the moment, so please bear with us. So don't get too upset on the live chat, but we're working to resolve it. These technical issues can happen with the wind and the weather. And we come back in. You're about to see a move for second place, however, as Kai Hunter just about gets the door closed, and Will Ellswood, William Ellswood. Now, last year, William Ellswood's dad, Stefan, he broke his cart at Wilton Mill, snapped the chassis, so William Ellswood's dad drove all the way back to their base, 200 miles, and then 200 miles back on the Saturday night with a new chassis that William could race, and he managed to salvage a top 10 place in the championship as a result. So well done to all Stefan Ellswood there, like all karting parents, doing everything they can to help their sons and daughters progress their career. Here we go, 4.5 minutes to go, and still Butcher leads. Ellswood having to defend now from Kai Hunter, and that's allowing Butcher to clear off a little bit.
Indeed, you are correct. Yes. So 4.5 minutes remaining on the timer. A warning flag just went out to James Johnson, the number 50 as well. Again, not sure what that was for. Maybe track limits.
Well, probably podding someone, I'd imagine. There was a little episode of Pollington Peas there, and he got. Yes, that's an 80s cartoon reference. You're far too young for that, Anthony. Number 87 and number 71 have just gone off. That is Riley Stevenson in the 87 and the 71 of Harry Holland for the Vision Motorsport team. Now, Riley had a bit of a rough start to the weekend, didn't make it out for qualifying. There was a little bit of a contretemps on the dummy grid when Riley didn't get to the grid gate in time, and his weekend has just gone from bad to worse. But the top four are clear. They are 2.7 seconds ahead of Jack Steadman now in 5th position. Steadman for the Project One racing team. Jack has been with the Project One team for quite some time.
Yes, of course. So 3.5 minutes then. The top four breaking away slightly from the rest of the field.
Side by side, further back.
Yeah, there's a 2-second gap between 4th and 5th place at the moment. But yeah, Sean Butcher, Kai Hunter, William Ellswood and Matthew Higgins still leading the way. The train of 4 karts. They'll be heading round the horseshoe now. Then the rest of the field comes through. Then it's James Lingard, Jack Steadman. Then it's Oakley Pryor, Alex Hughes, Ben Burgess, Spencer Shinner. Then it's Nicole Sutherland. Lewis Gilbert, Reese Hurd, James Johnson, then it's Luke Wooder, Oscar Hall, Magic Camara, Louis Harvey, Louis Weaver, then it's Miles Bathrop, then it's Oliver Meadows, Poppy Stephen, and then it's Harrison Crook, Harry Holland, and Riley Stephen. They're the 25 still running. Ryan Taylor Truman in 26th place has, I think, retired 3 laps ago.
Yes, now again, to answer your questions, yes, the only one camera is working at the moment. There's been a technical issue here at the circuit.
Yes.
But you can see on that one camera that the rain is starting to
Indeed, yes. So weather playing absolute havoc here. The storm has just come in out of nowhere. Yeah, rain and red flag has actually come out on the circuit.
That's why we had the technical problem, because just past the circuit there was a storm that is disrupting the electrics. Now, there was 2 minutes to go, so we're past 75% race distance. All the drivers, and look at that, even as they're slowing down in the yellow flag and now red flag conditions, they're struggling to get around the first corner. Now, Nicole Sutherland is up and out of her car. She is with our race director Nigel Edwards, and so everything there is okay, just for any of Nicole's family watching back home. But that was, I think, partly because of the crash, but mainly because the track went from to absolute soaking wet very, very quickly indeed. It was just a little bit too dangerous. So now the provisional results here. Now, we were on lap number 13, or we completed 13 laps, Anthony. So they'll go back to the end of lap number 13. They caused the red flag. They're back live pictures of Sturmey Straight, and you can probably hear on the camera lens. Oh, now the poor Alpha Live camera crew out there, they have got plastic bags over the cameras, so the cameras are okay.
Yes.
Don't care about them, but the cameras, the important bits, are okay now. So it's Butcher from Kai Hunter, William Ellswood and Matthew Higgins, your top 4. Jack Steadman, Oakley Pryor, James Lingard and Alex Hughes, your top 8. Followed by Ben Burgess and Spencer Shinner, rounding out the top 10. Lewis Gilbert and Nicole Sutherland was classified 12th because they round it back a lap. So at that point, Nicole Sutherland was 12th. Then it was James Johnson in 13th, E-plate holder. That is the English champion, Luke Wooder, in 14th place, followed by Reese Hurd, Oscar Hall, Magic Camara, Louis Harvey, Louis Weaver, and Miles Barthorpe, your top 20. Oliver Meadows, Poppy Stevenson, Harrison Crook, Harry Holland, and Riley Stevenson were your other finishers. Sadly, Ryan Taylor Truman failed to finish, and we're just about to see the very damaged number 22 kart of Nicole Sutherland being brought back to the paddock area. It still has to go back through scrutineering, but driver okay. However, Anthony, if we are well, Anthony, I was going to say the visuals on the stream are still having a problem. So if you could, so apologies for that. And I have to say that I'm in. You know, you start the championship later in the year. You know, obviously because of what's going on, COVID and what have you. May in Clay Pigeon. That's going to be a lovely, nice, warm weekend. And here it is. -5 degrees in the driving wind and rain. So welcome back to the stream, everybody, here on the Wera Tools Facebook page, the British Kart Championship Facebook page, motorsport.tv, and of course the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Jez Williams, who has just finished winning his junior Rotax race, has just popped up to say it's raining so hard. Yes, Jez, we know, we're here as well. But you can take that, if for those of you that think that it's some sort of like moon landing trick, and myself and Anthony Jordan aren't really here, we're beaming this commentary in from the comfort of our own homes. We're not. And we are here in the dry. We're the only people in the dry at the moment, apart from the people in the shop and the restaurants.
Yes, exactly.
And the lady that sits outside the toilets to make sure that only 2 people at a time go in.
Exactly.
Yeah, she's my favourite person here.
Yeah. Now, of course, the next race is going to be coming up next, obviously, in just a moment. Of course, that'll be the Rotax 177.
On wet tyres.
On wet tyres, yes. Now, of course, they will have all been lined up ready in the dummy grid area with their slicks on.
Yes, and now possibly because of the now normally if it was just damp then they'd just be let go, but you know they're there on slicks is what you got to deal with. I think probably race director Nigel Edwards, you can see walking down the right hand side of your screen there, the man in black, but he's got a blue clipboard. Always. Oh, do you know what? That clipboard, if that clipboard could talk, I'd tell some stories, that clipboard.
Would it?
Nigel, oh, it's been all over the world, that clipboard has. Yep.
I'm more under the impression that, well, this rain that just hit us.
Yes.
I didn't see this one coming.
Well,
it snuck up on us.
Anthony Jordan, you are a lying little so-and-so. You did see it coming, because in the car on the way to the circuit this morning, you were looking at your phone. 58% rain, 62% rain, so yes, you did see it coming. Well, don't try and fib.
Well, no.
Can't fool me.
That's not what I meant. You know what I mean. I mean, like, I didn't physically see it with my eyes.
Well, of course, no one physically sees rain with their eyes until the rain lands on your forehead. Which it's doing.
It's really coming down now here.
The official word is it's absolutely tumping it down. That's a Welsh word, that is.
Oh,
so I
me.
would imagine that there's going to be a break, and they're going to be on wet tyres. They're going to be going very shortly. Can you tell me when Nathan Smith will be racing? Says Juicy Wet. No, I can't say that. Nathan Smith. Well, I mean, if you tell me what class Nathan Smith is in, I shall endeavour to tell you.
Yes.
Juicy Wet, something or other, on the live stream.
Well,
he's not out now because he is not in the Rotax 177 class.
So
he's a championship rookie, so he would be possibly in a little bit later on. The Bambinos are coming up. Let me see, when's Nathan Smith racing? I'm not quite sure. You've got a timetable. We'll see if there's going to be any more. Luke Ford Racing wants to know when Honda is on. He wants to cheer some of his former teammates.
Well, the next Honda Cadet race is race 21 of the weekend, and it will be their pre-finals. So they've had all their finals, and that will be at 2 o'clock.
Well, we're back. Live track action. Here we go then, back on track. Louis Large and Daniel Tate on row 1. Henry Ayres and Cole Edwards on row 3. Philip Howarth and Nathan Schaefer are next up, following Matthew Easton and Colin Davis. Sam Winter and Callum Porter. Liam Rabjohns and Ryan Evans. Oh boy, this is going to be only 12 of them. Daniel Tate, good to see Daniel Tate and Strawberry Racing back in the championship. Daniel, I believe, helped mechanic. He's a World Championship winning mechanic, is Daniel Tate. Let's see if he's a World Championship winning driver. Colin Davis, speaking of champions, he is a multiple champion. He's been racing for over 3 decades. As Colin, kart number 5. Louis Large, there, 2018 British champion in 177. And, they've lost a couple of 177s. There's not all out there. 2, 4, 6, 7. Now, only 7 drivers. That means that some of them either didn't have wet tyres with them, couldn't get going. Let's see who is out there. Well, Henry Ayres, Cole Edwards and Philip Howarth didn't make it out. Neither did Colin Davis and Callum Porter. I wonder if that's got anything to do with the fact they all went for a curry last night. Who knows?
Well, let's see as they exit out the Sturmey straight in towards the Hans Hairpin there, and you can just see...
Sam Winter's gone straight on, the red speed.
Yep. The 17 there was horrible conditions here at Clay Pigeon. The rain is just absolutely, it's coming down at a vast rate of knots here, and I'm sure that the reason why we've lost a couple is because they couldn't get the slicks on off in time.
I'm looking here now, you've got definitely our race leader on, I mean, are some of these on slick tyres?
Surely
Judging
not.
by the fact that they are understeering into the barriers, yes, they must be. The top three have absolutely cleared off. There they come, through the chicane. That's Daniel Tate in kart 29. Privateer driver number 24, Liam Rabjohns, although it suspiciously looks like a Coles racing kart to me. And Sam Winter in the number 77 team. Now, Sam's racing with the Philip Howarth racing team on the red speed. We saw Sam go off, but he's recovered and he's catching him. And then these four drivers, they must be on slicks because they're miles slower than everyone else. Louis Large in kart number 8, Matthew Easton in the number 3 KR Sport kart, Nathan Chafer in the brightest race suit I've ever seen, number 99, the only driver on a CRG chassis here, and then Ryan Evans for Ultimate R. I mean, look at that. It is cats and dogs, ladies and gentlemen.
It's also hail.
Oh dear.
Yep, there's hail coming down here at Clay Pigeon. The weather conditions, I don't know.
Well, what else would you expect in the UK at the end of May?
It's when they say Clay Pigeon has its own microclimate, they're not wrong. This literally came out of nowhere.
This is the Spa of Dorset.
Yes, it really is.
There's the idea. Now, we do have a race on our hands, though, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, Philip Howarth isn't out there. He's getting plenty of love, as always, on social media, but he is not out there. I think he probably looked at that. He went, "No, you're all right, mate. I'll save myself for later."
Yes,
just like that.
Just like that.
My livers. Yeah, that's it.
Well,
now, battle of a second, Anthony.
Yes, despite the terrible conditions, it's still setting some quick times out there. So, yes, Daniel Tate leads the way from Liam Rabjohns there. He is in second place, but Sam Winter as well, very appropriately named for the current conditions, in the 77, is in third place. He's up 6 positions from his original starting spot. I suspect that he started at the back, and they're closing in, and you can just see there the slick tyres.
That's Chafer just understeering off.
Yeah, just can't stop the
car.
So
there's Louis Large. So Louis Large there, you can see great camera shot there in kart number 8. He's the best placed of the drivers on slick tyres. Tate leads by 4.5 seconds over Winter and Rabjohns, and then you're looking at, and they're just crawling round. That is the Ultimate R kart of Ryan Evans, who is now up into 6th position with Chafer back to 7th. Now, yesterday in the opening heat race of the weekend, the only race that the 177 so far, Chafer won by 0.2 of a second over Large. Henry Ayres, the defending champion, who was one of the 5 drivers who didn't go out. So Henry Ayres, Cole Edwards, Philip Howarth, Colin Davis and Callum Porter all missing from this race.
Yes.
And of course, this is only heat points, it's not championship points. And there we go. There is the number 3 kart of Matthew Easton. Easton won the opening round of last year's championship, but felt the 3rd in the end behind Ayres and Oliver Appleby. We're missing now one thing, the GMS karting team, they haven't got a driver in the 177 class this year, and Daniel Tate, good to see Daniel back driving again. Instead of world champ, I think he helped Mark Kimber win the World Junior Rotax title back in about 2016 at Sarno in Italy, if memory serves me right. Also, there's a lot of work for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team out in Europe and the world. He is now lapping some of this. No, Nathan Chafer has just come in. He's just given up and said, no, there's no point. He's in last place. He's on slick tyres. He's a privateer driver. You think he's only going to damage things. Here's the battle of the second. So the red speed of number 77, Sam Winter, and the number 24, another Coles racing kart of Liam Rabjohns. They're having a decent battle of a second. But Anthony, you wouldn't want to be out there as much as we both love kart racing. We're quite happy that we talk about it and don't actually do it at this point in proceedings.
Yes, it's much nicer to be in the commentary trucks, but I have to say right now is that yes, the wind is still howling out there, but it's no longer raining. As soon as it came, it's left.
And with the wind as much as it is, that will help dry, and it's sunshine now.
It's sunny.
So we've had torrential rain, gale force winds, hail and sunshine in the space of 5 minutes and 12 seconds since this race started.
Yeah, excellent.
Superb.
Welcome to Clay Pigeon.
Yeah, well, welcome to the British Kart Championship, everybody. Yeah, global warming's a myth, honestly. No, but we're again waiting for the leader. So Tate, 6.5 seconds up the road on the Strawberry Racing 177. This is the first time I think Strawberry Racing have entered the Rotax 177 class. Certainly in my memory, which admittedly is somewhat foggy occasionally, but Tate, here he comes, and Tate's the only driver having fun out there at the moment.
Yes.
He did forget to put his wetsuit on, however, as I'm noticing. In fact, none of the drivers have got their wetsuits on. Now, and that was nearly Matthew Easton understeering off the circuit. So even the drivers that are out there, they're going to get a good result, Anthony, but they're also going to get a nice case of pneumonia. Yes,
I suspect so. I mean, that weather, honestly, it came out of nowhere. No one was prepared for it.
Well, it came out of the sky.
Well, it came out of the sky. But no one was prepared for it. Because you can imagine, like, we didn't have half of the grid on the track because half of them couldn't get, I suspect, the wet tyres on. Well, a lot of them, they still even braved it and went out on slicks. They couldn't get them on in time. None of them in wetsuits, and it was just...
Yeah, and I mean, Daniel Tate is now leading by 8 seconds over Sam Winter, and Sam Winter is now 5 seconds ahead of Liam Rabjohns. Tate's fastest lap of 41.53 seconds. The best lap on slick tyres is Louis Large in kart number 8, and he's done a 48.7, so he's losing 6 to 7 seconds per lap. Yeah, and this is a short lap, even in the rain. It's a short lap. I mean, the track doesn't grow in the rain. It's not, but I mean, it's a short lap, so in the rain there's going to be traffic. He's losing a lot of time, but look, there goes Tate across the screen. Here we're now waiting for the red number 77 of Winter to come across your line there. Here he goes. Now there's one or two brave and hardy souls out on the spectator banking. There's no spectators here. It's only team mechanics and family members here. Now you're wondering, look at that nice two-storey building. The restaurant's on the top floor. Why isn't anybody on the balcony up there? And of course, obviously that's closed because of the COVID restrictions at the moment. But there are several grandstands around here which are well, there's people huddled in them as best they can, although that doesn't help them out from the rain. So Tate, Winter, Rabjohns, Large, Easton, Evans, the top 6. They're the only 6 karts running. Chafer went out there, got his nice orange CRG race suit all muddy, and decided to come in to get it to the dry cleaners quickly.
Yes, I suspect that's going to be needed. It's going to be a tough job to I think, dry these suits before their next races today. I suspect a lot of hair dryers and a hefty electricity bill.
Yes.
All the generators run out.
There's going to be... Well, this is the 177 class. There's going to be wives and girlfriends in the 177 class furiously trying to get some sort of dryness into the race suits before the next race, their pre-final. 90 seconds to go. Daniel Tate, well, I mean, he's just sideways through the first corner, pulling out lap after lap. He's lapped the number 89 kart of Ryan Evans in 6th position. Now Sam Winter is going to try and make the move and lap the number 89 kart, although Sam's just got to try and keep it focused, stay on the tarmac indeed. You have to feel sorry for the marshals that are out there. The boys and girls in orange, the most important people in all of motorsport are the marshals. They are getting an absolute beating out there weather-wise, and I say, well, it's hard to feeling sorry for the camera crew because cameramen are 10 a penny. Cameras, on the other hand, are very important. Camera crew, not so much. But I mean, yeah, the gentleman, the camera who you're looking from there on the time thing, unfortunately, that cameraman doesn't have a waterproof hood, and he's at the highest point of the circuit and somewhat exposed.
Yeah. I suspect if anyone was going to tell us it was raining first, it would have been him.
Yes, indeed. Well, yeah. Now, Tate going around the outside at Billy's there on the number 8 kart of Lewis Large. So all the drivers on slick tyres have now been lapped as we're into the final 20 seconds plus a lap of this race. Some rather bedraggled figures watching this from the start line you could look at. I mean, is this where we really rub it into them, Anthony, and say that the right-hand side of your screen there, that window, if you just, wave through the window very briefly, you can see where we are.
I'm sure your hand will appear at some point.
well, maybe you can't see us, but yeah, the top story of that white building on the right-hand side of your screen, that's us. And oh, there you are, Anthony. Say hello, hey, Anthony. Yeah, it's even quite warm in here. The double glazing is really nice. It's really quite nice. I might even take my hoodie off.
I really want one of the cameramen to throw something at you, and let's just see a stray kart tyre come through the window in a second.
Launch through the window to shut the Welshman up.
Yep.
Final lap. Daniel Tate leads by 9.5 seconds. Anthony, not the most exciting kart race we've ever witnessed. However, still more overtaking in this 7-kart race than you're going to see at a certain street circuit in the south of France later on today.
I suspect you could possibly be right once again there, but yes. A dramatic race still, though, because of all the...
Well, because of the rain,
yes. The sheer drama at the start.
And fair play to the drivers out there on slick tyres. We saw one little sort of running wide moment, but the rest of them, they've kept it on the island. There goes the checkered flag, and Daniel Tate takes the win. Here comes your second place driver, Sam Winter. A great result for Sam. And third place across the line will be Liam Rabjohns. That was Lewis Large, first of all. There's Rabjohns crossing the line. Large finishing fourth a lap down. Matthew Easton will finish fifth. There he goes in kart number 3 across the line. And rounding out the only other finisher was the Ultimate R, number 89 of Ryan Evans. Now that concludes race number 15 for the Rotax 177s. The Bambinos, the youngest drivers here, they are up next. There's your results from 177. So Annabelle Shaw cheering on Liam Rabjohns. Well, Annabelle, Liam got a top 3 finish there in the heats. That's going to give him a better chance of starting up at the front of the grid for the pre-final. So we go from the oldest drivers in the paddock to the youngest. Bambinos are going to be up next. Now they are all on wet tyres because that is all the tyres that Bambinos run. And we will see them very shortly.
But yes, you are correct. Bambinos, they're coming up next.
"20 Bambino drivers set to do battle on a wet but now drying Clay Pigeon Raceway. Starting grid, plenty of new names. In fact, only 3 of the drivers here are returning from last year. The rest of them have all graduated. Here they come out onto the circuit, and the starting lineup is as follows. Pole position, Jack Baker in kart 17 alongside Marley Fisher in kart 81. Colby Patterson and Maximilian Abrahart are on row number 2. Austin Newstead and Max Tadei are on row 3, followed by Drew Davison and Morgan Weston on row 4. Then the best of the returning drivers, Max Gilman and Harry Neese on row 5, Josh Cormack and Grayson Wortley on row 6, Charlie Munns and Harper Das on row 7, Imogen Summerfield and Josh Griffin on row 8, Austin Oman and Ethan Lucas on row 9, Amelia Diel and Otis Cleary on row number 10. They are your Bambinos. They'll do a standing start. There are 20 Bambino parents out on the circuit, all waiting to guide their young progenies into their position.
Indeed, you are correct. Of course, yes. Standing start then for the youngest drivers on the field, and the youngest drivers we'll see this weekend. And of course, challenging conditions that they're going to face. Of course, they had pretty much dry sessions yesterday. Of course, with the race 1, Austin Newstead won that first race. Max Tadei in second, and Morgan Weston will round out the top 3 yesterday afternoon. But of course, we've got lots of new drivers in this one as well. Imogen Summerfield, a Bambino 2 years ago, tried karting for the first time. Didn't really enjoy it. Could only go about 2 miles an hour around the circuit, and now is racing in the British Kart Championship. She said, I can't get enough of it. So there we go. It just shows you the skill level we see from these drivers and the commitment we see, but at such a young age. And we're going to see them racing here today as the lights get ready and away they go. And it's the Bambino, it's the smallest grid, the slowest start, but yet the fiercest racing we're probably going to see this next week. So in towards turn number 1, everyone gets there nice and clean. As you can see there, side-by-side action, the 81 there diving to the inside out of that was Marley Fisher there looking to the inside. A great little run there. Someone running wide in the spin. It's the
number 27. Oh, and gets clobbered there by one of the other youngsters. This is the second heat race for the Bambinos. The pre-final comes later on. They did one heat race yesterday. There's number 13. That's Imogen Summerfield.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad she liked it because she gave the other driver a bit of a clobber there coming out of the thing. Went through the air, bounced back to life. Off she goes again.
Yep. Try again. And obviously these karts are so low to the ground that it just got beached on that curb there. It's only a small curb, but these are smaller karts. So, yeah, took a little bit of assistance to get going there. But we end lap 1 and the 61, or the 81, I probably should say, of Marley Fisher leading the way as they cross the line. No, it is the 61.
No, it's not Marley Fisher.
No, it isn't. I am completely wrong. It is Maximilian Abraham.
And I'm wondering, I can't see Marley Fisher out there. I wonder if Marley just looked at the rain and went, nah, you're all right, mate.
Well, there we go. So I got that number completely wrong then.
19 drivers of 20, and yeah, the number 81 kart not out there, which is a real shame. He did so well in qualifying. Yesterday, in the heat race they had yesterday, Austin Newstead was the winner from Max Tadei. Then Morgan Weston, Josh Cormack and Marley Fisher in 5th position. So we're going to get, it looks like, well, there's certainly different drivers at the front of the field this time. Here they come out onto the start-finish straight. Max Abrahart crossed the line in the number 61 kart. You had the 81 and the 61 look very similar, so, I'll forgive you just this once.
Okay, cool.
Oh, that's right.
You've forgiven me just for just this once, many times this weekend.
That's okay. Well, you've had to sit in the hotel room in a car with me after a curry, so, I feel as though I owe you a couple. Right, there we go. Through the chicane, Max Tadei in the number 66 kart. You can see he's got like a Valentino Rossi-esque livery. The purple kart is Max Gilman. That's a Wright chassis. Most of the karts here are Wrights. A couple of Tony karts, a Synergy or two as well. They're all with, well, obviously the Coma engine. But several different engine tuners. And yeah, slipstream absolutely key here. Abrahart, Jack Baker, Max Tadei, Austin Newstead, Colby Patterson, Drew Davison, Max Gilman, Josh Cormack, Austin Oman and Harry Neeson, your top 10. All 19 starters are still out there. Charlie Munns and Imogen Summerfield, the two drivers that spun on the opening lap, they're still out there. There's young Drew Davison. It's okay, so 55.53 seconds. These karts still with 20 seconds a lap slower than the senior Rotax drivers, which is a good thing considering that most of these, well, all these kids are in infant school.
Yes. When I was their age, like I said many times last year, I'd be running around with underpants on my head screaming. Yeah, well,
so, I mean that sounds like Saturday nights, if you ask me. But I mean, it's a tremendous thing. I mean, these drivers, the karts are doing 30, 35 miles an hour. They're inches away from the ground. They're racing at British Championship level. What are they going to do in school on Monday morning? Colouring. Yeah. It's like, what did you do on the weekends? Oh, well, I learned how to wipe my own butt, or something like that. I went racing the British Championship, that type of thing. It's incredible what these drivers do, and they need a lot of support from their schools as well to come in. Of course, there was testing here on Friday, and most of the drivers were there, so they need support from the education side of things, obviously support from the parents, and now they're putting on a great show. And like I said, they're going to go back into school, and it's going to be like, write down 2 sentences what you did on the weekend. Most of them are cartoons, or racing in the British Championship. Abrahart leading, but his lead is coming down. Less than a second now to Baker, and this is a good scrap on screen, Anthony, between Tadei, Newstead and Patterson.
It is indeed, yes. The 3rd, 4th and fifth place battle. Of course, Drew Davidson as well is just behind, wanting to close in. And look at this, we're almost going 3 wide over the start-finish line here.
Here we are.
See the 74 diving down, Austin Newstead getting that position done. Moving up into third place, Max Tadei being pushed down there. You can see there the 66, and then Cole Patterson as well is coming into view. The 70, the 24 there, just behind.
There's Austin Oman. And you can see as well that when your crash helmet is half the height of you.
Yeah.
This gives you an idea of how, oh yeah, yellow flag's waving. And that is somebody parked at the exit of Billy's. And I think that may be Imogen Summerfield, whose kart has done itself a mischief down there.
You could.
There's a marshal trying to get it restart. Oh, no, she's out. And well, I mean, obviously, she's out of the kart, and the race director down there is going to lift her over the tyres because she's so small she can't actually climb over them herself. That's brilliant. She's not looking too happy with life, and she's staring at the karts going around, not happy that her kart broke.
Yeah.
There she is, at the side of the circuit there. 4 minutes to go. Coming through the S's on your screens now. The battle for third place. Newstead, Tadei and Patterson.
Yes. Closer than ever, and you can see they're just changing their lines as they go through, and of course the track isn't drying. There's no dry line here whatsoever.
No,
it's completely.
There's wet and puddle.
Yes,
as the two options.
Yes, yeah, exactly. I was going to say something and I chose not to, but yes, 3.5 minutes left to go then on the timer. You can see there on your screen as they head through in towards Top Bend. Your race leader, Maximilian Eberhardt, there has kind of checked out slightly. The 61 there clear, only by a second, I would say, because second place is slowly closing in. They're just heading in towards turn 1, but eyes at the moment on this group for third place. Austin Newstead, Max Tadei and Cole Patterson as well. They are nose to tail for that last spot on the podium in this heat. Of course, there is no podium in this heat. It's just they score the points ready for their pre-finals and finals.
I know what you meant. It's okay.
Yeah,
I know
fine. I'm just clarifying myself there to make sure. But yeah,
here's a move.
Yep, down the inside. Max Tadei, thank you very much. I'll take that. But has he outbraked himself? And oh, that's the 24, Cole Patterson there going for a spin as well. That's a disaster. And that is now allowing everyone else to close up and overtake. So there you go. That just shows that despite the fact that the gaps look large, they're not large at all.
They can shrink very, very quickly. So looking back through the pack there, Oman 6th, Cormac 7th, Max Gilman 8th. I have to say, of the 3 drivers that raced this championship last year, the best of them, you'd expect them to be up at the front, but the best of them is actually Gilman in 8th. Then it's Grayson Wortley 9th, Josh Griffin in 10th, Harper Das is 11th, Harry Neeson, last year's number 10 seed, is 12th. Oh, and there's contact! Oh, there's a Bambino-sized episode of Poddington Peas there. And they're going to go for it again there, but it looks like that was between Tadei and Newstead.
Yeah, I think you are correct, yes. So the battle for third place still heating up slightly as they're going through. They are still fairly nose to tail, but this is allowing that next big group to catch up behind. So, of course, the recovering Cole Patterson, Austin Oman, and then it's Josh Cormac, Max Gilman, and Grayson Worthley as well. They're all now on the back end of this.
And further down the order, we've been Harper Das down to 13th place, behind Harry Neeson. Drew Davison up into 11th place, Morgan Weston runs 14th, and it's Ethan Lucas 15th, Charlie Munn 16th, Otis Cleary 17th, Amelia DL 18th, Imogen Summerfield sadly is retired, and Marley Fisher failed to finish. And there is another battle between the 50 and the 24. Gilman in the 50, Patterson recovering from his spin in the number 24.
Yes, indeed. So fighting that way back up, obviously 8th place now for the young driver. 1 minute remaining on the timer then as they head through the chicane down the Sturmey Straight. And of course here's the rest of the field as they slot through as well. So less than 1 minute on the timer. The race leader still Maximilian Eberhardt there with Jack Baker. The gap is just over a second now, so it's still opening up. So the pressure slowly releasing, I would say.
Yeah, and Eberhardt, I mean, we talk about concentration. It's 10 minutes, but it's hard enough sometimes for the older drivers to concentrate fully for 10 minutes. Oh, and there's a move on the start finish straight as we go across the line, and there's number 74 of Newstead trying to wrestle his way past Max Tadei. Tadei once again getting to the inside. They come into the chicane, and Newstead holds on. But of course, yeah, for 10 minutes solid, when you're 7 or 8 years old, it's so difficult to focus for that long.
Yeah.
Without making a single mistake when you're that age in the conditions. Jan Echterman, who watched all this from Germany last year, is back with us this year. Good to see that the International Reach the Championship is carrying on. There is a look, and you can see parents there willing to go on. But yeah, but Abrahart, as we're on to the final lap now. Jack Baker, though, is less than a second behind. So Baker has stayed in Abrahart's wheel tracks. He's not been able to think of this. Now Newstead, there's Newstead now defending. You saw it coming across the screen there. Newstead showing Max Tadei a little bit of the grass. Austin Oman and Colby Patterson are right there. Through the chicane goes this battle for third position, just off camera at the minute. Tadei is now into third, Newstead fourth. Then it is Oman and Patterson next. But coming out of... There we come into Hans Hairpin. But up front, now there's some traffic. Oh, and there's a little bit of argy-bargy there as the number 33 of Joshua Griffin makes his way through the corner. But out of the top bend now comes the race leaders. Maximilian Abrahart in kart number 61 comes across the line to take the victory. You're watching the third place battle coming out of the final corner. It is going to be Tadei, or is it Newstead? Newstead on the line, just in kart 74 to take third. So Abrahart and Baker 1-2, 8 seconds behind them, and Newstead in third, Tadei fourth, Oman fifth, Patterson in sixth. Then it's Gilman, Griffin, Wortley, Cormack, Davison, Weston, Das, Neeson, and Lucas, your top 15, ahead of Charlie Munge, Amelia Diel, and Otis Cleary.
There we go then, an interesting race there for the Bambinos. Ups and downs, spins and breakdowns.
Spinners and winners.
Spinners and winners, indeed. That's what I had for dinner.
Yeah. Really? Spinners and winners. Well, yes, okay, I get what you're saying. So that was race 16 and out of the way. There is the poor number 13 kart of Imogen Summerfield being carried back to Parc Fermé. And that concludes this morning's racing here at the 2021 Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championship, brought to you by Wera Tools, by Motorsport Timing, and by Alpha Live. Now, there is going to be a lunch break here at the circuit. On the stream, you're about to see the track walk with junior Rotax driver Daniel Sabula, who will give you a guide of the circuit. But he might even be an onboard lap in there as well at some point. And then at 12:30, we've got a live interview with Motorsport UK British Kart Championship director Dan Parker. And then 12:45, at the conclusion of that interview, we will be into the start of the pre-finals, Anthony. So every driver, well, the repecharges rather. So the top 28 drivers in the points after the heats in junior Rotax and senior Rotax have automatically qualified for the pre-final and the final. The rest of them have got to battle through the repechage. The top 6 finishers in the repechage qualify and go on the back of the grid for the pre-final and the final. They will be your next 2 races starting at 12:45. But in the meantime, on behalf of Anthony Jordan, I'm Henry Beaudette, and enjoy a guide to the track with Daniel Sabula, and then an interview with Dan Parker before the racing starts again. Thanks for joining us. Apologies for some of the technical issues we had this morning, but as you can see, the weather and the wind has not been with us, has not been in our favour. We will be back very shortly. Pigeon Raceway, 800 metres of fast flowing corners, one of the nicest tracks in the UK. I'm joined by junior Rotax privateer driver and British Championship rookie Daniel Sabula. Let's take a walk around here. Daniel, what do you think of Clay Pigeon?
I think it's a great track that has loads of heritage, and loads of the top drivers have come here, and so Obviously something must be really good here, and I think any driver that's driven around here before, I could easily say that it's one of the best and one of the most satisfying or rewarding tracks that you can go in the UK.
I mean, the lap's short, but there's a lot happening. There's plenty of opportunities to overtake. The racing's normally really good as well.
Yes, it is, with over 30 drivers here in juniors in this weekend. There's easily a huge amount of overtaking opportunities that can be done around the track to keep fans and also drivers really excited and happy for the rest of the weekend.
Okay, well, we're on the start-finish line now, but just down there, around the Marshal's Post, is one of the most famous corners in British karting. Let's go and check it out. Turn 1 at Clay Pigeon Raceway, Billy's Blind, a legendary corner. So Daniel, talk us through what you're doing as you come down the hill. Where are you positioning the car? Because it's a fearsomely fast corner.
You're trying, as you're coming around this first sort of kink, as you're going into Billy's Blind, you're trying to get as much of a smooth line coming through the corner so you can have as much speed going into the chicane. This corner is very well known for all of its overtakes from the likes of Jenson Button to many others that are absolutely legendary in the motorsport world.
Now, you know, obviously you can defend coming into the corner, but then if you defend coming in, you go all the way around, you know, into the chicane. You can have a little stab at the inside into that chicane. It's all really one corner, isn't it?
Yeah, it is all a very fast-flowing corner. Honestly, for a driver, it's just trying to find any sort of position that you can on the track whilst trying to go as fast as you can, because that's what a racing driver is built to do. They're built to drive fast around a corner.
Now, that chicane, there's a little bit of positive camber on the two apexes. You can really attack it, but if you attack too much, you're going to compromise yourself on the run down towards Sturmey Straight.
Yeah, it really is a bit of a tricky complex over here, running from Billy's Blind over to the hairpin all the way down there. All of this until the hairpin is all really connected well, because if you get a good enough braking point and line going through the chicane to the hairpin, you'll be miles ahead of your competition. But if you brake too early, or if you accelerate too early, accelerate too late, turn a tiny bit too early, then you're going to compromise your line, and you're just inviting yourself to lose around a second possibly per lap.
Okay, well, you've mentioned the hairpin several times. Let's go down there and take a look. Okay, Daniel, you've come out of the chicane, you've got a really good run down the Sturmey Straight, and now you're here. Hans hairpin, a great corner. Camera might not be able to show, but you've got a real lot of camber. It's almost like a mini carousel at the Nürburgring. What are you doing? Are you attacking? Are you defending?
If you're in a big pack, then your main objective is just to get ahead, using the camber to try and drive you through the corner. You can rely on it, just like IndyCar drivers. They always rely on the camber to allow them to go as fast as they can. You've got to try and rely on the camber, on the rubber, and also of the grip of your tyres, and also just rely on the drivers. It's a huge amount of thought that most drivers don't even realise that they're doing, and it's almost incredible how much you think about in just one corner. For this corner, for example, you're trying to get a big run out of the corner so you can get to the double left-hander or the horseshoe as fast and as efficiently as possible.
Yeah, you make a really good point, because of course you've got the camber here, and the corner just spits you out onto the short run up to the horseshoe, which again has got camber on the inside. Is it a case of sacrificing an overtaking opportunity here to make sure you've got an overtaking opportunity there? Or if you make an attempt right at this hairpin, you know you're going to be defending into the horseshoe?
Honestly, it depends on what type of setup you're running and how good of a run you're getting out of it. If you've got a good setup for off of the corner, then you can rely on just pulling away, and you can attack the next person all the way down at the horseshoe. But if you've got a more of a straight line speed, or if you've got a different setup, or if you can't exactly make the move, then it's better to stick behind and wait until the horseshoe so you can go for a move there, because that's possibly the safer option.
Now this circuit is full of corners where you've really got to clench your teeth and put everything into it. But there's one more really, really fast flowing, potentially hazardous corner to go, and that is Top Bend, the last corner. Let's go and check it out. Things happen very fast here at Clay Pigeon, none more so than the final corner, Top Bend. Narrow, very fast, very flowing. Daniel, this is a seat your pants corner, isn't it? You can't really make a move here, but this is so important for the rest of the lap.
It really is, especially going down to Billy's Blind, passing the pit straight. It's all just one massive blur as you're driving, possibly over 100 kilometers per hour going down the straight, possibly even 120 if you're feeling cheeky going through here.
I mean, you're not braking. You just said you're not braking. You come out from the exit of the horseshoe all the way down to going into Billy's Blind. Now that's nearly half the lap at full speed, but you've got a kink. You've got this top bend. Is it a feather on the throttle here?
Usually you'd like to let off of the throttle, but if you're feeling a tiny bit brave, then you can feather the throttle going through here just to get you an extra tenth or two coming down straight.
Now, the straight is not even that straight. It's constantly turning and weaving, but you're watching the driver in front. If the driver makes a mistake in front of you, that's going to affect you and your entire lap, really, isn't it?
Yeah, especially if you're going through here, you're almost millimeters away from each other half the time. It's really close in the British Champs, and the highest standard of driving is honestly the hardest you can find anywhere in Europe.
Well, Daniel, thank you so much for guiding us round this circuit. I love Clay Pigeon. It's fast, it's flowing, things happen in a hurry, it's spectacular, but if you make a mistake, those barriers are awfully close indeed. It's going to be some fantastic racing. Daniel, good luck in the racing today. We will see you later on in the finals. Thanks so much for joining us, and yeah, all the best for the new year.
Thank you very much, and you too.
Hello and welcome to the 2021 Wera Tools British Kart Championship, and we're starting the season here at the Clay Pigeon Raceway near Dorchester with the Bambino, Cadet Honda and Rotax classes. At 800 metres in length, Clay Pigeon is the shortest venue that we're going to visit this year, but for over half a century this place has been absolutely steeped in karting history. It's fast, it's flowing, the racing is always fantastic, and don't forget, this is the place where Jenson Button and Lando Norris started karting. So what's new for 2021? Well, in a word, lots. With over 180 drivers signed up for the Bambino, Cadet Honda and Rotax classes, we've got a great mix of new faces, new teams and familiar faces in familiar teams, as well as some really big off-season signings between classes and drivers. So let's have a look and see the classes that are in action today. And we'll start off with Bambinos. Now, most of last year's Bambino frontrunners have moved up, but the main seed returning is last year's number 10 seed, Harry Neeson. He's joined back by returning drivers Max Gilman and Ethan Lucas, but there are nearly 24 rookies all looking to make their mark in their first season in the British Championship. Several of last year's Bambino frontrunners have moved up to Honda Cadet, including race winner Luca Holmes-Ballock. But Luca has got a full field of the rumbling four-strokes to contend with, including half of last year's seeded drivers who are returning this year, led by the number 4 kart of Ambition Motorsport's Josh Graham. Now, Josh stays with the Ambition Motorsport team, and he's joined by Oscar Tumulty. Well, his teammate Oscar Tumulty has moved across to last year's championship winning team, Synergy Racing. At SFR Motorsport, ex-privateer Timo Younglin, who won a race last year running as an independent, is joined by Lewis Islin, and they're going to be a force as well. But it's worth remembering that neither last year's Cadet Honda champion Zach Drummond nor runner-up Connor Duncan actually won a final, so consistency is absolutely key. Now, one driver who did do a lot of winning in Honda Cadet last year was Ambition Motorsport's Ewan Charman, but he swaps the fluoro of Ambition for the blue and black of the Argenti Motorsport team as he graduates into Minimax. Minimax is bigger and better than last year. Half the seeded drivers are returning, led by the forecourt of Coles Racing's Mackenzie Douglas. Now, joining the Welshman are back in the Minimax class are new KR Sport signing Aaron Fall, Harrison Crowther, who won the last Minimax final at Wilton Mill, and Vision Motorsport's Ben Crossley. Another interesting thing to note about this class this year is that Scott Marsh has joined the Dan Holland Racing team to replace outgoing champion Harry Linden. Dan Holland Racing cleaned up last year. Scott Marsh is a rookie, but his older brother Sam is a former British champion himself, so there's lots of pedigree there. One other team returning to the Minimax paddock this year is Strawberry Racing, and they've signed up Ethan Jeff Hall, a former winner in the Army Cadet class last year. Let's not forget that 10 years ago, Strawberry Racing won the British Minimax title with a certain George Russell behind the wheel. So from Minimax, we move on to Junior Rotax. And Minimax champion from last year, Harry Linden, he enters the seat vacated by outgoing champion for the Dan Holland Racing team, Matthew Higgins. There are 40 entries in Junior Rotax this year, very strong class indeed, led by the top returning seed, number 4, Sam Gornall, who's a former race winner in the junior class. Archie Walker and Jez Williams are two of the other drivers returning to the class who got a national ranking last year, who look very strong indeed. But along with Linden, there's a whole host of Minimax drivers graduating into junior class this year, and a lot of them are staying with their same team. Now, that consistency could be really, really important. Chloe Chong, Pearson Bullock Carter and Stephen Duncan are among them. Adding to the pressure this year for them are two drivers returning to the championship after a year away. Dan Parent-Smith comes back from car racing. He signed with Dan Holland Racing, while the Argenti Motorsport team have signed up Dan Ginchard, who spent last year racing in Germany. Now, while Dan Ginchard will try and win Argenti a first crown in Junior Rotax, Argenti are going to be looking to double up in Senior Rotax. But there is a 52 strong entry in what is the strongest senior grid we've had here in years. Now, Morgan Porter isn't racing with the team this year, so the defending champion team have decided to replace the defending champion driver with last year's junior TKM title winner, Louis Harvey, number 74. Now, it's a steep mountain to climb for Louis. He's not only got to deal with moving from junior to senior, but he's also got to move from the TKM engine to the Rotax engine. Like I said, it's a steep mountain to climb, but in time, he will get there. The grid is packed with talent. No less than 7 of last year's top 10 drivers are returning. The O-Plate, Kai Hunter, his older brother Reese, who finished as the runner-up of the championship last year, and Teddy Clinton are all back, driving the Dan Holland EOS chassis. KR Sport retained the number 5 seed, Tom Edmonds, and the number 8 seed, Will Ellsworth, while the Coles Racing charge will be led by the number 7 seed, Tom Adams. Now, adding to the mix are the fact that we've got several drivers coming over from the X30 class. 2020 Senior X30 Championship runner-up Rory Hudson and his fellow Championship front-runner Sean Butcher are entering the Rotax class for the first time, while 2 more drivers who featured strongly in the 2019 Senior Rotax class, Oakley Pryor, the Championship runner-up, and James Johnson, a multiple race winner, they're coming back in 2021 after missing last season. It is a packed grid, and any one of about 15 or 20 drivers have a legitimate shot at the title. Last but not least, we've got Rotax 177, and what this class might lack in grid numbers, it more than makes up for with quality. Defending champion Henry Ayres is back for KR Sport, looking to make it 2 number 1 plates in a row. Don't forget, this class was decided on a tiebreaker last year. But Henry has a whole host of challenges this year. Multiple race winner Louis Large, Nathan Chafer are both back, as is Matthew Easton. They're all hoping to take aim at Henry. But last but not least, it's a great time to have Philip Howarth back in the car. Team owner, social media legend. All right. So that's just some of the changes that we've got in store for this year in the Rotax, Honda and Bambino classes. 181 drivers are going to be here this weekend, but literally any one of them can come away victorious. We can't wait to have you join with us on the Alpha live stream, the 2021 Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Stay tuned. Thanks for watching. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Clay Pigeon Raceway in Dorset, home of the Clay Pigeon Kart Club, and the opening round of the 2021 Wera Tools British Kart Championships. You are here now watching and waiting for the final part of this weekend's race meeting. 2 repecharges for Junior Rotax and Senior Rotax. They are the last chance qualifiers for the pre-finals and finals, which will follow these 2 next races for each class. So every driver that has qualified automatically for the pre-finals has got 2 races left. The Junior Rotax and Senior Rotax drivers are going to have 13 drivers in the Junior Rotax repechage, and we've got 23 in the Senior Rotax repechage, all fighting for just 6 transfer spots into the main events. Now the repechage is going to be 10 minutes plus 1 lap, same length as the heat races. The pre-finals are 12 minutes plus 1 lap, and then the finals themselves are 15 minutes plus 1 lap. There you can see that the rain is still in the air. There's a lot of wind, the track is soaking wet, and Anthony Jordan joins me back in the commentary box. Anthony, what can you tell me about the weather?
It's raining sideways.
Oh, lovely. Okay.
I mean, yes. If you saw a strange person bolting across the circuit in an Alpha Life jacket, that was myself.
Okay.
Darting around, running around, and getting things all sorted. And now I'm back in the commentary box, slightly out of breath because I wasn't as fit as I once was. Despite the fact that I am only 26 years old, I am the most unhealthiest, unfittest 26-year-old.
Well, I saw you out on your pizza last night, so I can tell.
Yeah.
So now, let's go through. I'll give you a chance to catch your breath as we look at the clubhouse here at Clay Pigeon Raceway. A rather bedraggled Union flag there. There we are in the white building at the second, the right-hand side of your screen. That is myself and Anthony Jordan. I say Anthony's waving. So am I. There we are. That's us. Welcome back to wherever you're watching from. So this is going out to the Wera Tools Facebook page. There it is. Be a tool rebel. I'm just a tool, Anthony.
Yeah.
You're a tool rebel. It's going out to the British Kart Championships Facebook page. It's going out to the Alpha Live YouTube channel, and that's where your comments are coming in from. It's also going out to Motorsport TV for the first time. A global audience on Motorsport TV. Wherever you're watching from, hello. And now, we're ready for the next race. So here are the 13 drivers who have not made it into the top 28 in points at the end of the heat. So they are fighting for their British Championship Round 1 lives in this next race. Who is going to go through? This is, I'm sure, going to be absolutely spectacular. You cannot take it easy. You have to go for it right from the word off, in wet conditions, on wet tyres, battling the elements, battling the track, battling their fellow drivers. The grid lineup will be as follows. Pole position, driving kart 23 for Sam Pollitt Racing, Lewis Gardner, and then Ethan Lomax for the XL Motorsport team on the outside of row 1. Privateer driver number 55, Ollie Goodyear, starts 3rd on the grid from Dan Holland Racing's number 85, Callum Romain. Then it's Evie Poulane and Callum Davis on row 3, Jay Lawrence and Cruz Speakman on row 4. Oliver Martinsky and Leo LaCastro are on row 5, Alex Biles and Brentley Sims on row 6, and Charlie Ellis on row 4. There you look at on the screen the drivers, their photos, and some of their sponsors on there as well. Cruz Speakman going through your screen. Oliver Martinsky, he had a mechanical problem in one of his earlier heats. Leo LaCastro for Coles Racing. Privateer driver number 44, Charlie Ellis. Charlie with the brightest kart here, Anthony.
Yes, bright karts help in these treacherous conditions, I suspect, because we can't...
Yes, there he is.
There he is at the back, yeah.
Yes.
Very fluorescent green and yellow, almost like a refresher.
Almost like a refresher. It probably doesn't taste quite as sweet or sour as one of those. But here we go. Into top bend. 13 drivers. The top 6 are going to go through. Here we go. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Into Billy's blind we go, and from the outside of row number 1, Ethan Lomax for Excel Motorsport makes the best start. There's Charlie Ellis, the number 44 Kart. He's already passed, I believe that is Brentley Sims, the Jax Motorsport driver. Out of the S's, Lewis Gardner takes the lead. Oh, understeering wide, the number 99 Kart of Callum Davis, the GMS karting driver. Now he's getting elbowed wide, coming into the horseshoe. And 1, 2, now. In this race, we're going to see hopefully some tactics. The top 2 will try and work together and break clear. The most important position on the entire race is P6. Finish in 6th place, you're in.
Yes.
Finish in P7, you're out. Pack the truck, go home.
Yeah, so at the moment, Ollie Goodyear is in that final 6th place spot. Evie Powlin is right behind in 7th place. That is the battle, really, that you want to be keeping an eye on. And, of course, that they started 3 or 4 places up from where they originally are, so they had a bad start.
And the number 85 Kart there of Callum Remain, understeering into Hans Hairpin. He's got his hands full with Callum Davis in the number 99, and just behind Callum is Cruz Speakman, the Welshman, in Kart 24. Speakman up the inside, and now that's down to 5th position for Callum Remain.
Yep, Davis, a great move down the inside there at Buttons, moving now up in towards 3rd place. Callum Remain, as you said, yeah, down now into 5th place and in the danger zone. Ollie Goodyear still in that 6th place spot, but Oliver Martinsky is up 2 positions now in 7th place and on a charge in the number 26, looking to take that final spot in the final. Yeah, and Martinsky is going to be feeling somewhat aggrieved that he's even in this race. He had a mechanical issue in his on this. Well, of course, they're defending coming down the Sturmey Straight, and of course, late on the brakes, bumping into each other. Around the outside there goes Speakman in the number 24 Kart. Now he's got the inside line through Button Bend, and you can see this great battle. But I mean, Lewis Gardner and Ethan Lomax have, well, you can see they cleared off. Yeah, they definitely have at the front. Yeah, they're clear now by some 2.8 seconds from the 3rd place man. Warning flag out to Remain as well in 3rd place, the number 85. So in dangerous waters, especially in this repechage, of course, you want to be in that top 6, and they're squabbling for it at the moment, aren't they? Yes, you can just see the back ends of the kart stepping out. There's a lot of kart control required. There's the number 28 Project 1 racing kart of Jay Lawrence. He is down in 9th position at the moment. All 13 drivers still running. Alex Biles in 12th. Brentley Sims 11th, Leo LaCastro 10th, Lawrence is 9th, Evie Poulain is 8th, Ollie Goodyear 7th, Martinsky in 6th. So Martinsky side by side there with Ollie Goodyear, Evie Poulain coming across the line. It's Martinsky on the bubble, as it were. Yep. And Poulain, Goodyear, Lawrence and LaCastro are hoping to pop it for him. I suspect so. Lewis Gardner there, another fastest lap of the race with the 41.74. So at the front, looking strong, opening that gap up to Ethan Lomax. Now 1.4 seconds, but with 6 minutes 40 seconds left on the timer, of course, plus that one additional lap. It's all eyes on that battle for 6th place. So Oliver Martinsky, as we say, is in the bubble at the moment, up 3 places from their original starting spot of 8th. So looking strong at the moment, but he's in a battle with 3 other karts. Callum Davis, Cruz Speakman and Callum Remain as well. Evie Poulain is just dropping back slightly, about a second behind that group as well. So the top 6 here that you can see are in a sort of limbo at the moment. Yeah, and number 99 there, Callum Davis, getting passed by a couple of cars. There is Martinsky. Martinsky, I think, is moved up into 5th position, so it's Davis. Yeah, let's count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So Davis on the bubble, all white number 99 GMS karting entry. But he has got a little bit of breathing room. Not much, but a little bit, before we get to Poulain, Goodyear, Lawrence and LaCastro. But 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th, there's 4th and 5th with the white kart in 6th position. And behind Davis, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 karts all in a line. That's Poulain, Goodyear, Lawrence and LaCastro, who are just waiting to pick up the pieces. They've got to work together. They've got to work together to catch that number 99 kart as Callum Davis tries to battle around Oliver Martinsky. Now, Martinsky starts to defend. That'll slow them both down, and it might give 2 of these 4 or 5 drivers. Now, the 5th driver, that's the Jax Motorsport entry of Brentley Sims in 11th place. So a really close competitive junior Rotax repechage at the moment.
Biles and Charlie Ellis. They're battling hard, but they've dropped off a little bit now. There you can see Biles coming through the top of your screen there.
Indeed, of course, and then you've got just behind as well, a little further back, you've got Alex Biles as well, Sam Pollock racing, 12th place at the moment, Charlie Ellis as well, the privateer driver in 13th place, and they're again working extremely hard to try and gain any position. You can just see them there coming through the chicane there just in the background, so in the very brightly coloured kart, but yeah, still working furiously to try and gain any positions as they can. So there you go, there's the 23, Lewis Gardner, your race leader at the moment, clear by some 2.48 seconds from Ethan Lomax, and there's another 2 seconds behind them. It's Callum Romain, Cruz Speakman, Oliver Martinsky, and Callum Davis. They're the top 6. It's Evie Paulin, and saying that Cruz Speakman's just dropped down my timing screen. Has he gone off somewhere? Or is he?
Well, I think there may be. Well, actually, no.
No, he's still there.
There is still there. I think there may be a slight transponder issue that's not picking up some of the around the track, but he has got on the kart. Oh, and now Martinsky. Oh, he had his nose lodged on the rear bumper there of Speakman going into Hans hairpin, just helping guide him round.
Yes, I think a gentle nudge to show them the correct way around the corner here at Clay Pigeon, but just under 4 minutes to go, and again a nice little nerf down the inside there. You can see them two side by side there, the 26 and 24 furiously battling, and Oliver Martinsky moves now up into 4th place.
Well, no, actually, Speakman managed to hold on as you were looking at the timing screen there,
yes.
But and Martinsky had made the move. But I think coming on, he was on the outside of the kink there, and I think he just eased off a little bit. Now, these two battling, they're lucky that Callum Davis isn't able to close in. So they're battling for 4th and 5th. Now, realistically, the winner of this race will start 29th in the pre-final. So, second will be 30th, third is 31st. So, oh, and something's just fallen off the number 26 kart of Martinsky. Oh, dear. Now, what just fell off? Was that something off the airbox, possibly, or was it the bracket that holds the exhaust up? But something black and plastic just fell off the number 26 kart. There it is.
Is it a chain guard?
That looks ominously chain guard-esque.
Yes.
And that is curtains for Oliver Martinsky. Unfortunately, he will be... No, the chain guard is on, but well, maybe not. Maybe I have... I mean... Goodness knows what that is. It doesn't look like it was anything important in terms of making the kart run, but if it is a safety issue, if he doesn't get the mechanical flag off the circuit, then the scrutineering team will spot that, and that could put him in a precarious predicament. But of course, the 6 that finish on the road in the top 6, that is of course subject to post-race scrutineering, pending Paul Klassen.
Yes, indeed, you are.
And, you know, so if you're in 7th or 8th place, you've still got to push hard, because if there's a problem for one of the drivers that finishes in front of you, that means that you're in the finals.
Yep, exactly that.
And I have to say, the circuit is drying out a little bit. I've said it now. I'm sorry, I've said it. But you can see on the screen, the circuit's a slightly different colour around certain parts of it. Now, this is lap number 13. Lewis Gardner leads Ethan Lomax by 4 seconds. Lomax is just 0.6 of a second in front of number 85 on your screen now. Callum Romain in 3rd position. 4th position on the road, Oliver Martinsky in kart number 26 for Vision Motorsport. There he is, that pink and purple Vision livery. Then it is Cruz Speakman in 5th for Coles Racing. Callum Davis, the all-white kart, 6th position on the bubble, but just 0.9 of a second now behind Callum Davis. There goes Davis through your screen there, coming out the horseshoe, and that's less than 0.9 of a second. That's Evie Poulain in kart number 76, closing in 7th. Ollie Goodyear is 8th, Leo LaCastro 9th, and well, Brentley Sims, Jay Lawrence, Alex Biles and Charlie S have dropped back a bit. So Poulain, Goodyear and LaCastro, 7th, 8th and 9th, there they are on your screens. They're still fighting for a place in this final.
Yep, you can see them there, closing in on the back of that 99 of Callum Davis. Again, the all-white kart, very familiar in your shot there, and the 76 just behind, diving to the outside, but also under pressure, running slightly wide as well.
And wide,
straight off. That allows Ollie Goodyear to get up into that 7th place spot. Now they just need to push, work together. They've not got long left. They need to close up to that 99.
Yep, they've got. It might sound really strange. I mean, 8th place and not to try and pass the driver for 7th, but If you push, then you might make up 2 places. Here's a battle, and you don't want to go wrong there. Up the inside, tries Callum Remain. Now, there's no need, we say it all the time, but some of these drivers, they're rookies to the championship. Being in a repechage, they're not quite sure about the tactics. There's no need for Callum Remain to take a risk, because if you take a risk, you could take yourself out, or, you know, if he goes, tries to make a move, and we've got a yellow flag waving on the start-finish line, so somebody has made an excursion. We'll find out here. So the last lap board is going out. There goes Gardner across the line. Now you're looking at the battle for the minor placing. Still in 6th position is Calendar. Now where is, I think it may have been Leo Lacastro who has gone off. I can't see the number 16 Coles Racing kart.
I think you could be right.
But there's no slow Max, just take it easy. There's no, Romain at the inside of a slowing. That's Leo Lacastro, who has got back on the track. But he's obviously been off and he's now a lap down. This is the last lap. Checker flag is waiting. Well, Lewis Gardner, here he comes, Anthony.
Yes, he
Easy
does.
win for the Sam Pollitt man.
Yep, indeed. So he crosses the line. Great start then for the repechage, and of course that will be meaning he'll be starting at the front at the back of the pre-final, and the rest of the field then come through. Ethan Lomax crossing in 2nd place, Callum Remain, Oliver Martinsky, Cruz Speakman in 5th place, and Callum Davis. They are the top 6. They are the ones who will be going through to the pre-final a little bit later on today. Unfortunately, that does mean we lose the other half of the field. Ollie Goodyear, Evie Paulin, Brentley Sims, and then it's Jay Lawrence, Alex Biles, Charlie Ellis, and Leo Lacastro. They unfortunately go home.
I know, but the but, and there's a big but, and you know that big buts, they cannot lie. It's a rap song from the 80s.
Yes, I'm aware. It's all pending Paul Classett.
It's all pending Paul Classett. If there is any problems for anybody in the top 6, then Ollie Goodyear is the first driver that will benefit from that and move up a position. Evie Pauline finishing just 0.6 of a second behind Goodyear. Well, it could still yet be a good day for Goodyear. We'll have to see. That is 1/2 of the repechages in the books. And now we look ahead to race number 18, which will be next. That's the senior Rotax repechage. So, Anthony, I have to say that was not a timid affair, but it was a controlled affair from the juniors.
It's definitely more controlled from what we saw last year.
Yes, but you've done it already. You've spoken too soon, like I did earlier on in the race, because now we've got 23 seniors aiming for just 6 transfer spots. And looking at the entry list, shall we say, for this, there are some pretty big names in this field, and some of them will be desperate to get out. That race coming up next.
Seniors up now, and of course it's repechage time. Henry was alongside. He froze. He did.
I was like the computer this morning. I just froze. I just went into
what.
like a slight blank. It just happens.
You were being a tool.
I was being a tool, not a tool rebel.
No. Excellent stuff. Well, yes, the senior Rotax, they're heading out for their repechage in just a moment. And, of course, there are many of them. And as we say, it's exactly the same as the last one. Only the top 6 can go through. So there is going to be one almighty scuffle.
Yes. We're going to go through the starting grid very shortly. I mean, Nicole Sutherland, we saw her have a big crash in her first race in car number 22. James Johnson, former runner-up in this championship, Team UK representative on the outside of number 1. Spencer Shinner and Luke Wooder, the English champion on row 2. Archie Brown, Louis Harvey, junior TKM champion, driving the championship winning car from last year. He's only 6th of the grid. You've got Jenson Watts, Louis Weaver, Oliver Meadows, Ryan Luscombe, Ryan Taylor-Truman, Miles Barthorpe. He's a former Team UK member, an ex-Minimax champion. Caitlin May, Alex Baker, Ed Matthews, Harrison Crook, Oscar Hoole, Drew Perry, Harry Gibson, Les Taylor, Harry Holland, Poppy Stevenson and Riley Stevenson. Well, Anthony, is it raining again?
It is, because you opened your mouth and said the track was drying.
Oh, what an absolute tool rebel I am. I'm a Vera tool for mentioning that, I tell you what. Oh, 23 drivers. They're all on wet tyres, which is one thing, though.
They are.
They come out of top bend. Here we go then. To the line. Oh, and somebody the barriers the back of the field before they even get there. Now, lights are out. We are off and racing, but I think that was the number 18. It was the number 89 car of Poppy Stevenson, who just ran wide coming out of top bend into the barriers, and everyone else is safely through with number 50, James Johnson, who's now the father of 2 young Johnsons. Oh, that's not good.
So several karts off. The 52 is off, the 27 off, and there's another one in the barrier. I can't quite see the number. We'll find out in just a second. It is the 72 that is off.
Oh, that's the Harrison Crook. Now, that you could see that accident happening. Somebody went up the inside, coming down Sturmey Straight, got it all crossed up, and it was like Skittles.
Yeah.
You know, bowling for soup. The front runners, though, all managed to get round clean. Now, James Johnson, who's now the proud owner of 2 small children, young Harry was born 6 months ago. He had a bit of a mistake in qualifying, out on the wrong tyres, and then got nerfed off in his first heat. He leads and he knows, so he'll just try and clear off. He won't entertain anybody in this race. He just got the battle, and there's a spin behind them. You just saw that's the number 99 kart of Ryan Luscombe, just bouncing over a curb, and it just jackknifed the kart sideways. There goes Ryan. Ryan for the Dan Holland Racing team heads back out there. Harry Gibson gets a warning flag for his troubles. But as we now calm down on lap number 3, it's Johnson from Archie Brown, Luke Wooder, Spencer Shinner, Ryan Taylor-Truman and Nicole Sutherland. They're your top 6. Jenson Watts, Louis Harvey, Oscar Houle, Miles Barthorpe are the first drivers on the outside looking in. Great start from Les Taylor from Ultimate R. He's come up from 20th on the grid into 11th.
Yep, great start then for Les Taylor, the Ultimate R driver. Of course, 8 minutes to go, and well, I definitely spoke too soon, didn't I, at the end of that last one?
Well, we both been. I mean, you've been in the commentary box for a year with me, and my ability to spout nonsense the worst possible time, unfortunately, looks like it might be rubbing off on you, Anthony.
I think it might be.
Very sorry.
Yeah,
I can only apologise.
That's right. I've been like that for years, just not displayed it in public. But yes, timer ticking down, but still plenty of time to go. We look back a little further back. We can see the number 22 there. Who is the 22 off the top?
Nicole Sutherland.
It is indeed Nicole Sutherland, the driver who is in that bubble area, and Jenson Watts in 7th place in the 63, just behind, wanting to close in on that gap. And you can just see that
Louis Harvey in the 74 is in the middle of this battle. He's down in 9th place at the moment. And I mean, I said in my intro that it's a very steep mountain to climb, coming from junior to senior and changing from TKM to Rotax, you know. And Louis has got his hands full here. And of course, these changeable conditions won't be helping either. Spencer Shinner getting a warning flag. Nicole Sutherland still hanging on to 6th position. Archie Brown in 2nd place sets a new fastest lap. And there's Oscar Houle.
Yep, from 17th on the grid.
Archie Brown, meanwhile, best mullet in the paddock.
Yep.
Best mullet in the paddock.
Yep.
Hands down. Fair play to him.
You did like that one, didn't you?
Oh, he shaved it at the sides as well. Business up front, party at the rear.
Yeah. Oh dear. There we go. 6.5 minutes then, and yes, the rest of the field going through. The race leaders cross the line. James Johnson, Archie Brown, Luke Wooder, Spencer Shinner, Ryan Taylor-Truman. Oscar Houle has now moved up into 6th place and is now in that bubble, up 11 positions. I suspect there's a big smile on his face at the moment, but there is still a long way to go in this one. Fastest lap of the race, Spencer Shinner in the number 25, who is currently in 4th place at the moment. So Louis Harvey now in that spot, 7th place. He's down 1 position from his original starting spot of 6, so he was already in the bubble when he started the race. He is now 1 position down from that, so he needs to close that one up as and when he can. But like I say, we're in limbo mode now, I think, until we get to that next spot.
And I mean, you're looking at the top 6. Well, I mean, James Johnson, very experienced. Archie Brown driving very, very well indeed. Luke Wooder, very experienced on your screen. Spencer Shinner, plenty of experience there. Louis Harvey up into the top 6. So all the top 6, Ryan Taylor-Truman in 5th, they're all experienced drivers that know how to sort of manage a race at this level. So there's no one making unnecessary lunges for like a minor placing that could get them kicked out, or could get them, removed from the from the pre-final and the final themselves. The good battle is here. So this is the best battle, and it is for the final transfer spot. So this is the bubble position, as we like to call it. Indianapolis 500 qualifying today. When the driver is the last qualifier in the Indy 500, they're on the bubble. So we've stolen it, basically. I stole it from the Indy 500s. Louis Harvey on the bubble from Oscar Houle. Oscar Houle for the Ultimate R team. That's Ben Hingley's team, the team based in North Wales. Ben Hingley, of course, former British Championship contender and a Ferrari F1 development driver as well. He was part of the Ferrari development driver program for a good while. Very, very, very talented family. Ben's younger brother, Matty Hingley, obviously is in this class as well. But Oscar Houle, who drove for a different team last year, coming on very strong here. And Louis Harvey, though, fighting and clawing his way into contention. You know, he's come up from 10th, he dropped down to 10th, now he's in 6th, Houle 7th. There's no one behind Oscar Houle. Well, there is, but Harry Gibson is over a second behind, so Houle can start focusing. He doesn't have to worry about what's behind him. All he can do is focus on attacking Louis Harvey at the moment.
Yeah, that's exactly it. There's the number 24 on your screen now. That's Miles Barthrope there. Now, he's in 9th place at the moment. It's got Jenson Watts for company there in 10th.
The Flying Mullet has just flown past and has taken... no, sorry, that's not the Flying Mullet. That's Jenson... Jenson Watts, I'm thinking of Jenson Brown, completely different driver. It's Archie Brown's the Flying Mullet.
Yes.
But Jenson Brown is now up in, Jenson Watts is now up into 9th place at the expense of Barthorpe. Edward Matthews, a podium finisher in the British Championship a couple of years ago, he's down in 11th. Harry Holland is 12th. Weaver is 13th. Riley Stevenson 14th. And Oliver Meadows, Ryan Luscombe, Nicole Sutherland. Unfortunately, Sutherland from pole position, she has fallen down the order. And there's something for the Harvey family to be happy about. Louis Harvey, fastest lap of the race.
Yep, running well. 6th place back in his original starting spot, and of course hunting down Ryan Taylor-Truman. Now, Oscar Houle, despite the fact of gaining 10 positions and from starting from 17th and moving up, is now struggling on pace. Can't quite keep up and catching that number 6 spot. Harry Gibson, on the other hand, is now in 8th place, up 11 spots as well. He is wanting to capitalise on this one for Vision Motorsport, and look at that, he's got a teammate behind of Jenson Watts as well, help pushing them along. But on your screen here, it is still the 24 of Miles Barthrope here.
Nicole Sutherland has just retired the number 22 kart. Just seen her come into the pits out of the corner of my eye. Obviously had a big accident early. They've repaired the kart, but something was obviously not quite right there. Shots. Harrison Crook has also retired, the Team Clay Racing driver. Alex Baker is not having a great time of it as well. He's down in 20th position at the moment, and he's on the Dan Holland Racing number 27 kart. He's got the Lewis Hamilton haircut going on. Sadly, he's not displaying Lewis Hamilton pace this weekend. So maybe some issues there for Baker. And there's a little bit of close quarters action. Who was that? That's the number 39 kart of Ed Matthews, passing Miles Barthorpe for 9th place.
Yes, indeed it was. So, keeping a close eye on that one as they head through then Hans Hairpin in towards the horseshoe. Again, a train, but it's a fairly spread out train, isn't it? Yeah,
and easy for the minor placings. I mean, okay, you finishing 7th or 8th, you've got half a chance of making it into the top 6 if there's a problem. But I mean, it's very unlikely that 3 or 4 of the top 6 will ever get, excluded. So this is just for pride. Now the battle you're looking at on screen. Championship points are awarded for people that don't make the main events, but obviously not many of them. But, points to make prizes. You want to try and pick up as many points as you possibly can over the course of the season. But you never know what might happen. There is the number 50 kart. There's your race leader, James Johnson.
Running well. The E-plate there, Luke Wooder as well.
I mean, I've got to say, James Johnson, he's a great lad. He's from Western Superware. Like I said, he's a family man now, but his dad, 5 seconds for Harry Gibson. He's in 7th place. That's not good. That's going to bring Oscar Houle back into it. But I mean, James Johnson, his dad Ian, is the good Lord Ian Johnson, is mechanicking for him. Mr. Johnson is the only mechanic in the paddock whose mechanics pass, has the photo on it is of him picking his nose.
Ah.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
There you go. A man after my own heart.
Yeah, it's a cool picture. I mean, when we were taking the photos for these pictures that you're seeing there, Oliver Meadows, of course, are the new driver photos that we've got here. And, of course, a lot of them, I said, we need a fun one from you. What would you like to do? And I offered to say...
after the senior Rotax 177 grid, pull the Mooney.
Well, no. One tried.
I'm sure I know which one.
There we go.
Mr. Howarth.
10 seconds left. I didn't know you were going to name him. Less than 10 seconds on the board then, plus the 1 lap to go. James Johnson leading the way. Comfortably, but not overly comfortably. It's less than a second. 8/10 from Archie Brown, the privateer driver in the number 76. Then it's the E-plate of Luke Wooder, the JMS Karting. There, he's only about a second down from the road. Then it's Spencer Shinner, Ryan Taylor-Truman, and Louis Harvey is your top 6 at the moment. And there goes Louis Harvey on your screen. There is now 7th and 8th. And back here at the front, the battle.
James Johnson driving offline to cool the wet tyres. So that tells you he's thinking of, like, maybe I'm going to have to go out for 2 more races on these wet tyres. So the drivers, of course, that have qualified, they've got to use the same set of wet tyres, you know. And look at the outside of the horseshoe there, Anthony. There's certainly some dry tarmac emerging, but that's offline where none of the karts go. It's a strange place of the drainage system here at Claything. And Louis Harvey, look at that, Louis Harvey closing right in on the top 6. And suddenly what was a bit of a battle for 7th place has turned into no battle at all.
No.
Gibson is going to have a 5-second penalty, so that's going to drop him down the order. But checkered flag waves.
It does indeed. James Johnson takes that checker flag. Archie Brown crosses in 2nd place. Luke Wooder in 3rd. Then it was Spencer Shinner in 4th place. Ryan Taylor-Truman and Louis Harvey, they round out the top 6 in the bubble. They go through to the pre-final a little bit later on for Senior Rotax. That will be at 20 to 3 this afternoon. And then, of course, the rest of the field that unfortunately, who gain points, but unfortunately will be going home. Harry Gibson, Oscar Hall, Jenson Watts, Edward Matthews, Miles Bathrup. Then it's Harry Holland, Oliver Meadows, Louis Weaver, and Ryan Luscombe, Riley Stevenson, Drew Perry, Les Taylor, Caitlin May, and Alexander Baker, Nicole Sutherland, Harrison Crook, and Poppy Stevenson. Unfortunately, we will not see them participate anymore this weekend.
No, but they will be back for the next round of the Rotax Championship, well, which is coming up rather quickly, you know, because a late start to the season. We're going to be cramming events in. Next weekend, the TKM and IARMI classes, as well as the KZ2 Gearbox class, they start their British Championship at Shannington next weekend. And, of course, we'll be bringing you all that action as well from Banbury. And we're now into the pre-finals. So the top 6 in Junior Rotax and Senior Rotax, subject, of course, pending Paul Klassen, when they are cleared from when they're cleared from scrutineering, they'll be added to the back of the Senior Rotax and Junior Rotax pre-finals. So it's now race number 19. So we got Rotax Minimax will be up next. The first time we get to see the Minimax drivers this weekend. They did both their heat races yesterday, 23 of them in total. Some excellent racing and some new names and some familiar faces back in this class. I'll do myself an Anthony Jordan. Now, while we wait for the grids to be signalled, Archie Walker was kind enough, Anthony, to give you a guided tour. Although we had a great one with Daniel Zabula, but that was at a rather sedate walking pace.
Yes.
Archie took us round at race speed. No, he didn't pee himself at race speed.
Yes, indeed, and it was a wet and windy day when this footage was taken, but yes, the circuit, Clay Pigeon Raceway, 815 metres in length. We exit Top Bend to start the lap across the line. The first run is the very fast little left kink towards Billy's Blind, a corner that never seems to end. It's 2 right-handers as they go through. It's Billy's Blind because you can't see where the corner ends, really. So as they exit out of here very fast, key to get a good position through here as you go now through the S's. We've seen a lot of comings together through here. They try to go side by side, but hey-ho, sometimes it doesn't work. Then we go down the Sturmey straight into Hans Hairpin. Now this one, very interesting corner. We've seen a lot of overtaking moves here. You're hugging that inside line. and hugging that curb as well to try and get that kart to flow around the corner as best as possible. Then it's the horseshoe, the double apex, the double left-hander again. Camber helping you out here as you exit round in towards now buttons, the very fast right-hander, again hugging that inside curb, getting all the momentum as you can as you head towards top bend. Again, very fast corner, doubles up as the pit lane entrance and doubles up as the start of where you could potentially get an awesome slipstream. We exit top bend, down the start-finish straight into the tram lines, and you cross the line to finish the lap here at Clay Pigeon. Well, an excellent look at the circuit here at Clay Pigeon, and of course the wind is still blowing a gale here. The rain has stopped, but the track at the moment is wet but drying at the moment. Horseshoe, the corner, the double apex is looking the driest I've seen it out there. On the racing line though, it's wet, which is not something you would usually see in conditions where the track is drying. You would usually see a dry line forming and the outside of the track is staying wet, but because the wind is so strong, of course the track is just drying in anywhere it really feels like.
Well, it can, yeah. It does. This place does what it wants. It's been here since 1960. There's been kart racing around this circuit, and it's one of the very few tracks that's never been modified much over the years. They've moved the start-finish line. The start-finish line, well, the start line used to be right at the exit of the S's because it was the longest straight on the circuit, and the finish line was always up where it is, and then they've moved it down here just in front of our commentary position. But it's yeah, a very, very fast-flowing circuit, and for the Minimax pre-final, that will be up very shortly. And a lot of people that say that this circuit it just flows like no other. I said I can't remember who it was. It was one of the Coles racing mechanics who said that this circuit's a proper OG circuit, you know, original gangster circuit. And I have to say that our race director Nigel Edwards won a round of won the British a British title here at Clay Pigeon back in shall I upset him by saying it was 1974. That was before even I was born. There we go. But I think he beat Fred Flintstone into second place. It was so long ago. But again, a big call out to the officials on a day like this. The marshalling team here at Clay Pigeon, the boys and girls in orange, and of course the race directors out on circuit. They're taking all the brunt of nature, as it were. Now these races, the pre-finals, these set the grid for the main finals themselves. They're not scoring championship points necessarily for this race. It's only, well, there are championship points available here, but of the main points are scored in the finals later on. 23 drivers in total. Some of the drivers you're going to see in this next race, well, Scott Marsh, his older brother Sam, he won a British title. He won a Formula Kart Stars Junior Rotax title back in the day as well. He'll be starting on pole position, but the grid is ready and we are nearly ready to go racing for the pre-finals here at Clay Pigeon Raceway. So the grid will be lining up as follows. Pole position for Dan Holland Racing will be number 47, Scott Marsh. Ewan Charman, third in last year's Cadet Honda Championship. He won 2 of the 4 finals in Cadet Honda last year for Ambition Motorsport. He moves up to Minimax this year with Argenti Motorsport, and he has planted it on the outside of row number 1 in Kart 42. Harrison Crowther, 7th in last year's championship, will start from P3. Leighton Cooper, a newcomer to the British scene, he starts on the outside of row 2 for Dan Holland Racing. Dan Holland Racing, don't forget, won 3 of the 4 rounds last year in Minimax. Harry Linden, the champion, winning all 3. So they're very strong, the DHR team in this class. Chase Fernandez will start on the inside of row number 3 alongside Blake Ticehurst. Now, Blake was one of Charman's Ambition Motorsport teammates in Cadet Honda last year. He's chosen to move up to Minimax with Coles Racing. You see the karts entering the circuit now. And Here are a visual of your grid. There's Charman and Marsh on row 1, Crowther and Cooper on row 2, Fernandez and Ticehurst on row 3. Then it is Levi Earl and Reg Hayward on row number 4, Mackenzie Douglas and Mikey Walker on row 5, Ethan Jeff Hall and Adam Wooden on row 6, followed by Damien Barris, Haggett and Ben Crossley, Aaron Fall and Josh Camp, William Ray and Ollie Wise, Oliver Smith and Freddie Worlock, Thomas Behrman, Callum Ghosh and Charles Green at the back. Well, Anthony, we saw the 2 heat races yesterday, both very, very good indeed. I got a feeling this is going to be a close one. Mackenzie Douglas getting plenty of love on social media, included by Harry Reynolds, one of last year's junior Rotax frontrunners, who's now moved up into the Ginetta Junior Championship. Here we go!
Across the line they go. Difference this time, it's 12 minutes, but no difference there. 2 carts off.
And one of them's going to come back on right in front of the pack. Sorry, Anthony.
No.
Getting carried away there.
No, you're okay, but one kart with some severely damaged front nose cone, I suspect, will be coming into the pit lane.
Well, that NASA panel is not as the manufacturer designed it anymore, and there's more that's going to go wrong. That was Charles Green getting on the green stuff, coming down the Surrey Straight, and realising that wet grass holds less grip than drying tarmac.
Who'd have thought?
Who'd have thunk it, eh?
Who'd have thunk it? Yeah, it was Thomas Behrman who was trying to go down the inside off, but I don't think he managed to get that job done. But we finished the end of lap 1, and leading the way, Ewan Charman from Leighton Cooper, then it's Scott Marsh, Harrison Crowther, Blake Ticehurst, Mackenzie Douglas, Aaron Full, then it's Adam Wooden, Ethan Jeff Hall, and Levi Earl. They're the top 10 out there at the moment for this pre-final. Of course, they all go through. And who's that running slightly wide? Is that a Coles Racing?
It was a Coles Racing kart. It was Oliver Smith in kart number 38.
And
a spin there for the number 12 kart. So that's gone wrong. It wasn't Ethan Jeff Hall. And a mechanical flag for Chase Fernandez, I noticed as well.
Yeah, shame for the newcomer to Vision Motorsport, of course. It's first appearance, and technical flag in your first pre-final.
Yep, well, of course, now, I mean, technically, I don't know the ruling. I probably should, really, being the commentator, but I don't know if they can come in, get that fixed and send him back out there. But it's only a pre-final. He's going to be starting at the back of the final anyway, so save your tyres. Yeah. Save your tyres, because on a drying track, there goes Mackenzie Douglas. Now, Mackenzie, he had a nightmare in his first heat. The kart stopped on the rolling lap. He got it started again, had to start at the back, and then got caught up in an accident. He came back and won the second heat very strongly, but he's obviously having to start back in the pack, so he's working his way forward. Ethan Jeff Hall getting a warning flag for the Strawberry Racing driver, and 12 minutes. These tyres are going to start to overheat, because you can see the visual that the track is drying out. Yeah, there is a definite dry line forming here at Clay Pigeon, which is a disaster. They're going to have to find all those wet patches that they can. Side by side, the 7 down the inside. Harrison Crowther getting it done on lead. Leighton Cooper there. Leighton Cooper fighting back round the outside here. Can't quite manage it. Tries to go back for the cutback. No, stays behind. So a great move there for second place for Harrison Crowther. But meanwhile, up at the front, Ewan Charman has just checked out. He is off on a nice Sunday afternoon drive. At the moment, he is nearly 3 seconds in front of this battle that you're watching going on there. There's the number 4 karter, Mackenzie Douglas, Cowbridge's finest. They're posh in Cowbridge. They got glass in their windows and everything. They're not like us boys from Barry, keeping it real. No. Oh dear. But so Douglas closing up. Yellow flags waving, and that is a marshal at the outside of the circuit, just tidying up some of the barriers that somebody dislodged earlier on. Of course, the marshals, of course, putting themselves in danger. These karts, even the Minimax karts, are doing well over 50 miles an hour. And a 5-second penalty for Aaron Fall. 7th place at the moment, so that is going to become about 15th place. But of course, as the race progresses, he's going to hope the things spread out and he can gain ground. Ewan Charman, the 42 race leader at the moment, at the front and setting fastest times lap. At the moment, 3.2 seconds clear at the moment, but 8 minutes to go. And, of course, eyes here, we're watching the number 7, Harrison Crowther. 2nd place on track at the moment. Leighton Cooper just behind in 3rd place. Scott Marsh as well
In fourth, Mackenzie Douglas and Blake Ticehurst. They're the top 6 at the moment. But of course, this isn't repecharge, so it doesn't matter where they finish. But of course, it will be their finishing position from this will determine where they start for the final. That's the important part.
Scott Marsh going into second place there. So the pole position holder, bit of a steady start. And now he's coming back, and his teammate, Leighton Cooper, sort of let Marsh go there on the start-finish straight. He's obviously thinking, no problems, you're faster than me, I'll just follow you round. And now what Cooper will do, he'll tuck into Marsh's slipstream and just copy Marsh's lines. So Marsh is doing all the hard work, and he's just towing his teammate along. Smart driving there from Cooper. Now the gap at the end of the previous lap was 3.7 seconds. It's still 3.7 seconds now. Let's see if Marsh starts closing on the race leader, Ewan Charman, and if he brings Cooper with him. Harrison Crowther, is there in third place. So Marsh, he's second. So Marsh is third. Cooper is fourth. And the gap between Marsh and Crowther is 0.7 of a second. So that's the gap that we should be watching. Ewan Charman is, you can just see Ewan Charman already out of the frame because he is so far in front. He's now nearly 5 seconds up the road. This is an absolutely dominating performance from Ewan Charman on what is his Minimax debut in the British Championships.
Yep, doing an excellent job there at the front, and of course battles still forming all the way through the field. You can see these three concertinaing up here as they go through. You've got the 75 Leighton Cooper, then it's Mackenzie Douglas and Blake Ticehurst as well, absolutely nose to tail. A little bit further down, that's 4th, 5th and 6th place. It was, and now the 37 nerfing the 49 out wide.
That was a Minimax episode of Poddington Peas there. Reg Hayward getting his elbows out.
Yes, indeed. Very much so. That was out of the hands hairpin. So, again, hands hairpin is a very big lunge opportunity, isn't it? And the same with Billy's blind as well as they're going through. And look at them hugging that inside curb as well as they go through. So, hugging that inside curb, trying to get as much momentum as they can to flick the kart round. Of course, they're on the wet tyres, but of course the track is pretty much dry now. There's just a few dots of wet patches out there. Yeah.
And that's going to be more. So the treads on the wet tyres, when the track is wet, obviously the treads dig in and they disperse the water. That gives you the grip.
Yep.
Now there's no moisture on the circuit. The treads just sit on top of the tarmac and just like roll around almost like ball bearings. I have been corrected. Apparently Mackenzie currently resides in Pontyclean, not Cowbridge. I've got to say though, if I had a choice between coming from saying he's from Pontyclean or Cowbridge, I'd choose Cowbridge every day of the week. There we go, that'll set him off online. Right, there's a move. That's the number 12 car, Ethan Jeff Hall, after his spin earlier on, coming back to the pack like a hot knife through, I was going to say butter, but probably a hot knife through strawberries and cream, considering, yes, that's a topical.
Yes, yeah, very topical, very, very well done there.
Topical, thank you very much.
Yep,
lap number 12, moving swiftly on.
It is indeed moving swiftly on. Ethan Jeff Hall did set the fastest lap of the race earlier on. He has lost that again to Ewan Charman, who's now into the 39s. The top 4 all into the 39s, I say that. A lot more are into the 39s now, so the track definitely getting faster, but those tyres definitely getting poorlier.
But I mean, look at that. So Ewan Charman, a 39.06, the only other driver in the race that has lapped below 39.5 is Ethan Jeff Hall.
Yeah.
So Ewan Charman has got half a second in hand over his nearest pursuers, and he's on another quick lap. Purple sectors for Ewan Charman. Now you may think to yourself, why is he pushing so hard? It might rain for the final, and then he's used more of his wet weather tyres. Well, as a driver, if you're in that zone, if you're in that rhythm, this circuit is so rhythmical. You've just got to get into that rhythm as quickly as possible. He's in that. If he loses concentration, tries to back off, he loses that rhythm, he loses that flow, that could lead to a mistake. So for him, the best bet is to keep his head down, keep doing what he's doing.
Yes, of course. That's definitely what you need to do. And, of course, it is a mind game, of course, with all of these as well. Because maybe if he's pushing too hard, that the other drivers behind are actually thinking the exact same thing that you've just thought. And I think, oh, that's going to be good for the final because then his tyres, if it does rain, it's going to be ruined. And, you know, maybe that's making them push it or anything like that. You know, it's full mind games.
It's proper psychopological, it is. That's what it is.
It is.
It's psychopological. Right. doing well. Blake Ticehurst. Now, his dad, Mark Ticehurst, he used to race a touring car back in the day, a Sports 2000 car, very, very capable racer. Blake doing well in the top 5, but he's about to get monstered by Ethan Jeff Hall, and Ethan Jeff Hall moving up the inside, just out of the corner of our camera shot there. So Ethan Jeff Hall now moves back into 5th position, Ticehurst down to 6th. Good drive from Leighton Cooper in 7th, Levi Earl in 8th, Reg Hayward 9th, Charles Green. Well, Charles Green, we saw him go off at the start, the XL Motorsport team, number 77. He started last, he's up into 10th place, ahead of Aaron Fall, Adam Wooden, Damien Barras-Haggett, William Ray, Freddie Worlock, Mikey Walker, Ben Crossley. Ben Crossley, kart number 5, not enjoying a good time. He has been off track, however. So Ben Crossley was off at the start, so he's down in 17th place. Then Ollie Wise, Thomas Bearwood, Joshua Camp, Oliver Smith. Sadly, Callum Ghosh has retired the Thai-based driver. He's retired the number 88 Vision Motorsport kart. So has Chase Fernandez. So Vision have lost 2 of their 5 karts in this race due to mechanical issues. Ewan Charman nearly 8 seconds up the road, Anthony.
Yep, Ewan Charman has definitely checked out, and it's just fastest lap after fastest lap. He sets a new one there, 38.760. At the moment, no one can touch him, but Harrison Crowther and Scott Marsh still fighting fierce. There is only 0.6 of a second between those two. There is the 37 on your screen, that's Reg Hayward, and Charles Green is alongside looking for a move.
Now, they've already had territorial disputes in this race, and it looked like it was getting a little bit tasty there again between them. There's your race leader, Ewan Charman, out of the S's, and now you can just see, focused. Now, the great thing is about, because we're in damp conditions, they wear their clear visors. They don't waste, this is my favourite word, they don't wear their iridium visors. So you can actually see the whites of their eyes. And that's good. So you see him focusing. He's looking, when he comes to one corner, he's moving his body around slightly. He's looking at the apex of the next corner already. So onto the start-finish straight, you know, moving his body around ever so slightly in the kart just to get that weight distribution as best he can. Oh, and there's side-by-side there, Anthony. That was the second-place battle. Harrison Crowther under pressure from Scott Marsh. And Scott Marsh almost gives him a love tap going into Billy's.
Yeah, he almost does indeed. There's the new fastest lap from Ewan Charman, but yes, eyes are on this battle for second place. In through the S's and down the Sturmey straight.
Oh,
running wide. Yep, running wide goes Harrison Crowther there. Has still got the momentum, though, and Scott Marsh can't react. They're a little further behind. That's Mackenzie Douglas up 6 positions, with Ethan Jeff Hall just behind as well, up 7 positions. Now they are working together. They are not scrapping. They're just pushing each other along, and they are closing in very, very quickly
I don't
on
think
these two.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be long before Ethan Jeff Hall makes a move on Douglas. Ethan Jeff Hall is absolutely flying. Really significant thing there. You notice as soon as Harrison Crowther had that little moment off track, instantly looked over his shoulder to see if he was under pressure, and then he took his normal racing line when he realised that that Scott wasn't going to attack.
Yeah, there we go. That shot really looks like the gap closed up, but it is here.
Yes.
It is very, very close. Mackenzie Douglas all under loads of pressure there from the 12 of Ethan Jeff Hall, who's all over the back. But that timer has struck 0, and final lap board comes out now for Ewan Charman, who crosses the line. This, the battle, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th on your screen right now. And that's 6th place just behind as well. They're on their final lap now as well. So, obviously, Ewan Charman, he's out of this one. He's gone. He is in 1st place and cleared by some 9 seconds. It is all eyes on what can happen in 2nd and 3rd. Of course, it's only the pre-final. This will determine where they start. But starting on the front row, it's always nicer than the second row. And
Douglas defending into Han Hairpin there. He's gone to the inside line through the horseshoe. Here's some of the midfielders going off into Billy's. The checkered flag is waiting. Here comes Ewan Charman, and you can see he was almost closing in on some of the tail enders to lap them. Charman takes the dominant win in the Minimax pre-final. Harrison Crowther 2nd, Scott Marsh 3rd. Side by side, further back across the line. Ethan Jeff Hall did pass Mackenzie Douglas to finish 4th. Douglas down to 5th there on the last lap. Blake Ticehurst finished a lonely 6th, and then side by side across the line for 7th place. It was Leighton Cooper just beating Reg Hayward, followed by Charles Green, Levi Earl, Aaron Fool, he's going to have a 5-second penalty added to his time, so he is going to drop back to he's going to drop back a couple of places. Damien Barris-Haggett is 12th, then Adam Wooden, Freddie Worlock, William Ray, Ben Crossley, Mikey Walker, Ollie Wise, Oliver Smith, Thomas Behrman. There you are on your screens looking as they run through, with Joshua Camp, the 21st place driver, the last car finishing today. Now, as we look at the results, the Wera Tools Driver of the Day Award. There is, I think it's something like a £25,000 prize fund. So what Anthony and myself are going to do, during the course of the day, we will nominate 5 drivers from any class that we think are worthy for consideration for Driver of the Day. Tomorrow, those 5 drivers will be put out onto the World Wide Web, also known as the Internet, in case you were wondering. And then the public can vote on British Kart Championship and the Wera Tools Facebook pages as to who they think is the driver of the day. Now, I don't know the voting algorithm as to things, but if you share or you like a picture, how they're going to do it. If you just wait there 1 minute, I'm just going to open up that can of worms there. But yeah, so Anthony and I will nominate our 5 Driver of the Day contenders. Now, there is a £2,500 toolbox for the winner of each round, which is not a bad prize at all. There are 10 rounds to this. That's where the £25,000 comes from, I believe.
Oh, so good maths there from you.
Thank you very much. But I mean, so obviously we are going to choose our driver of the day. It could be from any class. We're going to wait to the end of it all, but I mean, I'm sure that the viewers at home can give us their thoughts on the driver of the day. And I mean, obviously people that win races are going to be in contention and drive very well, but also we're looking at drivers that have had a bit of bad luck, missed qualifying, had a retirement, had a crash, then come through in the finals or come through to finish in a decent position after suffering some form of hardship you know, during the weekend, and they rebound well. So that's what Anthony and I are going to be doing. So we're now, so the drivers that don't get nominated, we are going to become very unpopular very quickly.
I suspect
Anthony.
so. But yes, of course, and then as soon as we've chosen our top 5, it goes to the public vote, and of course nothing ever bad has happened in the UK with allowing the public to vote on things.
No,
so
hey, oh, I like that. Topical.
But,
So there we go. So thanks to Wera Tools, the championship sponsor this year. We also have several other championship sponsors. Hot Baked Tatty, good commentary. Obviously related to a driver who might be in contention for driver of the day.
Yes, probably.
Yes. Yeah, there we go. But yeah, so big thanks there. And also our other sponsors. You know, Demon Tweaks have been with the championship as well again this year. Motorsport Timing, providing all the timing solutions, the live timing screens and the graphics you're seeing, the timing graphics you're seeing on the screens. Motorsport-timing.co.uk is where they are based. Alpha Live for providing the pictures you're watching, and the expert commentary and expert direction. Give biggest shout out to the Alpha Live crew, the camera crew, and director James. The disembodied voice in our heads.
Yes, yeah.
Now that's a new thing for you, but I've been hearing voices in my head for years.
Yeah.
Yes. So we're now looking at there's a bit of a longer wait between each pre-final. The next pre-final up will be Rotax 177. Hopefully, there will be a full complement of 177s. Now, I did during obviously during my journalistic endeavours. I did find out that there was a bit of an issue with the timings on the gates, and some of the drivers that didn't go out for the second heat, they didn't make the grid gate on time because they were faffing over which set of tyres to do.
Yes.
Sam Winter, who finished second on wet tyres in that second race, was actually excluded for things. So so Louis Large on slick tyres, 2 laps down, finished third. Here we go. Next race starting very shortly.
I think it's like working with a child sometimes with you,
Well,
Henry.
only sometimes.
Only sometimes.
Yes. I mean, I'm the size of a Rotax 177 driver, but the mental age of a Bambino. Now, here's a thought. Now, you know, even if they had a Rotax 187 class, I might squeeze into it. And you've done a little bit of peddling in your time. I think that we should petition as one of the features for one of the later rounds of this championship. They should let us go out in a Rotax 177, fully cameraed up in practice or a private session to show how
quickly we can go into a barrier.
No, show how quickly we can go in comparison to drivers. These drivers are obviously the best in Britain. Then they put 2 commentators in there, and you see the gulf in class. It would be a marvellous feature. Hint, hint, hint. Here's the grid.
Yes, indeed. So, Louis Large will be starting on the front row alongside with Daniel Tate. Henry Ayres, your last year's champion, he's starting on that second row with Nathan Chafer alongside Liam Rabjohns, and Matthew Easton round out the third row of the grid. Colin Davis and Cole Edwards, the E-plate on row number 4. Then it's Philip Howarth, Ryan Evans, Callum Porter and Sam Winter rounding out the 12-strong grid, which I believe we actually have this time.
Yes, we do. And good to see some of the drivers that missed: Callum Porter, Philip Howarth, Cole Edwards, Colin Davis, that didn't make it out for the previous race. Henry Ayres didn't make it out either.
I like to think they just looked out the truck and just went,
nah.
No.
Yeah, I think that's probably that's a good Rotax 177 strategy.
Yes.
Don't fancy it today, boys. Here we go.
Yes.
12 minutes. Rotax 177 pre-final. Are they on? I think we may have on slick tyres. Well, we're going to find out very shortly when they try and turn the corner. Yeah, the drivers on slicks, they're trying to hook the right front wheel over the curb. A bit of bodywork falling off. Who didn't bolt something on properly? Now, Daniel Tate in that strawberry race, number 29. That's slick tyres. Nathan Chafer behind him in the Heat 1 winner. That looks like slick tyres as well.
Well, I was just taking a brief look at the nose cones there. Everyone's still got one. It looked like a nose cone that came off at the turn 1 section, but apparently not. So we enter top bend, and out of there onto the start-finish straight. We cross the line, and there's the order. Daniel Tate leading from, of course, he was leading the previous race as well. Nathan Chafer alongside. Then it's Louis Large, Henry Ayres, Cole Edwards, Liam Rabjohns, Sam Winter, Matthew Easton, Colin Davis, Callum Porter, Philip Howarth and Ryan Evans. They're your grid at the moment, and it's all changing still.
Well, I'm studying the screen very closely, and I think they're all on slick tyres. I mean, Sam Winter went off like a scalded cat in the number 77. Anthony, is it raining?
It might be, and if they are on slicks, which I'm looking, they are. They cross the commentary box. They are on slicks. It's raining in towards turn 1, and steady. Yeah, they'll make it.
They are all on slicks, I believe. I don't think there's anybody on wet tyres. Well, so Tate, Chafer, and in third place, Louis Large. They go round Hans Hairpin. That side of the track seems a little bit drier. The wind has now changed direction, so it's coming from Billy's Blind up toward the circuit. So this half of the circuit, looks a little bit drier than the bottom half of the circuit. Now, as they come down the start-finish straight, watch them understeer through this part of the section here, because the track's dipping away. It's a hard left turn, and the cart doesn't want, and you've got to get the cart slowed down for Billy's Blind. Good cart control there from the top 3. The lap times, well, 36.41 last time round was the best for Nathan Chafer, and this, well, Daniel Tate puts in a purple first sector. Now, if it was raining, it was raining very lightly. The wind will blow some of that rain away. Philip Howarth, well, he'll probably do a Facebook Live from the cockpit if he can, because he's just set the fast lap of the race. Those of you that don't know Philip, he's a social media legend.
Yeah.
Legend. Yes, and Liam Rabjohns gets a technical flag, so whatever fell off the cart, it was Rabjohns' cart, what it fell off of.
Yes.
Now, these two drivers at the back of the field, I'm just going to check. No, they're both on wet, slick tyres as well. Rabjohns in cart number 24, running in 12th place. His race is over, and that's Henry Ayres running wide and looking like he's going quite slowly as well.
Yeah, Henry Ayres not having the best of races so far, currently in 5th place out on circuit, but still going strong at the moment. Still plenty of time to close that gap up. Of course, they've still got 9 minutes to go. The rain itself, it is still coming down, but it looks worse than it is purely because it's elevated by the wind. The wind is making it look a lot worse than it is. It's actually only just a fine mist, really, which is why these guys are still setting those fastest times, those quick laps, of course. The tyres are up to temperature, and they've got the traction out there. Though.
Yeah, and Henry Ayres, his mechanic, Ashley Whiteman, a former driver, you know, he's now like doing a very high level bodybuilding as well in his spare time. Well, that's I think karting's his spare time. But Ash Whiteman, who's done a great job of spannering Henry Ayres the title this year. Nathan Chafer, meanwhile, on the CRG, the privateer driver. He is looking particularly racy at the moment. There's Philip Howarth of the comp kart going through the Howarth Racing comp kart. And,
that's Louis Large running slightly wide there out of the hairpin.
Now, niece or nephew Cole Edwards getting a technical flag as well. Now,
that's the third place man.
Like Lewis's niece or nephew Bo. That could be either or, couldn't it? Really? Could be. They're wishing them good luck anyway. So Lewis will probably, well, he obviously can hear us speaking. So he'll be boosted by that, no doubt. There is Sam Winter now. There's the number 20 Ultimate R kart of Callum Porter, just in front of Matthew Easton, Sam Winter, and then Colin Davis. Colin Davis has been racing for over 30 years. There go. Oh! Matthew Easton. One move too many. The door was closing. Easton braked and sort of backed out of it. Ruined his own race. He's back. Well, he's back in it, but I mean without too much damage. But he could have taken out Porter as well, but then decided to just slam the brake on and managed to avoid taking out his rival, but has obviously dropped several places and a lot of time. Cole Edwards, another, so Liam Rabjohns has pitted. Cole Edwards from third place will now pit. That will elevate Louis Large into third position.
Now, Cole Edwards, he's still out on circuit at the moment, the E-plate that you can see on your screen.
Yes.
Now, he has got the technical flag.
He's got 3 laps before it becomes a black flag.
Indeed, it will be. And, of course, we last saw this happening at Wilton Mill.
Yes.
In very similar conditions with the driver not pitting.
Yes, and that becomes an expensive trip to the stewards if you don't obey the rules. But of course Cole's thinking, well, there's nothing wrong with my kart. Kart feels fine. What he can't see is behind him, whether there's a bit of plastic that's fallen off, something has gone awry, that one of the officials out on circuit has spotted, and that's the reason. It's for his own safety and potentially of other drivers.
Yeah,
but
of course.
let's see if he can see it. He's certainly not allowing the number
8.
The number 8 kart of Lewis Large to get past. There he is. He's in.
He's pitted now.
Lewis Large looks over his shoulder. He's now got Philip Howarth into 4th position behind him. But Daniel Tate is really running away with things again. Now 1.4 seconds in front of Nathan Chafer.
Yep, a great start to the season then for Daniel Tate. He's had a good running so far. Yesterday, the finisher position, of course, he finished in 2nd place. Louis Large, who won yesterday, he's doing a great job, 8th place at the moment. Henry Ayres, he finished 3rd yesterday as well in one of his races, so still got the pace out there. Obviously, last year's champion, wanting to, copy what he did last year, I suspect. Redeem yourself as the rain on the camera lenses. It does look like the rain is coming down a little bit harder now, actually, out on circuit.
Yeah, and the lap times have fallen off.
Yeah.
Best lap of the race so far is a 36.2 from Daniel Tate. His last lap was a 38.4. But that was 2 seconds faster than the man who's chasing him, Nathan Chafer, who now runs the risk of falling back into the clutches of Lewis Large in 3rd place.
Can see a marshal running towards turn 1. I'm not sure what's happened.
Well, it's probably escaping, because that's going to be the flashpoint there coming down the start-finish straight, on the kink in the start-finish straight. That's where drivers will tend to understeer off. And yeah, you can see on the camera screens now that the rain is starting to intensify. There's Philip Howarth in the number 66 comp kart, sort of understeering through top bend. There's Chafer. The back end stepping out there from Nathan, but he does manage to catch it. Although that CRG looks as though it's not particularly happy in these conditions, because Large is looming large in his rear view mirror, if he had one.
Yes, and they don't have one, unfortunately.
So he's not looming large in his rear view mirror, but it was a good pun.
It was a good pun.
So I used it.
Yes, well done.
And I can't unuse it.
Yes.
So there, have it.
Yes, exactly.
4 minutes to go.
Indeed. You can read as well.
Yeah, I can read this. Is Louis Harvey racing? Yes, he is. You'll see him in senior Rotax later on.
But right now, it's Rotax 177 that's on your screen, so
be quiet
pay attention.
and watch on. Exactly.
Less
now,
than 4 minutes
there's
to go.
Chafer. And after that, one or two little sort of incidents. He seems to have gathered himself together. Here's the best battle on circuit. It's for 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th, or 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th places. 5th is the defending champion, Henry Ayres. 6th is the red speed of number 77, Sam Winter. Then there's the 20 of Ultimate R's Callum Porter. And the number 5 of privateer driver Colin Davis. Colin, the most experienced man in the paddock, has been racing longer than you've been alive, Anthony. 32 years.
Yeah, I know.
Colin has been racing. His licence is only 5 numbers.
Yes, it is.
So he was one of the first. Yeah, so that's how old his licence is. Once you get your racing licence here in the UK, it stays, that is your licence number forever and ever and ever and ever.
Yes.
And so, yeah, he renews it every year. And I wonder who was number 1.
Do you know what? I was literally just thinking the same.
Oh, great minds. Well, half minds think alike.
Yeah. Our half minds make one. So technically, there's only one commentator in here.
That information will be out there.
Yes.
Who had the very first? It was probably someone like Henry Birkin, who was initial sort of like one of the founders of the British Racing Drivers Club, the BRDC, who won the Le Mans for Bentley in the 1920s. Just on the top of my head.
Yeah.
So
one of those handy facts.
One of those handy facts.
Yeah. Absolutely nothing to do with today, but yes.
No, nothing at all. But,
no.
you know, it keeps me going. That's why I don't get out much anymore. Yeah. Right, on with the racing. Daniel Tate strolling away. 5.5 seconds in front of Nathan Chafer, who has stabilised the gap back to Louis Large in 3rd. Philip Howarth on the Comp Kart chassis is 4th. And then this good battle on the 5th. There on your screen is the number 20 Kart, Callum Porter, running in 7th place. And he has got Colin Davis behind him and Matthew Easton after his spin in 9th place. Ryan Evans is a little bit further back in 10th. 10 Karts still running. And the rain seems to have abated a little bit more because the lap times, they're not as fast as they were earlier, but they're back into the 36, 37 range.
It's teasing us.
Yes. That apex was teasing Colin Davis there because he missed it.
It was indeed. There's the number 1, Henry Ayres, 5th place at the moment. That wetsuit looks far too clean.
And somebody's off the back there. That was Porter in the number 20 Kart running wide. So maybe and of course that rain is coming back because the cloud cover here at Clay Pigeon envelops the entire circuit. So it's going to rain off and on all the time. And I think Porter just got caught out a little bit, and it's cost him 7th place. It's actually cost him 8th place as well. So he drops 2 places there. And here's the number 3 Kart of Matthew Easton chasing the number 5 of Colin Davis.
We'll see, but less than a minute to go then. And leading the way, we've got another absolutely running away with it. Daniel Tate, as you were saying, 6.5 seconds clear. I say that, it's now 7.5 seconds, or 7.7 seconds clear from the second place man of Louis Large. Well, it's not Louis Large, is it? It's Nathan Chafer. Louis Large has dropping down still. No, he's gone back.
No, yeah, I think there's
he's got a transponder glitch.
Issues.
Yeah,
and
he's eaten it.
There is chain guard being retrieved. That is obviously one of the drivers that has been technical flagged off the circuit. I'm not sure if that was Liam Rabjohns or Cole Edwards. Colin Edwards now pops up with the fast lap of the race.
You mean Colin Davis?
That's the one. Colin Edwards, he drove superbikes and he was from Texas.
Yeah.
Colin Davis drives karts and he's from not Texas.
Not Texas?
No.
And he's got a 5-digit license number.
And he's got a 5-digit license number. Right. Last lap about to begin for this man, number 29, Strawberry Racing's Daniel Tate. Very experienced driver, experienced mechanic. Fast lap Nathan Chafer, that CRG, that's frustrating for a driver, where the kart it's on 1 minute, and then then it's off, and then you're all over the place. Then it comes back on, then it's off again. It's really hard to set up to know where that sweet spot is.
Yeah. Well, there is Daniel Tate, your race leader earlier on, and race leader now. He enters the Hans hairpin, and it's only a couple more corners to go in this pre-final. Of course, this is going to determine where they're going to start for the final. That camera again, it just shows how misty it is in the air here at Clay Pigeon. But round top bend, down the start-finish straight, and checker flag for Daniel Tate, who takes another win today. Louis Large crosses the line in second place, with Nathan Chafer crossing the line in third place. Then it was side by side across the line. Philip Howarth and Henry Ayres crosses the line fourth and fifth place for them. Sam Winter, Colin Davis, Matthew Easton, Callum Porter and Ryan Evans. They were the top 10, and unfortunately, Cole Edwards, the E-Play, and Leon Rabjohns with technical flags.
And
unfortunately,
what we saw there, you saw two karts side by side crossing the line. That was tactical, and that was Nathan Chafer doing his best to make sure he finished third, and Philip Howarth, because of course if you start third, you're directly behind the poles. Oh, Nathan Chafer actually was trying to finish fourth. Because if you start fourth here, you've got the kink, which are on the outside, but then you're on the inside for the run into Billy's blind on the first lap of the final.
That is a very good point.
Philip Howarth was mindful of this and backed off as well. So it was a race of who could drive slowest to the checkered flag. Now, Anthony Jordan.
Yes.
I have an issue.
What is your issue? Do you need a tissue?
I have many issues. The doctor sorts most of them out. But the issue I have here is, do we use this opportunity here at the Wera Tools British Kart Championship to plug other Alpha Live stream activities that may be happening at other kart circuits today?
We could, yes. Is it anything to do with the fact that that message I've just popped up on the screen?
Yes. So there is other kart racing going on here in the UK today. Obviously
there is.
Not at this level, obviously.
No.
But the Wilton Mill Kart Club is in action. That's also being live streamed by our colleagues at Alpha. When this is finished later on today, at about 6 o'clock this evening, if you still haven't had your karting fix, ladies and gentlemen, you can go back onto the Alpha Live YouTube channel and then watch a replay of all the streaming from today from Wilton Mill.
Yeah.
How about that?
It is good.
But not until we tell you to, boys and girls.
No.
Listen.
You're not allowed.
No.
Also, as well,
yes.
not just karting, there's also bikes racing as well.
Really? They race bikes?
They race bikes.
They race bikes, but they've only got 2 wheels. That's madness.
I know. Could you imagine it? And they're mini as well.
Yes, they're mini bikes.
They're mini bikes, and they're at Raura.
Oh dear.
That's also live.
Yeah. Fair
so
enough.
if you like two-wheel madness, head over again to the Alpha Live YouTube channel.
Mini bikes at Raura, mini go-karts here at Clay Pigeon. Your cup of petrol-headed joy overfloweth.
I know, and if you like Teesside circuit as well,
I don't.
Well, if you do,
I don't.
Well, if you do,
but I don't. I told you this 3 times already. Okay, sorry. As you were saying.
But yes, but for other people who may like Teesside, Teesside Sprints is also on as well on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. So we're live in 4 places at once.
It's a veritable feast of karting-based activity, and I have to say that there is a mad fool who is going to try and attempt the Teesside 24-hour endurance race solo, and I know that you have interviewed him and you've got a nice feature on it which you can find as well.
Well, you won't be able to find it yet.
No, but
you will be able to very soon.
I'm plugging it. It's a fantastic
You're plugging
feature.
it, yes.
What a mad thing he is.
Yes. Well, the first question I did really want to ask him, of course I can't say live, and I couldn't say on the interview. No. But I did say to it in person, off camera, off microphone, and he did giggle.
Are you insane? But no, I mean, but it is for charity, isn't it?
Yes,
He's trying to break a world record and raise some money for charity, which you'll find out about later on.
Yes.
So, we've got now 3 pre-finals left to go. Honda Cadet, Junior Rotax, Senior Rotax. Now, here is another thing that we have to. Is it Honda Cadet or is it Cadet Honda? I've always called it class first and then engine. But it's IAMI Cadet, you know, and we call them Mini Max. So it's size and then engine. So I would see Cadet Honda and Cadet IAMI.
I will respectfully
disagree. Right.
It is Honda Cadet.
There is an argument.
Because do you know why it says it?
There is an argument in the commentary box, ladies and gentlemen.
There is.
I apologise that you have to witness this utter festival of arguing here between. So is it Cadet IAMI or is it IAMI Cadet? And meanwhile, speaking of driver of the day, I mean, Daniel Tate, great drive there so far. Ewan Charman, spectacular drive. Looking there, some of the drivers come back up to the pack as well. There's Mackenzie Douglas did very well in that Mini Max race. The 177s need to be applauded if you're just getting round.
Yes.
You know, just getting around at their age. But yeah, so we hope you enjoy. We hope you're enjoying the racing here at Clay Pigeon today. And now, the next race coming up very shortly. Race number 21 on the programme is the Cadet Honda, Honda Cadet pre-final. The minute I said Cadet Honda, Anthony Jordan looked at me out the corner of his eye.
I tell you what, we'll call it Honda Cadet Honda.
Honda Cadet Honda. And our spies in the paddock tell us that all the drivers are out, will be coming out on wet tyres. Now that is a wise move, because you know these are the younger drivers. The track is damp. If they went out on slicks, then the track got very, very wet, you'd have no choice but to stop the race because of obviously the safety concern for the drivers. Here's the grid. It is Owen Neve and Noah Wolf on the front row, Leon Hasty and Joshua Graham on row 2, Timo Youngling and Oscar Tumulty on row 3, William Murphy, Noah Barham on row 4, then Cole Denham and Harrison Whittingham, and Max Cuthbert, Lewis Islin. Row 7, Thomas Minspeary and Jack West, Max Endicott and Albert Friend on row number 8, Aaron Majuskas and Jarrett Clark on row 9, Noah Pikes and Elliot Porter on row 10. Then it is Kenzo Craigie and Luca Holmes-Ballack, Oliver Majewski and Lucas Blandford, Rio Licata and Hugh Roche, Rocco Shenton, Oscar O'Sullivan, Brendan James, Harry Friel, Harley Musk, Hayden Gray, Jonas Klemus and Kai Clark. Oh, I didn't even let you get to say any of the drivers there, Anthony, but they flash past so quickly, like a mirage in the desert. They have a standing start, so you've got more chance to have a little look at them, but they're all on wet tyres.
The number 9's just slightly overshot their spot on the grid.
Nothing beats a bit of anticipation, Anthony.
I know.
Someone's trying to drive at the middle. Oh, into his spot. There we go. That was the number 28 of Luca Holmes-Ballack.
Oh, well, there you go.
Is there a gap on the grid? I wonder.
I think there is.
There is, and that might be Oscar O'Sullivan, you know. If there is a gap, it's going to be Oscar O'Sullivan. Yes, I think it is. The Ambition Motorsport driver of Kart number 70 does not appear to be out there. But we're waiting. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Here we go in Cadet Honda. A full grid of 34 four-strokes. Rumble off down towards turn number 1 on wet tyres on a damp track.
Yeah, and you all see that they dive to their inside line as well to try and get onto that curb. Hug that inside, and then they get the optimal line for the chicane here, because they tried to go side by side, and they all managed to get it done. And again, look at that, all hugging that inside line. And
into hand hairpin for the first time. Now, number 10, Max Cuthbert. Well, do you know what? You know, Auntie Bernie and Auntie Beryl are watching. Max Cuthbert, you know Auntie Bernie and Auntie Beryl. Like a bit of sherry, apparently. But they're watching Max Cuthbert. And he is, well, he's got a little bit of work to do at the moment. He started back on the 6th row of the grid. At the end of lap number 1, he's up into 10th position. But Owen Neve, the Callum Hardgrave driver development pilot, leading the way. Neve finished just outside the top 10 in last year's point standings. Very, very impressive. Callum Hardgrave, ex-driver, now setting up runs pretty much exclusively in Cadet Honda, and a couple of seasons where they've been knocking on the door of the top 10. Owen Neve has now stayed with the team, and he is doing really, really well. Could this be potentially the biggest result for that team at the moment? This is only the pre-final, don't forget, but Neve showing very, very well indeed. He had Noah Wolf, Oscar Tumulty, Josh Graham, Leon Hasty, Noah Barham, William Murphy and Timo Youngling in 8th place.
Yes, I think you could be right. So 10 minutes remaining on the timer. Of course, these are 12-minute pre-finals plus the 1 additional lap. And there at the front, Owen Neve breaking away slightly. Noah Wolf, though, there in 2nd place, the 45. I think, has he got in front now? Yeah, no, he hasn't. So he's still got Oscar Tumulty there just behind. So that gap opening up slightly at the front. And the long train of karts joins along again. So, and that's what we always see this in these karts, don't we? We always see it only in the Hondas. It's the Honda train.
Yes, indeed. The Cadet Honda Cadet train. Down towards Billy's Blind, the start of lap number 4. At the moment, the drivers are all pushing on to try and... Now, the idea is that you work with the driver in front of you and behind you at the early stage of the race. If you push each other along, then you pull clear of the drivers behind you. When you get to the last lap or two, you've got a big gap, so you can start battling and you don't slow each other down too much. That's the best idea in theory.
Yes.
In practice, doesn't always happen quite like that, because at some point somebody thinks, I don't want to play this game anymore, I'm quicker than you and I'm going to try and make a move. But the top 5 nose to tail. There goes Josh Graham, being pushed along by his former teammate Oscar Tumulty, and that means that Noah Wolf and Owen Neve get shuffled aside.
Yes, they do indeed. So, less than 9 minutes, and you can just see there the hand gestures there at the front, just saying, think, let's not get a lunge, but they almost go 3 wide into the hands hairpin there. The number 80 and the number 9 going absolutely nose to tail with each other, and of course Noah Barham and Leon Hasty there all battling together in this little top section here. They all want to get into a higher position because they know the train is coming, and it's just when it all starts to twang and go away from each other.
Yes, and like, I think Noah, I think Leon Hasty, he heard us say the word lunge over the tannoy system. Went, okay, go, I'm off. I went for it. But he said that. I mean, so Graham leading the way at the moment. Wolf for the Synergy Racing team in second, then it's Tumulty, his teammate, in third. They're leading that orange and sort of white liveried cart. That's the SFR Hines Motorsport team, Screed Flooring Racing and Luke Hines combining forces. They are on the Xenon chassis, so we've got race leader Josh Graham on a Synergy cart, then Wolf in second, also on a Synergy, but up the front we've also got the Xenon carts of Hasty and Youngling, and the Project One of Owen Neve. So Project One, not as many Project One Cadet Honda carts as there have been in previous years. Looking a little bit further back in the pack, we've got a couple of Zip carts. Lucas Blanford is on the Zip edge, so is Rocco Shenton. Really good to see the Zip cart name as a team back in the paddock. We've got to change the lead.
Yep, Noah Wolf back down the inside, and Joshua Graham follows as well. So that was Leon Hasty just getting a little bit nerfed out the way there. Well, he wasn't nerfed until there was no contact. He ran a little bit wide. That's what it was.
Yes.
But then he slots back into position in third place and down the inside again. Look at them. See, pushing each other into these corners there. And Noah Wolf running wide, 3 wide here across the line. They look out the window here. They slot back into position, but look at that. Noah Wolf, he's in a dead spot here.
Oh, dear. That was Owen Neve and Josh Graham being forced out wide. Now, don't forget, all these drivers are on wet tyres. They're able to slipstream and bump and draft and slipstream and draft with each other because the track is dry. Their tyres are not liking this track, and they're going to start going off. They're praying for rain is what the Cadet Honda drivers are, because of course they've got to use these tyres in the final if the final is wet.
Yeah. The rain's doing it again. It is coming down once more, but it's very fine. It's not enough to cause any issues to the track. It's just a little bit moist. That's all it is.
And you can see the wind blowing. I mean, and of course that is just cleaning, just drying the rain, the small bits of rain very, very quickly.
Yeah, the track is drying as fast as it's getting wet.
Yeah, yes, exactly.
So it's just staying in a limbo mode at the moment, and you can see there
2 teammates at the front. The SFR Hines teammates, Hasty in the 80 cart, Youngling in the number 8. Now they are going to work. They were saying about the. It's actually Youngling now leading in the 8 cart. You were saying about the hand signals earlier, Anthony. We saw that again just now. The drivers communicating. That's great working together, because you can see they've got 10 kart lengths of advantage now over third place driver Josh Graham.
I say they're working together. They're side by side as they try there. You can see the hand gestures at the side of the circuit saying, "No, don't overtake. What are you doing? Stay nose to tail. Work together," because now that small bit of lunging that we're trying there, that's allowing that train behind, who are working together, to close back in now. You see they look behind, little hand gesture again, just saying, come on, let's just try and break away, because you can see this hungry train of Hondas are closing in. And
the number 5 cart there, you can see Lewis Islin. That's a different liveried cart. He's still with the SFR Motorsport team. In cart number 5, he's got that sort of just coming into your screen now, pushing along the. Oh, he's actually gone past Owen Neve. So Owen Neve beginning to drop back. There's Neve just flashing across your screen now. And Neve has got, looks like William Murphy, Max Cuthbert, Noah Barham and Harrison Whittingham right behind him. Then it's Aris Majuskas. Majuskas in the number 23 Synergy cart. So if Josh Graham, there he is, for the Ambition team, that's the fluoro chassis with the... fluoro livery chassis with the bright blue. He's got 3 SFR. He's got the SFR car of Islin, and he's got the 2 Synergy teammates just behind him. Now, what do the Synergy teammates do? The Islin has split them, but Islin is going to try and get up to his teammates. It's all very tactical here. 4 minutes to go, and Islin really pushing Barham, Wolf rather, along.
Yes, yes, I think you are right. Yeah, Lewis Islin managed to get past Oscar Tumulty.
Oh, contact!
Oh
contact.
dear, yes, and 2 off. That is the number 5. You can see that is Lewis Islin. He just managed to get past Oscar Tumulty at the lap before, and contact there out the
I think
outside.
it was with Noah Wolf. And we can actually have a look and see that again. Let's see as they come out of Billy's. Here we go. There, Islin at the inside. It's the 45 on the outside, and Islin just sort of trying to take his racing line and not realising there's a wagon on his outside.
I've got to say, great recovery from Noah Wolf there. That was he did a 360 without even touching the ground.
And more importantly, kept it planted.
He did, yes. There is Aris Majuskas, you can just see there with the very prominent eyes on the front of the helmet there, just going. Of course, he likes to do a couple of dance moves on his way to the grid, doesn't he?
There's more afters there. Owen Neve in the number 65 getting his elbows out as he tries to defend what is now 7th place. Noah Wolf only lost 1 position in that Schwazzle. Oh, and that's going to be an incident. 23 getting sandwiched. Aris Majuskas. There you can see the Lithuanian flags. Now, Gerhard Berger had a crash helmet, that exact same design back in the mid-80s when he signed from Arrows to Benetton in Formula 1. And Aris Majuskas has got that. Let's have a look at that again. This is a Lithuanian sandwich.
It is, yes. So you can see coming down into the Hans hairpin, a bit of a sandwich situation there, and Aris Majuskas absolutely nothing can do as a total passenger in that one.
But he's back on track, but he has lost quite a few positions. He's down to 24th place, just behind Max Endicott. Now, a quick rundown. We've got Youngling, Hasty, Graham, Tumulty and Wolf, your top 5. Then it's Neve, Cuthbert, Barham, Murphy and Craig, your top 10. Outside the top 10, Jack West, Albert Friend, Lewis Islin, Harrison Whitcomb and Cole Denham. Followed by Oscar O'Sullivan, Luca Holmes-Ballock, Jarrett Clark, Elliot Porter and Hayden Gray, your top 20. Then it's Noah Pikes, Thomas Min-Spearing, Max Endicott, the unfortunate Mr. Majuskas. Then it's Oliver Majowski, Rocco Shenton, Kai Clark, Harley Musk, Rio Licata, Jonas Klimas, Harry Friel and Brendan James. Lucas Blanford and Hugh Roche have sadly retired.
Yes, so there's a nice big rundown there of the 34 karts that started this race. But obviously the only 32 that are currently still out on circuit. We look here at the number 10. That is Max Cuthbert. He's got Owen Neve just behind. I say just behind. Now, just in front.
Yes, good move there from Neve. Cuthbert will try and fight straight back into the horseshoe and he will take his teammate with him, the number 22 of Noah Barham. So Neve gains 1, loses 2.
Yes.
All in all, not a right result for him.
No.
No. But he's got now a Synergy kart, no, not a Synergy kart, an Ambition Motorsport kart behind him. So Neve is all on his own. He's the only Callum Hargrave Drive Developments driver up in the top 10. So he's got no friends. Oh, he's up over the back. Oh, he was going for a move. The door was closing up over the back of Noah Barham there. Barham escapes. Neve was lucky not to spin around. He kept it going, but he has lost several positions. And here's Lewis Islin, who's another driver that's been in the wars. He's now fighting his way back through. He's just in front of the number 91 kart of Albert Friend.
Yeah, so as you can see there, it just shows how close the racing is in here, and just shows how little room that they give each other. Of course,
sometimes a little bit of room, and sometimes no room.
No room, yes, and it just shows how easy it is for these cars to just get on top of the other and just get bounced away, and we see it all the time. Here we go, two different racing lines in towards Billy's Blind, but they all slot back into position there. Warning flag out to Owen News, so I think race control.
Yeah, they probably said that was just calm down, dear. It's only the pre-final.
I know.
Now, this is a great battle, but as you can see, as you're watching side by side, there's Islin now alongside Cuthbert coming out of Hans Hairpin. It's a great battle, but look up at the top of the camera frame. The drivers in front of them have pulled away by a lot. You know, Youngling, Hasty, Gray and Graham have all gone, and then it's Tumulty and Noah Wolf, and then a big gap to this group on your screen here. They were all together. These lot have been battling, and the two in front who are working together have pulled a gap of 3.5 seconds on them.
I'm getting a sort of vibe from the two at the top, a sort of vibe that we saw in the Minimax or a different class last year. Of course, of the two drivers that are no longer racing, I think, in this one. I think they're racing in the other ones, and I'm just trying to remember their names off the top of my head.
Charman and Ticehurst, two teammates at Warden Law that may have had a bit of a whoopsie.
Yes, yeah. That was you could be right in saying that one, yes.
The checkered flag comes out. Leon Hasty comes across the line, takes the win. So Scotland's Leon Hasty beats Germany's Timo Jungling to the line. Josh Graham is third. Then it's Noah Wolf, Oscar Tumulty. William Murphy moves up in the 6th place out of Lewis Islin and Albert Friend. Max Cuthbert and Kenzo Craigie rounds out the top 10. Owen Neve slips back to 11th at a Jack West. Noah Barham, he finishes 12th. Some of the other drivers that came to grief in that race. Looking a little bit further back, Aris Majuskas 22nd. So, and of course that, you know, that move there from Owen Neve got him a warning, but of course now he faces the main event. He starts 11th. Poor old Aris Majuskas, just by virtue of being the meat in the sandwich, so to speak, he went from an easy top 10 finish down to 22nd. So race number 21 in the books. There are the results on your screens. Hopefully we'll see Lucas Blandford and Hugh Roche back out for the final. Also, Anthony, they've just done, the Cadet Honda Cadets have just done an entire race on wet tyres on a drying track. Those wet tyres will be spent. Let's hope that they have a dry final. Well, they will be hoping for a dry final.
Well, of course, with it being a brand new season, of course, 2021, we bring you a brand new sponsor as well. We thank Wera Tools as well for providing lots of new elements to this season. And of course, here's a look at some of their product lineups. Again, a great view there of what Wera Tools have to offer, and of course, with the Driver of the Day announcement as well, that we have as well the prize fund, £25,000, with that option of winning a £2,500 toolkit at the end of each round. And of course, 10 rounds, rounding it up to 25,000 all the way. And of course, we are not done with our racing so far today. The last race that we just had out was, of course, the Honda Cadet. We have still got the Junior Rotax and Senior Rotax to their pre-finals. Then, of course, we then start the finals. They'll be kicking off at 3 o'clock today, pending, of course, any natural disasters. We are here at Clay Pigeon, and natural disasters are only around the corner when it comes to weather. I'm expecting a tornado or a hurricane around the bend in about 5 minutes.
Well, that would give us the full gamut of weather conditions.
It would, yes.
Well, I mean, speaking of natural disasters, you are stood next to me.
Well, yeah, you are the epitome of a natural disaster.
Especially after a Ruby last night.
Yes. Yes, there is a fine green mist in the commentary box, unfortunately. And, yes. It's
not guilty, not guilty.
Fully guilty. Fully guilty. Don't listen to him, folks. He lies.
No one's been listening to me for years. It's okay.
There we go. Well, an interesting previous race, like you were saying. The Honda Cadets, they were all out on wet tyres, and that's
yep.
You know, if their final is wet.
I'm just admiring this bottle of mango Pepsi.
Well, I tell you what, admire it
Yeah.
after the sting.
Okay.
Junior Rotax up next. It's their pre-final time, and it's a very
packed grid.
Yes.
And I'm noticing something.
Was there enough ferries on there?
It was enough, yeah, I think it was enough. But I'm noticing that Ollie Goodyear, who finished 7th in the repechage, has made it onto the grid, and I don't think Oliver Martinsky has. So there was a bit of that bit of plastic we saw fall off Kart in the repechage. I'm guessing it was from Martinsky's.
You could be right.
I could be right, not often. Here's the grid.
Yep, starting on pole, Jez Williams alongside with Leon Henderson. Then it's Daniel Ginchard, Daniel Armstrong. Then it's Ollie Stevens, Neo Clark, Sam Gornall, and Gustav Uzukovs. And the 4th row of the grid, Finn Smith, Ryan Willis. Then it's Scott Lapsey, Declan Russell, Stephen Duncan, Dan Parris-Smith. Then it's Archie Walker, Daniel Sabula, Benjamin Ballou, great name, love that one, Charlie Hart, Mikey Porter, Harry Linden, Ted Bradbury. Then it's Nathan Smith, Gabe Fairbrother, then it's Alfie Gallagher, Chloe Chong, first appearance in the Junior Rotax, of course, Jamie Perrelly, Pearson Bullock Carter, Matthew Lambert, Louis Gardner, and Ethan Lomax. Then it's Callum Romain, Cruz Speakman, Callum Davis, and Ollie Goodyear, rounding out the entire grid. 17 rows in total.
17 rows, and we are not going to go racing just yet. That is a false start. You see the driver's hand in the air, just waving their hands around to signal to the driver behind that, we're not racing. Yep.
So I did that grid really fast for them to start the race on time, and then they spoilt it.
They've disrespected you, Anthony.
I know.
They've taken your really quick, correct pronunciations of 34 names, and they've slapped you around the face with it.
I know, that's the best I've ever done, that grid.
I wouldn't stand for it. Oh dear, there's a hand in the air. That's the number 32 Kart of Ethan Lomax. Now, we saw Ethan, and he's not happy about something. I think that go-kart is, the wagon is not rolling. I say he fought his way through, finished 2nd in the repechage, and he certainly, well, he's still out there, but he's not happy about something. Let's have a little look. What does he come in as somebody, or has he come in as somebody braked too early in front of him? He's gone at the back of him, he's knocked his nose cone down. Lights are green, we're off and racing though in Junior Rotax. It's a good start from Jez Williams. Dan Ginchard slots into 2nd place, around Billy's blind bingo. Couple of drivers at the back running very wide, but they're all through the first corners cleanly. Now into the S's, 34 Junior Rotaxes on a drying track. Make it round, and now we go down Sturvey Straight into Han Hairpin. This is the next flashpoint. Somebody in the back runs very wide. I think that may have been Ollie Goodyear, but Anthony Jordan, everybody so far behaving themselves.
Yeah, it was a great start from the front too as well. Jez William, Leon Henderson, they have skyrocketed away down in towards turn 1. Great start from them. Of course, Argenti versus Vision at Motorsport. Ooh. They're battling away fiercely at the front.
And Dan Ginchard had a little nibble at Jez Williams there. Jez Williams managed to fight him off.
Yes, he did indeed. So there you can see Argenti trying to get round the outside there, and then the rest of the field slots through. There's the 27 there of the Dan Holland Racing, Ollie Stevens. Great start for them. They are down 2 positions, but of course a very busy grid, a very busy start. Plenty of time to close that back up. Of course, 12 minutes plus the 1 additional lap. It is pre-final time for the Junior Rotax, and it's race 22 of the weekend. Back onto the start-finish straight. Warning flags going out thick and fast. The number 19.
Dan Parris-Smith, I think, well, that's a second lap running. Oh dear. And there's 2 cars now. Don't go back onto the track in front of the drivers. Oh my word, hold your breath. Code Brown moment, but he gets away with it. Number 37, lucky boy, Benjamin Ballou. But of course, you get caught up, you spin, and of course, wet grass, the kart on slick tyres, it just speeds up.
Yep.
And of course, the layout of the track here, he had his foot jammed on the brakes, but of course, no traction. Very lucky boy indeed.
I think Benjamin Ballou needs the loo after that one.
He might have done it. In his race suit. Anyway, well, he has to wait because he's still out there. He's got 10 minutes to sort that out.
Oh dear, big crash in towards turn 1, and it's one of the Dan Holland Racing carts into the wall. Yellow flags out. Oh, and that looked like a big hit there.
Okay, the driver's moving around, but certainly in a little bit of a discomfort there. And, there's somebody else off at the bottom. Now, has it started raining again?
I can't see.
And there's the number 11 kart of Gabe Fairbrother, the Ultimate R Racing kart, at the end of Sturmey Straight. He's gone off with somebody. Now, yellow flags waving. I'm looking down to see who that is. It's Chloe no, Chloe Chong has gone through. It is Callum Romain has gone off. He's the Dan Holland Racing Kart number 85. Callum Romain, marshals and race officials. Now, the Battenberg flag is out.
I can see, I saw a marshal with
the Battenberg flag on the start-finish line.
Yeah.
That's the yellow and black checkered flag. So we're now in, effectively, a pace car situation. And, now, commentators don't sort of say what is, it's down to the officials to penalise drivers. But I've got to say, and I'll say it because I've been doing this for years and everyone knows me, that they're three wide racing under a Battenberg flag past a driver in a stricken kart. Now, I can say numbers, the pictures say it all. Obviously, the race officials have their own set of pictures which they act on. So these pictures you're looking at now, they are not judicial pictures. You can't use these pictures for penalties. And now the red flag has been called. And okay, so 8 minutes in, so we're not at 25% race distance. So it looks like we could have, we'll wait to be told what the restart procedure is. Now, in the midst of all that, where is Jez Williams? Has he pitted? I think our race leader has mistakenly gone into the pits, or has
the number 9, it's so 13th place when the red flag came out.
So he's had a proper problem as Jez.
Yeah, I can see Jez, I can see,
number 9.
Right there,
I wondered where he was. I missed that because we were trying to look at the flags. Now, the Battenberg flag initially came out. The drivers, we'll wait to see what happens with the restart. First of all, our main concern is over Callum Romain. He looks like he's okay. Well, he's certainly given himself a big knock in the kart. He's chatting and talking to the marshals. The medical team are on the site. Kart trolley's gone out there. Sam Gornall had a big problem as well. Now, Gornall had started 7th. He's actually a lap down, so he may have had a spin, or has he come into the pits? I'm not quite sure what happened there. There's other karts. Now, they're putting the number 9 kart on a trolley by the looks of it. Maybe, if there's damage to Jez Williams' kart, that is an absolute cruel twist of fate.
There is damage on the front of it. I could see the front nose cone. One of the stickers had a huge chunk of sticker had been wiped off. I think they've actually just put it back into place then, so maybe a bit of front to rear contacts caused an issue.
Okay. I hope that they hadn't. I hope that the sticker was the only thing on the nose cone they put back into place. Depends, are we going to have a full restart or a rolling start with 8 minutes and 20 seconds of this pre-final to go? So it's a 12-minute pre-final, so we've done more than 25% of the race distance, by 20 seconds in fact, so just over 25%. We haven't got the 75%, so that would be an official race result. The Motorsport UK stewards and race officials are on track. They are looking at the number 9 kart of Jez Williams to see if there is a problem there. Now, there is a kart trolley on the track next to Jez's kart. You can see there on your screens. The rest of the field have stopped. The order on track at the stoppage: Daniel Ginchard leading, Leon Henderson second, Daniel Armstrong third, Gustav Usakovs and his Project 1 teammate Ryan Willis were very well placed in 4th and 5th positions. Ollie Stevens is 6th, Archie Walker 7th, 8th is Scott Lapsley, 9th Stephen Duncan, Finn Smith 10th, then Neo Clark, Declan Russell, Jez Williams 13th, but there is some consternation over that kart. There's now several drivers all gathered round the kart. Dan Parent-Smith is 14th, then it's Charlie Hart, Jamie Perrelly, Lewis Gardner. Great start from Lewis Gardner, from 29th on the grid, the repechage winner, up into 17th place. Sabula is 18th, then it's Nathan Smith in 19th position, Chloe Chong rounding out the top 20, and I'm very pleased to say that Callum Romain is now walking back to the paddock. He looks a little bit unsteady on his feet, does Callum, but He is okay. He's walking with one of the medical officials. He's okay. I think what happened is that he went backwards into the tyres very quickly indeed, and that would have rung his bell, would be the technical term. But he's going back to the medical centre here. We do have a complete medical centre on site, as all kart circuits do. And I think that's possibly his dad with him, just, you know, driver, medical team, yeah. And one of the David Manchester, one of our Motorsport UK officials, is taking the kart back to scrutineering, because of course every kart does have to go back through scrutineering. Now, let's have a look at the issue with kart number 9, Jez Williams. Now, Jez's mechanic Chris did bring the kart trolley over here, which he probably shouldn't have done, but nothing happened. They didn't take anything out or use any tools on the karts. There are Motorsport UK officials chatting to Chris Williams now. Now, I would say that Jez was battling to the race lead. They're looking at the rear bumper.
Yeah, I just spotted, Henry, they gave the rear bumper a bit of a nudge, and it looked very, very loose to me.
Yeah, so Jez was battling for the race lead, and he then comes around in like 13th position. So he's obviously had some sort of moment, whether it was a solo moment or a duet, as we should say. I don't know, but obviously the race isn't a complete restart, so you're not permitted. It's only a mid-race stoppage, so you're not permitted to make anything. Now, there's Ken Potter is chatting to Jez Williams, possibly saying, if you want to fix that, you've got to come into the pits and get it fixed. And if you want to, or you're disqualified. I don't know. I'm not a reader, mind reader, but certainly, you know. Now, what do you do? Is if you're excluded from a race, you've got to count that 0 as part of your championship score. I wouldn't want to be excluded. I'd rather come in, lose a lap, and finish right down the order. Your day is still pretty much ruined. Yeah. But you at least get to count you to drop that bad score from finishing a race down the order, rather than losing it all, having to use it all together. Now, there's going to be the officials there telling the drivers the order in which they have to take the restart in. We got down to the top 20 with Chloe Chong in 20th, Pearson Bullock Carter 21st, Ethan Lomax 22nd, Ted Bradbury 23rd, Alfie Gallagher 24th, Cruz Speakman 25th, Ollie Goodyear 26th, then it's Harry Linden in 27th, followed by Callum Davis, Matthew Linden, Mikey Porter, Benjamin Ballou, Gabe Fairbrother, and Sam Gornall, who I think is a lap down. I think he is out of the race. And also out of the race, obviously, is Callum Romain. I'm not a doctor, but judging by the way that Callum was sort of wandering towards the, being linked arms with one of the medical officials, says that he may not be there. Now, the Jez Williams story, you can see his dad Chris Williams there from Rhino Goo UK, chatting to Jez on the side of the circuit, probably saying, right, what you want to do is you want to come in and you got to get that fixed and then get back out. And Anthony, is it raining?
Well, the voice in my head.
Really?
Yes.
The disembodied voice in your
disembodied voice in my head, yes.
Right, okay, that voice.
Just said that there could be rain floating in the air. But of course, I believe it could be just teasing once more.
Well, precipitation teasing us on slick tyres.
I like that word.
Yes, easy to read. A bit of precipitation. Right, and off they go. The engine be fired. Now, they're going to try and check their steering. They're not, ladies and gentlemen, they are not warming their tyres, because that is not allowed in karting.
No, they're not.
But
vigorous steering checks.
Vigorous steering checks. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right. And you've got to do it at least 100 times.
Yeah.
You know, only on the rolling lap to make sure it's working.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
So that's all we need to say.
That's all.
Now,
all on the same page.
Ollie Stevens in kart number 27, up in the 6th position, getting some support on our online chat. NS. What? Ooh? What? Huh? I'm not one of these people that has like pseudonyms. I just say my name so everyone knows who I is. Fam. Right, here we go. Now, Dan Ginchard leads them to light. Jez Williams pits at the end of the rolling lap. We'll see if he comes back out or not. We are back off and racing with 8 minutes to go in the Junior Rotax pre-final. It's spitting on track, and the drivers are all on 6. Ginchard from the Strawberry Racing Kart of Leon Henderson. Daniel Armstrong, then Latvia's Gustav Usakovs, Ryan Willis, Ollie Stevens, Archie Walker, Scott Lapsley and Stephen Duncan, with Finn Smith rounding out the top 10. Now, Anthony, as you watch the track, Jez Williams has pitted. He's not come back out yet. He's now a lap down. Ted Bradbury is also retired, along with Gornall and Romain.
Yep, so rest of the field. Oh,
dear.
More heavy contact
Oh,
at
my
turn
word.
1.
And that is the number 18 kart.
There's one more off into the barriers there.
Yeah, but the 18 kart, that's Chloe Chong. She took a side swipe of that kart that was saying that would have jarred her in her seat. So they're dropping like flies at the moment, and it's not helped by the weather. And there's somebody else
37
reversing into some barriers. Oh, that's the number 37. That's the GMS kart of
Benjamin Ballou.
Yeah, and he's still going around, pirouetting. Looks like Tor Valentine on the wet grass. He gets going again. He has had a bit of an up and down race, to say the least. Ginchard, meanwhile, leads, and there's still yellow flags waving down at Billy's blind, probably because the number Nathan Smith is in the tyre barrier as well.
The 61, yeah.
Oh, that was Finn Smith, wrong Smith. Oh, so the Cornishman for the Team Clay Racing team, the local based team, Finn Smith out of the race. And we're down to only about 26 runners here.
Yep, it's been a dramatic start to this Junior Rotax pre-final. Of course, the repechage we thought was going to be dramatic was nowhere near as dramatic as this one, because they're all scrapping to start where they're going to start for the final. And at this rate, a lot of them won't be starting at all. 6 minutes to go plus the 1 lap, and we're just going around the horseshoe hairpin. Of course, the double apex left-hander in towards Buttons now, and now towards Top Bend again. Very fast section of track. This running a little bit wide onto that grass. You don't want to get a wheel onto that grass through there, because it is very fast.
Not at all. Ginchard, Henderson, Armstrong, Usakovs, Willis, Walker, Stevens, Duncan, Neo Clark, Lapsley, Perrelly, Dan Parrott-Smith, Luis Gardner from 29th on the grid up to 13th place in the number 23 Dan Holland racing kart. There on your screen, number 7, Archie Walker for the KR Sport team. 5.5 minutes to go. Walker, he gives our online track our hot lap. And he knows how to get around here in the wet. He's now trying to work his way into position. He's got the number 89 kart of Gustav Usakovs in front of him. So Walker has passed Ryan Willis. He's now moving up to Ryan Willis's Project 1 teammate, Usakovs. And Usakovs is chasing Daniel Armstrong. But, Anthony, the top 2 are miles clear. And I'm looking up at the circuit, and I think Jez Williams has made it back out 3 laps down, so he fixed the problem. Now, this could be significant. So he's fixed the problem. The officials obviously spoken to his dad. They said, this is what you need to do to not get excluded. He's done that. He's 3 laps down. He won both his heat races brilliantly, was undefeated, started on pole for this one. He's going to start way back, but because he's managed to get the problem fixed and get back out there, he is not 32nd, he is 29th. Is that going to be significant? The more, and if anyone else drops out in the next couple of laps, he's going to gain more places.
Yep, exactly that. And it's all going to be just down to what they can really do now, because, of course, it's only the pre-final. Still got the final to go.
There's another one off.
Yep, 33.
That's the 33 of it's a Scott Lapsley for Strawberry Racing. He was on the fringe of the top 10 across the start-finish line. Great battle for 3rd place. Daniel Armstrong under pressure. Here comes the number 7 of Archie Walker. Walker makes the move. Armstrong now getting sideswiped a little bit there by one of the Project 1 karts as he went wide. So through goes Walker into 3rd. Armstrong holding on to 4th place under pressure from his teammates Ollie Stevens and the Project 1 duo of Usakovs and Willis.
Yep, Archie Walker on a great weekend so far. He's had 2 great results, or 3 great results, and is making a 4th now. Now we look here, so it's Daniel Ginchard still leading, Leon Henderson, Archie Walker, then it's Armstrong, Willis, Stevens, Uzakovs, Duncan, Gardner, Perrelli, as going down the order. I think Pearson Bullock-Carter, I think there may be some transponder discrepancies, but we'll see. Just over 3 minutes to go, and you can see here on the screen, they all slide through there. The 23 that was just shot past, that's Louis Gardner as well, under pressure from Jamie Perrelli, and then we've got this long train of karts. Porter, Parron Smith, then it's Hart, Clark, Linden, Bullock Carter, Speakman, Lomax, Gallagher, Russell. They are all the way down to 20th place in one big long line. In
one big clump of Rotaxes.
Yeah, indeed.
2 3/4 minutes to go. Here's the battle on your screen. Coming around Billy's blind, Ollie Stevens in kart number 27, chasing the Vision Motorsport kart of Stephen Duncan. Scotland Stephen Duncan holding on at the moment to 6th position. Stevens right behind him in 7th. Then it is the red, white and green Project 1 racing kart of Usakovs, and Luis Gardner up into, look for the number 23 kart, just out of frame here. Luis Gardner from 29th to 9th. Jamie Perrelli, he's following him through as well in kart number 40. He's up in 10th place. Mikey Porter for Jack's Motorsport is 11th. Charlie Hart 12th. Dan Parrott Smith and Harry Linden are 13th and 14th. And then Pearson Bullock Carter 15th. So a real mix of pre-race favourites and wild cards up in the top 10, 12 positions at the moment. There's Luis Gardner actually losing a place there to Jamie Perrelli.
There's perilous overtake there.
Perilous overtake. Perilous for Perrelli.
Yes.
He was driving imperiously.
I tried to get words out there. I failed.
That's okay. Matthew Lambert, privateer driver number 82. He's got a really nice purple liveried chassis.
Yeah.
Very distinctive, but he's got a 5-second penalty and he's already a lap down.
Yep. Well, we're looking at this battle here being led by the 42, Ryan Willis. Ooh. And down the inside there goes one of the Project 1 racing cars. It was on the 46, wasn't it? It was Uzakovs, the air on Stephen Duncan, the Vision Motorsport driver, getting a little bit pushed sideways slightly. Yeah. That's allowing the 23, though, Louis Gardner, to come back, really, isn't it? So these three scrapping away. Less than a minute to go on the clock, though, plus that one additional lap. 3 Project 1 racing cars, line astern. And
yeah, but this battle you're watching now is happening over 10 seconds behind race leader Dan Ginchard. Yep. Ginchard leading Henderson by 1.4 seconds. Then it's Archie Walker, Daniel Armstrong, and then this battle on screen led by Armstrong, followed by Stevens, Willis, Usakovs, Perrelli, and involving Duncan and Gardner as well. Harry Linden is the next in line in 11th place. He's gained a couple of places from 20th up to 11th. Then it's Mikey Porter, Dan Parron Smith and Pearson Bullock Carter. But Anthony,
I think it's raining again.
Is it raining?
Because I can't see the hills over off in the distance. Dear, so no. The hills have disappeared. The rain is coming in,
and the TV, the television and phone mast has disappeared
as well. It's gone, hasn't it? And of course, you've got to remember all these drivers are on slick tyres. The track, looking at it now, is still sideways. Oh no, you can see straight away
it's raining. It's raining again here at Clay Pigeon, and already 1 or 2 drivers understeering not into the barriers, but coming through the start-finish line. Luckily, we are approaching the last lap. The last lap ball is about to go out to Dan Ginchard, who crossed the line now. There's Luis Gardner battling away, and you can see the steering inputs on the kart. Yep. They're tiptoeing through. The number 81 of Neo Clark for Sam Pollock Racing, he picks up a place here. Last lap board goes out. Ginchard, Henderson, Walker and Armstrong is the order. Can they all keep it on the island for one more lap?
Well, let's hope they can. Of course, I'm sure the pit lane will be frantic now with seniors scrambling for wets because these track conditions are getting worse very, very quickly. But final lap time, Daniel Ginchard for Argenti Motorsport is nearing the end of the lap. He is coming around the final section of track. He's into top bend now, and he is exiting now. Yes, he will be approaching the line to take the checker flag for the senior Rotax Race 22 pre-final. Across the line he goes.
And what he needs to do is he needs to get back under cover so his race suit doesn't get wet and cold for the final. That's important for these drivers. Archie Walker was able to put his wetsuit on first, but Ginchard and Henderson weren't. And again, we talk about that, we joke about it, but it is very important for a driver, and also it adds a lot of weight to the kart.
Yeah.
A wet race suit weighs a lot more than a dry race suit. These drivers and teams are all trying to be bang on the weight limit. You don't need an extra 3 kilos of moisture in your suit.
No, exactly that.
So it is the view from the gantry in the middle of the circuit, and it's Ginchard, Henderson, Walker. Neo Clark finishes 4th for Sam Pollock Racing. Armstrong 5th, then it's Ryan Willis, Ollie Stevens, Usakovs, Perrelli, and from 29th to 10th, well done, Luis Gardner. Stephen Duncan finishes 11th, followed by Harry Linden, Mikey Porter, Daniel Sabula, and Cruz Speakman, your top 15. Pearson Bullock Carter, Scott Lapsley, Dan Parron Smith, Charlie Hart, and Alfie Gallagher round out the top 20, followed by Ethan Lomax, Callum Davis, Gabe Fairbrother, Declan Russell, and Ollie Goodyear, your top 25. Then Chloe Chong, Matthew Lambert, Benjamin Ballou, and Jez Williams. So, all things being equal, Jez Williams, double heat winner, will start 29th. That is 3 positions higher than what he would have done if he hadn't have had that mid-race repair. So, he's probably thinking 29th, 32nd is not much. However, if the guy who starts 30th crashes at the start, Jez Williams is in front of that, not behind it, and potentially getting involved. That's why they do what they do.
Yeah. Well, if you're at home and you have the pleasure of having several monitors and you are looking at the timing screen provided by Motorsport Timing.
I mean, I would be.
I mean, I would be. Of course, you've got the new features, of course, if you click on their name. You can see the picture, of course, of the driver. You can see their design as well. You can see that. That's all fun. Now, the bit that I want to point out on this one,
promote,
is the comment section of the race, which shows what's happened through it. Now, most races, you would usually get one comment of like a black and white warning flag or anything like that.
Yes.
In this race, we had 6 warning flags, 1 slow, 2 greens, 2 starts, 1 red flag, and 2 penalties, and a checker flag, all in that race.
6 warning flags?
Yes.
Standard. Junior Rotax pre-final, standard.
Yep. But usually we'd only see about a warning flag or something like that, and you wouldn't need to scroll down. That's the first time I think I've ever had to scroll down on the comment section because there was so much.
Like I said, well, that's absolutely fascinating, Anthony. That's what I'd be doing, and that's what you should be doing at home. Get a second monitor, or on your phone, on your mobile device.
On your mobile telephonic device.
Yes, and you can do that because Motorsport Timing work very, very hard, both with Alpha Live and with Motorsport UK, to create these innovative things that sort of give audiences at home, because of course, you know, if for example you are living on the moon, and you don't have access to the internet, but you do have access to your internet on your phone, but you haven't got much 4G left, so you don't want to use it watching a live stream, you're only got the timing screens, it's still putting you close to the action.
Don't hurt yourself, Henry. You're talking about technology too much.
Sorry, my brain cell is fried.
Frazzled.
So now, driver of the day.
Yes.
I mean, we've still got plenty of races to go, but at the end of the day, we've got to nominate 5 for driver of the day. Well, I mean, you know, the race winners are obviously looking good, but I mean, look at that. So in that race alone, you had Luis Gardner coming from the repechage up into the top 10, gaining 20 places in that race alone. Cruz Speakman, he gained 17 positions. I mean, those are the types of drivers as well. And again, if you're watching on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, then then you know, you can sort of let us know who you think the drivers they are based on what you're watching. Now, Holly Mae Jeffrey has written in.
Right.
You know Holly.
Yep.
Hell of a girl. Can you explain the Sam Winter exclusion? Well, Holly, yes, I can. When a driver changes onto wet tyres, they have still got to make sure that those wet tyres are not out too much. So you've got to be able to fit a bar down from the side pod of the kart to the rear bumper without interference from the wet tyres. Okay? And obviously, he failed the bar check. So he can no longer be a High Court judge either, because he failed the bar. Hey! But that would be why the thing. So obviously, the rear wheels were not in alignment because he was on wet tyres, and therefore he failed the rear width check in scrutineering, and that is why Sam Winter is out. I hope that satisfies your urge for knowledge.
There you go,
Holly Mae. There we go. So there is a look at a rather bedraggled Motorsport UK. Well, it's a fine. The flags are bedraggled. The Motorsport UK Race Control Centre is resplendent. The drivers thinking, oh, I could have been watching the Grand Prix at home on telly. Why would you want to do that?
Why would you want to see 20 cars failing to overtake each other?
Exactly.
Exactly, when you could be watching this. Rain.
Yes. Wind. Hurricanes. You know. But more importantly, lots of overtaking and very, very close racing.
Yes, that's the most important part of it, of course. And I'm guessing the slight delay that we've got now is due to the scrambling of putting wets.
Yeah, I think now this I'll explain something else. So the Rotax 177 second heat that we saw earlier that had 5 drivers not in it. That was because they closed the grid gate and the drivers tried to change from one tyre to the other, and went from one tyre to the other, and they missed the grid gate. Okay, so. That was one thing. Now, in this condition, they have given the drivers a little bit of extra time because the rain is far more intense and you've got 34 karts. Obviously, the safety of the drivers is paramount. So the officials have said, we'll give you a couple of extra minutes to make sure you're all on wet tyres. The track is wet. The meeting can be declared wet, but obviously, you put a 75-mile-an-hour senior Rotax kart, even with some of the best in the UK, out on a wet track in this situation, and you are, I mean, the driver makes the decision, but as officials of the meeting with a duty of care over the drivers, that would be irresponsible. I think Daniel Sabula is driver of the day. We'll talk about that in a minute. Here's the sting. Now, as I was saying, we've got Bryn Calder saying Daniel Sabula driver today. Here's the grid. Never mind about that. Sabula's done well. Here goes. Reese and Kai Hunter, pole position and outside front row. Sean Butcher and Ben Casey on row 2. Alex Eads and Matty Hingley, row 3. Will Ellswood and Harrison Collins, row 4. Matthew Higgins and Jack Stedman, row 5. Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort, best grid position so far for him, and James Lingard on row 6. The grid firing through your screens now. There's Tom Adams on row 9, Teddy Clinton on row 10, Oakley Pryor, he races for Team Clay Racing, local team, on row number 11, all the way back to Louis Harvey and Spencer Shinner at the back of the field. Now, earlier on, we were surmising about Alex Eads' team, whether he was with a privateer, whether he wasn't, or whether he was just too lazy to write down his entry form. It transpires that he's running for Guy Cunnington Racing, which is a new team run by the 2019 British Kart Championship Senior Rotax winning driver, who also finished runner-up in that year's Senior Rotax World Finals. Guy is not here this weekend. He's racing in Europe, somewhere else, but he has set up his own little team, and that's who Alex Eads drives for.
Yes. Okay, well, there we go.
There we go.
We found out.
Mystery solved. Just call me the Welsh Hercule Poirot, innit, fam? Right, number 59. Why is number 59 not driving his go-kart?
I think, is they on slicks as well?
Reese Hurd. Reese Hurd has stopped because he's waiting. Reese Hurd's on slick tyres.
Yes.
What a madman. What an absolute madman. Some of the others are on slick tyres as well, by the looks of it. In fact, I think quite a few are on slick tyres. Well, Anthony Jordan, we are going to find out who's on slick tyres when they get to turn number 1.
Yes, we shall find out.
Marshals, ready yourselves.
Are we going to get a green flag this time around? We are not, because the field is highly spread out across the way, and we're going around again. The cowboy single went up in the air, and you look like a meerkat on the prowl for tyre information.
I was straining my neck muscles there to see that. I think we've got a mixture of tyres out on the circuit. This is going to be... Now, cast your mind back, Anthony Jordan, to Wilton Mill last year.
Yes.
One driver on slicks.
Oh, yes.
One driver on wets, 33 on slicks.
Yes.
140,000 views on YouTube for Catherine White winning that race.
I know.
In this class.
I know.
Are we going to have something similar?
Maybe.
Possibly.
Who knows?
We're going to find out.
Aren't we just?
Very shortly.
I'm sure we will.
The start looks good. Let's go. Lights are not out again. Oh, now. Yes, we've definitely got... Well... I can see the back row of the grid, Spencer Shinner and Louis Harvey, they're on slicks. Now, at the back of the grid, you take the gamble, right? The gamble would be slicks. No, the gamble would be wets. Well, I don't know, what was the gamble? No, the obvious choice is wets. So they've gambled on slicks. They're correct.
I'm sure you know what that means.
Mae'n edrych yn wlab iawn, a funny, you know, saying that Henry boy is a proper geezer and he's funny as hell. That's what he's saying, that's Welsh, that is. Mae'n edrych yn wlab iawn, da iawn, thank you, thank you. A funny, you know, you're funny, you know, I'm funny, you know.
Yeah.
Right, here we come, out of top bend. On to the start-finish line, now we go! And number 2 slides. Oh, and they're going to understeering wide, and they all going to. This is hold your breath time. Hold your breath around Billy. Somebody just keeps it out of the barriers. That Coles Racing driver was very lucky indeed. Now through the S's, the drivers in the middle of the pack on wet weather tyres are going to be climbing all over themselves. They won't be able to get past them quick enough.
Oh,
and they're
straight
going off at the hairpin. That is 2 in the barriers, 1 through the barriers. That's 60. The number 60 car. That is George Holbrook.
Yeah.
And who is that? Who is out of the race? Oh, is that?
67.
67. That is Alex Eads.
Eads.
Oh, well, Guy Cunnington's new team, that has not gone well.
No.
Maybe if we kept calling him privateer, he wouldn't have binned it.
No, exactly. Oh, we got more off at Buttons. 7 more going off the 5.
That's Tom Edmonds. Now, here they come. So at the end of lap number 1, Reese Hunter and Kai Hunter are 1-2. They are a second in front of Sean Butcher. Oakley Pryor is on wet tyres, and I'm telling you now, Anthony Jordan, he is going to win this race in kart number 35. He's already gained 16 places on the opening lap. Yellow flags the end of Sturmey Straight. Hingley is 6th, then it's Ellswood, Higgins, Steadman, Teddy Clinton, Lingard, Harrison Collins, Nagelvoort and Rory Hudson already up 12 places. On wet tyres, Rory Hudson is probably going to finish 2nd.
Yep.
And around the outside goes the number 15 kart of Samuel Hawthorne. That looked like he's got a lot of grip in his kart, and he could possibly be on wet tyres. So, right, Reese Hunter's lead is going to be short-lived as they cross the start-finish line. Oakley Pryor, mirror signal manoeuvre, he takes the lead. Smooth as you like.
Yes, nicely done then. So, I'm thinking that Oakley Pryor and the team Clay Racing, who are based obviously here at Clay Pigeon, know a little bit something about the weather.
Yes, yes. One would thunk it. Rory Butcher in kart number 41. He is slicing his way up the order as well. He's up at the 5th. So the question is, can Hudson get past Sean Butcher, Kai Hunter and Reese Hunter quick enough to set off after Oakley Pryor? That's going to be the battle for win. Now, looking down at the order, it looks like everybody who spun off on the first lap has managed to get going again. We've got 34 drivers, but there's one going slowly, coming off top end. Is that one of the Hunter brothers? The answer is yes, it is. It was Kai Hunter. So Kai Hunter on slick tyres, tripping all over himself. And Matty Hingley is next. Spencer Shinner. Well, talk about top gear from the rear. That is Spencer Shinner in kart number 25, started 34th, is already up into 8th place. He's on, and he's going to finish 3rd in this race.
Definitely so, but yes, like you say, Oakley Pryor leading the way, Rory Hudson for Dan Holland Racing, 2nd place, the 2 on wet tyres out there. Is Reese Hunter also on the wets, or is he on the slicks?
He's on slicks.
He's on slicks. Well, he's doing a mighty fine job in 3rd place, I have to say.
Yes, now, are Kai and Reese Hunter related? Yes, they are.
Yep.
Reese is the older brother, Kai is the younger brother. So, well, you've got to, I mean, credits obviously to Oakley Pryor for doing the driving, but credits to his mechanic and his team for picking the right tyres.
Who'd have thunk it looking at the rain coming down?
Looking at the pouring rain, who'd have thunk it? Now, this is going to become a very, very difficult race to follow shortly because the karts are already spread out all the way around the circuit. We're going to have lots of drivers going a lap down. The number 25 kart is Spencer Shinner. He is 60. Now, George Holbrook, we saw him crash on the first lap. He's back up to 6th because he's on wet tyres. There is Oakley's teammate, number 56, Lewis Halliday. He's on slick tyres. That's why he's facing backwards in the barriers.
Richard Morris on the stream says, what on earth did Oakley have for breakfast? Wet tyres, that's what he had for breakfast.
And a £6 bacon roll from the canteen.
There you go.
Oakley Pryor, Rory Hudson, Spencer Shinner, George Holbrook. The top 4 on wet tyres. Then, best of the slick tyre runners. 2, Reese Hunter. 57, Sean Butcher, 5th and 6th. Luke Wooder, the E-plate holder, he's on 7th place on wet tyres.
Yes.
And he's from 29th on the grid.
Yes.
No, I lied. From 31st on the grid.
Oh, well, there you go.
Ben Casely, Kai Hunter and Matty Hingley round out the top 10. And there goes the number 50 kart of James Johnson. So James Johnson, our repechage winner, not on the right tyre, but he's still quicker, even on the wrong tyre, than a lot of the drivers around him. So he's now trying to fight his way through the pack on slick tyres in the rain.
Yes.
To give himself a fighting chance in the
final
repechage.
Yes.
Do you know what? I completely forgot what I was talking about there.
No.
I had a brain fart.
Yeah.
And I just stared into the distance.
You've had other ones of those as well today.
I tell you what.
But they came out the other end.
Yes. Terrible.
I know.
Well, I got to say, watch it. Carry on talking about yourselves. I will. You didn't have my phone number saved in your phone, and when I messaged you, you were, "Who's this?" So this is your punishment.
Excellent.
I went and got that curry deliberately because I knew this was going to happen.
Yep. Who'd have thought, eh?
Here
Who'd have
we are.
thought? 6 minutes, 20 seconds plus the 1 lap to go, and there's someone
off.
straight off into the barriers.
Oh dear.
And
that is heavy contact on the outside of Button Bend. We've got 6 minutes to go. Driver in the car, official is already there with him, trying to see who that was. That may have been, that's Magic Camara. It's Magic Camara for the KR Sport team, and Kart being pushed behind the barriers. Magic's in it. He's probably just a bit, we'll see how that goes. On the track, Pryor leads Hudson by 3 seconds. Shinner and Holbrook and Wooder are next. Now we talk about driver of the day. I mean, Pryor up 20 places, Hudson up 24, Shinner up 31 places, Holbrook up 14, Luke Wooder up 26.
Yep, so there is a vast difference in terms of who went for the wets, who went for the slicks on that one, and it just shows that the quickness of the team to quickly get that done. The idea of bringing the wets with you and not leaving them back in the paddock, you know, it's that decision. It's those teamwork skills and teamwork together to put that together and to get that decision done, and that shows right now.
Yep, so looking back in the pack, so at the moment, the driver, the best placed driver there is the number 7 kart of Tom Adams. Now, Adams is 13th at the moment, but he's 40 seconds behind the leader. Already, Oakley Pryor in kart number 35 has lapped everybody up to 16th position. He's going to lap most of the field. We've got a red flag out. The red flags are out. Now, this is, okay, 4.5 minutes to go. We'll see how that equates in terms of the percentage of the race distance. Now, Pryor, Hudson, Shinner, Holbrook, Wooder, the top 5, all on wets. Reese Hunter on slicks in 6th. Sean Butcher on slicks in 7th. Kai Hunter on slicks in 8th. Ben Casely on slicks in 9th. And Matthew Higgins also on slicks, rounding out the top 10. Everyone else on slick tyres. Matty Hingley is 11th. Then it's Lewis Gilbert in 12th. William Ellsworth 13th. Tom Adams 14th and Teddy Clinton 15th. They're the only ones, actually, it's only the top 8 now on the lead lap. Oakley Pryor, his best lap is a 41.32 seconds. That is 6 seconds a lap faster than everybody else on slicks.
Yeah. Well, the karts are not coming back round to the start-finish line to stop. They have re-entered the pit lane.
I would imagine that is going to be a complete race. We probably have not got down to 75% race distance, so maybe half points awarded. Who knows? I'm not quite sure what the officials decide, but I think it's quite clear that that was karting's version of a mercy killing for all the drivers on slick tyres. Now, obviously, our concern now is with Magic Camara. He's sat in his kart, he's chatting to the officials, but of course he understeered off, and of course he hit the grass and actually sped up, you know, and hit the tyres. That's the problem that you have on slick tyres or on any tyres, but certainly slicks. There is the view of the chicane. It is raining cats and dogs here at Clay Pigeon. Anthony, we've got, that was the last of the pre-finals. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, and then at some point later on we'll be back with the finals, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, as you can hear and see from the cameras, it is very, very wet.
Yes.
Very, very windy.
Very windy, very wet. It's a beautiful early summer's day here in the south of England. Obviously, now the finals will be the next event online. Magic Chimera has walked into the back of an ambulance, but the medical crew, just seen going across the screen there, they are going to take him back to the medical centre for some observations to check everything out. I hope that Magic is okay. Yeah, so the ones on, so a couple of comments, people about who they're keeping an eye on. They're keeping an eye on Kai Hunter, Matt Higgins, and Daniel Ginchard. Any others to keep an eye on? Well, there's been plenty of good performances today in that class alone. I mean, up 20, Oakley Pryor up 20 positions now. So Oakley, he had a bad set of heats. He obviously only qualified 21st for the pre-final. He now finds himself at his local track in the wet with a team base here at the circuit, starting on pole position for the final. Talk about a turnaround of event. You know, talk about a turnaround of fortunes. Rory Hudson likewise only qualifying 26th for this final, and he finds himself in a perfect position in what is a new class for him, even though he's a very, very experienced driver indeed. And you've got Spencer Shinner, George Holbrook and Luke Wooder all now right in a position where they can take some serious championship points off some of the main contenders. So that pre-final will not go back out, so that result stands. 32 drivers. I'll give you a quick rundown of the order outside the top 10. Matty Hingley was 11th, then William Ellswood in 12th, Lewis Gilbert 13th, Tom Adams 14th, and Teddy Clinton 15th. Harrison Collings was 16th, followed by Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort, Kieran Kay, Jack Steadman, and James Lingard. There's your top 20. 21st was Ben Burgess, then Louis Harvey from the back of the grid to 22nd, Archie Brown, the Flying Mullet, James Johnson in 24th, Ryan Taylor Truman 25th, Alex Hughes 26th, Lewis Halliday 27th, then Tristan Rennie, Samuel Hawthorne, Tom Edmonds, Reese Hurd and James Lowther was the last of the finishers. Alex Eads and of course Magic Chimera did not make it to the finish. Jan Echterman on the social media chat, has the action been suspended? No, the action's not been suspended. The next action you are going to see are the finals for the opening round of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championship. The first finalists will be getting themselves ready on the dummy grid very shortly, and hopefully we'll be able to have a little chat with some of them on the grid. They're going to be in a fine mood, I'm sure, sitting there slowly freezing to death. The Bambinos will be up first. Wow, what a test of skill for the Bambinos. Now the Bambino final will be 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Then we are into the 15-minute plus 1 lap finals for Minimax, Rotax 177, Honda Cadet, Junior Rotax and Senior Rotax in that order. So we look at the Bambinos first. The Bambinos age between 6 and 8, although I think they've got to be at least 7 years old to race in this championship. The older ones are just 8. Now, the Bambino karts, they will do, 30, 35 miles an hour. They're all on wet tyres, treaded tyres, but this is going to be the ultimate test of skill for these youngsters. Absolutely, I marvel at how these youngsters can control the karts and race at these speeds every time they're out on track, and I do tell you about it because it's incredible what they're doing. And I mean, what other sport, I mean, I'm sure anyone who can think of another sport where you can be globally televised at 8 years old, you type in and tell me, because I can't think of one. You can have international spelling bees, which you've got to spell words that's televised in the States, little beauty pageants and stuff like that you get in the United States. But realistically, this is the top highest level of sport, and no other sport
puts 7, 8-year-olds in front of a global TV audience on the live stream like karting does, and they do it so well. The drivers do it so well. Now we're not going to be going down to speak to the Bambino drivers before they go out. The Bambino drivers, 20 of them. We're about to see them in action very shortly. So here we are. Out onto the circuit come our Bambino contenders, led by number 74, Austin Newstead. Maximilian Abrahart on the outside of row number 1. Max Today and Jack Baker on row 2. Colby Patterson and Josh Cormack on row 3. Morgan Weston and Austin Oman, row 4. Then it is Drew Davison and Grayson Wortley, Max Gilman and Josh Griffin, Harry Neeson and Marley Fisher, Harper Das and Charlie Munns, Ethan Lucas and Amelia DL, Imogen Summerfield and Otis Cleary. Hopefully Imogen is out there. She had a bit of an incident in the pre-final. And we'll have a full grid of 20 drivers. So it's Newstead, Abrahart, Max Tadej. I don't know if it's Today or Tadej, not Tadej. I was mispronouncing it earlier. So apologies to the Tadej clan. Auntie Lisa will be happy that I pronounced Max's name correctly, which is always good to hear. They come into the grid on their positions. The third place starter, Max, that's actually fourth place starter, Jack Baker there, just rolling past his grid slot, and his dad has to kind of pull him back in line. They try to anticipate this start. Now I'm looking at the back, and we do have Harper Das. I can't see. Yes, I can, but his transponder may not be working. So all 20 drivers are there. Imogen Summerfield in number 13 is also there, as is the number 22 of Otis Cleary. This is going to be... Oh, it's pronounced Taddy. Oh, like Neeps and Tatties, but Taddies. Okay, so as long as Auntie Lisa's happy, my job's done. Here we go. Lights are out. We're off and racing in the Bambino final here at Clay Pigeon, round 1 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championship, down towards Billy's Blind. The Bambinos all safely through cleanly. Good driving. I hope the drivers in the other classes are taking notes. And Max Abrahart in second place. Oh, there's a couple of spinners coming out of the chicane. Harper Das is amongst them, and possibly Harry Neeson as well. There goes Max Gilman in kart 50 off the side of the circuit. Oh, now that purple looks like there was a sports car back in the 1960s, an American sports car. It was called the Honker, believe it or not, and it was exactly that shade of purple, Anthony Jordan, just in case you were wondering.
What? Yeah, okay. I didn't ask, but yeah, good.
Now, anyway, and number 61 has decided to park. Oh, that's Maximilian Abrahart. There's going to be no repeat of Fullbeck in the round 2 final of another Bambino series, because he's decided to park and watch the race. Oh, dearie me, out of second position. Newstead now leads Austin Oman in kart number 16. There they go through the chicane. Baker is third, Weston is fourth, Cormack is fifth. Then it's Patterson, Griffin, Taddy, Wortley, Fisher, Munns, Lucas, Cleary, Gilman, DL, Summerfield, Dash, Neeson and Davison. Poor old Maximilian Abrahart. I didn't see what happened. I mean, he's pulled up a long way. Now that doesn't look like a spin. Oh dear. Number 48 also in difficult. That's Charlie Munns. Munns gets going again, and you can just see how big some of those curves are. These small Bambino karts, you can really get beached. Yep. Anthony Jordan, you look a bit moist. What's the weather doing?
It's sunny.
Excellent.
Can you not tell?
Oh, yes. You can see the glint on the cameras there. But I mean, the Bambinos have had a good start. There's the number 16, Austin Oman. Now he's holding off a whole group of people. Well, Austin Newstead in kart number 74 has just absolutely gone.
He has indeed 9.5 minutes on that one on the timer, but the 74, as you say, yeah, 3.1 seconds it is now on the timer screen. Yeah, disappeared. So a great running at the moment for Austin Newstead. Austin Oman, the other Austin, the two Austins, 1-2.
Yes.
All privateers, of course. Is under a little bit of pressure, though, from Jack Baker. The 16 and 17. That's the 22.
That's
gone awry.
Otis Cleary has gone off there. Do you know how I knew it was Otis Cleary?
How did you know?
Because it had Otis written on the side of his cart.
And
big
had the number,
letters.
and it had the number 22.
Well,
and that's Otis's number.
I'm thick, but I can just about read a 4-letter word.
Oh,
there we go. 3 wide across the start-finish line, side by side for second. And that's the number 17 kart of Jack Baker moving into P2 at the expense of Austin Oman. Morgan Weston is closing right in. The Move It Property sponsored driver, Weston, and it's the rain is coming. It's intensified, if anything else. Now, in a way, this is quite good if you're on wet tyres. When it's really, really wet, that gives the actual grooves in the tyres something to bite in and grip. So the drivers will be miserable out there, but they'll at least be able to turn the corners.
Exactly. They have traction.
They have traction. And, somebody doesn't have traction. On the exit of Top Bend, there's a kart that's pulled off the side of the circuit. I think the kart, what's the official retirement?
71.
71. The driver is fine, but the kart may have drowned.
Yes. That is the problem. Now, you see, that is the big problem with these Bambinos in these dreadful conditions, is because they are such a small engine and they are so close to the ground that any lots of spray, and these are kicking up a lot of spray. They're only small, but they kick up a lot of spray, and they just get engulfed. They get engulfed in water, the engine super cools down and just drowns. And that
was actually Amelia Diel, the young Scots lady. That's a long drive back up to Scotland after you've retired from the final. There's Max Taddy in kart number 66. He's got that Valentino Rossi-esque livery on his kart.
Very nice. I'm a fan of Rossi, I am.
Are you now?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Good, that's good for you. Number 70 on your screen. Grayson Wortley. That's a nice livery kart as well. And Grayson is up into 9th position. Now, Jack Monahan on the live chat. He's not quite sure which junior drivers to keep his eye on because they haven't updated their pages on driver database yet. So he doesn't know who has the best resume of the Bambino karters.
I know.
Well, Jack, let me tell you, the best resume of the karters on track now in this championship would be Harry Neeson because he finished 10th last year.
Yep, that's very true. It's very true.
Now you knows.
Now you knows.
Austin Newstead has got the best resume in this race. Ignore what you're looking at the timing screens on the side. The timing that was Max Taddy is not leading, and there's a slight problem with his transponder. Max Taddy is actually down in 5th position, but 4.5 seconds up the road. Austin Newstead is really just cruising away. Now this is good because this is now like a test session for Austin. He hasn't got to worry. He can just focus because it's so important. In these conditions, the drivers just need to drive the racetrack.
Yeah.
Drive the racetrack, not the people around you.
Yes, exactly that. And that is the most important thing for these drivers to remember because, of course, especially in these conditions as well, because everything just kind of falls into place of what you want to happen. And, of course, with these finals as well, it's the first final as well of the year.
It's a long season.
Yes.
You score points, all the way through the season. Obviously, the finals carry more points, but still, you just want to get your British Championship underway, safely, and, come back saying, right, okay, what can we work on? Morgan Weston, meanwhile, up into 4th place. This is a good little battle between Baker, Oman, Weston, Taddy, and just a little way behind is Colby Patterson in kart number 24. You can see Colby Patterson with the white crash helmets coming through Button Bend. And quite rightly, Jack Monahan pointing out that knowing is half the battle. Well, I knows it, and now you knows it. And also, he knows it.
He does indeed.
Knows it.
Austin
Newstead continues to lead just over halfway through this Bambino final. Down towards Billy's Blind comes the battle for 2nd position. The 17 of Baker, the 27 of Morgan, the 16 of Oman, the 66 of Taddy, the 24 of Patterson, and the number 70 of Grayson Wortley.
Yep, it's a very close battle there at the front end of the field. 4 of them absolutely nose to tail for that 2nd spot on the podium. And of course, you can just see there the 27, the very bright gold lid. It doesn't look bright in these conditions. It will look bright in sunshine, I suspect.
But again, for those of you looking to like, oh, what I want to have my crash helmet painted so it's something. Make it distinctive for commentators to point out, not just in this championship, but any championship.
Yeah.
So, you know, if a commentator can see your crash helmet clearly, they get to know you better. It's a you know, think about promoting yourselves, drivers.
It's a known thing.
It's a known thing.
It is indeed. There you go. The battle for third is heating up because it's coming side by side. The 16 and 27. Oman and Weston side by side in towards Billy's blind. And it looks like Weston has managed to get the job done, but runs slightly wide. Oman comes back and holds onto that third place spot.
Classic Billy's crossover move.
It is indeed.
Go wide on the way in, let the driver go up the inside, and then sweep back into the second apex to get the racing line for the S's.
Indeed, but these two battling away is going to allow Taddy, is it?
Taddy. Yes.
Taddy, there we go. Getting it right. It was my first time saying that one since,
no, exactly.
Since the clear mistakes that we were making earlier today.
Yeah, Auntie Lisa's
shame on us.
Auntie Lisa's going to be happy with both of us.
Auntie
now.
Lisa, thank you, Auntie Lisa. Yeah.
There we go. So, Newstead's lead is now 5 seconds over Baker. This battle for second place we're watching on screen is it's entered a sort of a lull. You know, I mean, the calm before the final storm. But the back of this battle, Grayson Wortley in 7th place. He's closing in as well. So this is 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. Oman in 3rd place is just beginning to lose touch ever so slightly with Jack Baker. So Baker pulling away, and Baker can now just concentrate on driving the track and not fighting with the other drivers. The next 5, including obviously number 66 Max Taddy, you know, they are battling 3 things: the weather, the track, and the driver that is next to them trying to overtake them. They're trying to overtake other drivers as well. So they got a lot more to think about. But don't forget, we stress again, 7 and 8 years old. You know that you're asking an awful lot of these drivers. If you look at the steering wheels of these karts, they've all got their data loggers on there as well, telling their split times, giving them an engine temperature maybe as well. So they're looking down at the screen on their steering wheel, which is giving them live data about how they're doing.
I mean, I wouldn't know how to read that at that age. When I was 7,
I still can't.
I still can't.
No.
So that just shows the skill of these drivers.
Exactly.
At such a young age.
Yep, and occasionally you've got to look over your shoulder to see about where the nearest rival is as well.
Yeah. It's exactly the same form of racing as what it is for seniors.
Yeah, hanging on for grim death.
Yes, exactly. But and unable to hang on is the 27 after getting a little bit of a helping.
Poddage.
Yes.
Slight poddage there.
Indeed.
And he's now waiting to do a U-turn, sensible driving. Now, again, I'm being completely serious about this. Okay, that cost Morgan West a little bit more time.
Yeah.
Because he waited to get the karts around until the track was clear. The drivers in the other class, they just boot it back on the track, even if there's 3 other karts coming.
Yeah.
You know.
The 66 then of Max Taddy. Sorry, get it right. Sort it out. Slap on the wrist.
Auntie Lisa, that wasn't me. That was Auntie Lisa.
I'll get it
being
right.
a good boy.
I'll get it right. There we go. But moving up now those positions and is gaining some more traction. Here's the 17, Jack Baker, in 2nd place. Bit of a no man's land at the moment. As 3 seconds clear from Austin Newstead in front, and 3 seconds clear from Austin Oman behind.
On that last lap, though, Anthony, Jack Baker was 1.5 seconds quicker than our race leader. The gap has come down from 4.8 to 3.7. Now, we are into the closing stages. Maybe that was Newstead just easing back a little bit. Maybe it was a mistake. What Newstead is now, he crosses the start-finish line. He's lapping some of the slower drivers. Otis Cleary has gone a lap down in 18th position. Imogen Summerfield is 17th. The clock is about to strike 0. Here's this great battle for 2nd and 3rd place now mainly. The first car, that sort of dark black and the number 22 car, that's Otis Cleary. He's a lap down. Now, of course, he's also got to pay attention to the blue flags that'll be waving. So, Oman, Taddy, Wortley and Patterson have now got to try and work their way through. A 5-second penalty. And the back marker is not getting out of the way. And that's going to cost The number 16 car, Austin Oman, third place. Taddy, although Taddy's got a 5-second penalty on the road, Max moves into third position. Now, actually, I can't say he's not getting out of it. I don't think I saw the blue flags. I don't think the blue flags were shown, so we can't criticise Otis because he wasn't to know that the leaders were behind him.
Yeah,
but he is doing his best to get out of the way, and of course he is one of the younger drivers. Oh, and he's really, and still the number 16 Kart has not been able to get past the number 22, and they're finally, Austin Oman has lost 3 places. Grayson Wortley is now up into P3 in the number 70 Kart. Well mastered at getting through the traffic. Then it's Colby Patterson into 4th. On the road, Taddy is 5th. Austin Oman is now 6th. That'll put him back up into 5th position. Now, what Max Taddy's going to try and do, even though we're now on the final lap, he is going to try and put a good lap in because he's currently 4 seconds in front of 7th place, Max Gilman. If Max Taddy gets that gap up to 5 seconds, then he only loses 1 place on the road as the checkered flag waves.
Yep, Austin Newstead takes the checker flag clear by 2.5 seconds from Jack Baker, who crosses the line in 2nd place. Grayson Worthy crosses in 3rd place. Colby Patterson in 4th place. Max Taddy crosses in 5th, but of course he's got his 5-second time penalty. Austin Oman crosses in 7th place. Max Gilman in 7th. Josh Cormack in 8th place. Morgan Weston in 9th, and Joshua Griffin round out the top 10. There is your race winner, Austin Newstead. Cheesy grin from that chap.
Well, I'm glad he's happy.
I'm glad he is happy as well. 11th place, Drew Davison. Then it was Ethan Lucas, Harper Dast. Then it was Marley Fisher. The results on your screen. Charlie Munns, Harry Neeson, Imogen Summerfield, Otis Clearly, and the 2 non-finish, Amelia Dazio and Maximilian Eberhardt there with 2 DNFs.
Now, looking at the time, so Max Taddy had to make up 5 seconds. We knew that Austin Oman was going to take 5th on the road. Max Taddy was battling to try and get 5 seconds in front of Max Gilman, and that would mean that Max Taddy would take 6th and Max Gilman would take 7th. The gap at the end of it, Max Gilman was 4.8 seconds in front. So Max Gilman will now take 6th position. Max Taddy after that penalty, he will finish 7th. Now you can see Ian Rogers from Motorsport Timing on your screen there, putting one of the timing coders back in there. Now he's going to try and get that. I mean, the wind is unbelievable. There are 40 to 50 mile an hour gusts of wind here at Clay Pigeon today. Now you can see Ian trying to get the coding device to stand up. That is the actual photo sensor. So you've got photo cells to, in case of photo finishes, and obviously they sense the transponders as well, trying to put that up and keep it standing on the grass in the face of, well, absolute gale force winds here. Now this commentary is going out to the paddock as well. What I would say, people in the paddock, is to make sure that your awnings are securely fastened down, because there is a lot of vehicles in the paddock, a lot of race trucks, a lot of big awnings and things like that, and you don't want to be trying to take down an easy up awning in this weather, because you will lose it and possibly have to pay for the fact that you've just put through the windows the cars parked next to you when it blows away. There is a view of a sodden, soaking wet Clay Pigeon Raceway. The Hardy family members and mechanics huddled, and of course they're not allowed into the restaurant because of the COVID rules, so they're not allowed onto the balcony upstairs, where there would at least be a little bit of shelter from not the wind but the rain. There are a couple of grandstands there as well, but we are now going down to the grid to speak to our winner.
So we're here with Austin, our first winner of the 2021 British Kart Championships, sponsored by Wera Tools. How was it? What a race. The rain was really heavy.
Yeah, it was, and it was really fun.
Really fun? Wow. Did you overtake a lot of people?
No, because I started in first and came first. I didn't overtake anyone, really.
So that was a stellar performance. Are you excited to be on the top step of the podium later on?
Yeah.
Is there anybody you want to thank for helping you win this round?
Especially my dad and my other sponsors.
Do you want to name them?
SGS Builders and Stu Lane, he does all my websites, and Bentley's.
Amazing. Right, well done. We'll see you on the podium a bit later on. And next, we're heading back to the grid for a very wet race.
Oh. So thank you very much to Austin Newstead there. Wow. I'm 7. I got a website being built. I like that. And well done to Catherine Price there doing the grid interviews. We're going to go back down. I mean, and that was such a like a motherly thing to do. So we're going to go back down to Auntie Cat on the grid, where she's going to speak to another wet driver very shortly. But that's great. And Anthony, I'm so impressed with how eloquent and well spoken, professional the drivers are at the end of a race like that.
End of the race like that, an age like that, and he talks better than me and you.
Well, yeah, I mean that's not.
I mean,
surprising.
a lot better than you.
A lot better than me. But I'm now not the only Welsh. Catherine, she's Welsh as well.
True.
Yes. So we're multiplying.
Well,
like rabbits in mating season.
Dear me. But anyway,
we
were going to go down to the grid, but I think because it's raining, cats and dogs.
I think possibly Hey! Oh, he's done it, ladies and gentlemen. Fantastic. Now, our spies in the paddock have told me, so the finals were going to be 15 minutes because you've had a delay and because we've got a curfew here at Clay Pigeon.
We do, yes.
They're now 12 minutes plus 1 lap for the finals.
I see. So
yes, there we
a
are.
little bit less time getting a wet.
Speaking of the next final, here it is.
They are indeed here. And they are making their way swiftly out. So here's a look at the grid. Crowther and Charman are on the front row as well. Cooper, Douglas as well with Ticehurst and Green on the 4th row. Hayward and Barris Hadgett there on row number 5. Full and Earl on row number 6. Wooden, Crossley on row 7. Row 8, Ray and Worlock as well. Then it's Walker and Wise, Behrman and Smith on rows 9 and 10. Row 11 is Ghosh and Camp as well alongside. And Fernandez rounding out the grid.
Now, Minimax opening round 2021 Wera Tools British Kart Championship. Clay Pigeon, rain, wind, kart off track. It looks like a Vision Motorsport kart. 22 Minimax drivers. Now we're down to 21 Minimax drivers. Ewan Charman, Harrison Crowther, Scott Marsh, Ethan Jeff Hall, Mackenzie Douglas, Leighton Cooper, Charles Green. It's a false start.
Yeah, I suspect it's because of the stricken car on the exit of the S's.
Now, the question is, I think that might be Callum Ghosh in kart number 88. Being pulled off the side of the circuit. Yes, it is. So, unfortunately, the Anglo-Thai driver is out of the race before it even begins. Now, Charlie Green getting a lot of support here on the Charles Green, XL Motorsport getting a lot of support on the live chat. So is Mackenzie Douglas, the driver who wants to be known as he's from Pontyclean, not Cowbridge. Yeah, there we go.
Well,
hey.
Hey ho.
Hey ho. And oh, hello. That looks like somebody who, I didn't know who that was, but it was somebody and they were happy. Someone's smiling here at Clay Pigeon. Here we go. Lights are out. We're off and racing.
Oh no! Spin straight away!
Crash. That is a huge crash, and they're all going to come back on. Don't spin it, boys. Don't spin it. Keep it straight as you come back on. Well, that was the number 7 kart of Harrison Crowther hooking his left wheel on the curb as he came round. It spat the kart sideways. All the drivers on the outside row of the grid had to take to the grass. They all managed to get back on the track, and there is Crowther at the back of the field. Well, Harrison, he's going to be really upset. I mean, but that could have been absolutely huge.
Off camera as well, Blake Ticehurst, the 36, got ahead coming together at the S's. He's gone back all the way down to the bottom of the field when they next cross the line. As one driver going wide on the grass at the exit of Buttons, gets it back on track, no spinners, and we cross the line. So, at the look of the end of that dramatic first lap, Leighton Cooper is leading the way from Reg Hayward. Then it's Ethan Jeff Hall, Mackenzie Douglas up into fourth place, Scott Marsh, Ewan Sharman, Adam Wooden, William Ray, Aaron Full, and Damien Barris Hadgett there in the top 10.
Now, I said Leighton Cooper, great start. Reg Hayward from 9th, and of course he was on the side of the grid that weren't forced to take evasive action down there. And I'm just looking. I mean, out of the corner of my eye, there's a gentleman in a very brightly coloured umbrella. Now, an umbrella is one thing that I wouldn't want to be putting up in this weather. So if we have to stop the race for an umbrella on track, we know to blame Coles Racing.
Yep.
Only joking. Here we go. Leighton Cooper. The question now is, how long can he hold on?
That is a very good question, because, of course, a little bit less time now in these finals, of course. No longer 15 minutes. They are 12 minutes due to delays a little bit earlier on. As you can see, snapping there as they press the brake, under braking through the Hans hairpin. You can see the 75 of Leighton Cooper under major pressure from Reg Hayward there. The front two absolutely nose to tail, but the fastest lap of the race has gone to Coles Racing's Mackenzie Douglas in 4th. He's just out the back of this shot.
So, the drivers that spun and had to take evasive action on the opening up. Charles Green down to 16th. Ben Crossley down to 17th. Harrison Crowther, luckiest man in the race, even though he's probably quite upset right now, 18th. Ollie Wise, 19th. Blake Ticehurst, 20th. Oliver Smith, 21st. Josh Camp, 22nd. But all 22 drivers that took the start are still running. There's the fastest lap for Mackenzie Douglas, 43.49 seconds.
Indeed, indeed. So less than 10 minutes on the time. We're looking at the 37 and the 12 absolutely side by side. This is, of course, Reg Hayward, Ethan Jeff Hall battling for second place at the front of that pack. A little look further back as well. Scott Marsh, Adam Wooden, Ewan Sharman and William Ray. They're very close together as well as they go through Buttons. Again, running very wide, not going onto that grass because, again, you don't want to go on the grass there because that tyre will grab you and you'll be sucked into it.
Absolutely. And there's a move, and of course, 37, Reg Hayward briefly takes the lead. Crossover undercut move there through Billy's blind. Leighton Cooper retakes the lead. Now, obviously it's much harder to make a passing manoeuvre in the rain, but also for the drivers trying to catch these lead group, you're trying to push the envelope, and there's no room for error, and they're wheel to wheel for the race lead out of the horseshoe. And Leighton Cooper getting his elbows out as Reg Hayward was having a good old nibble at his the side of his cart coming through there, but on the outside, Cooper, cart dancing around underneath him, and managed to hold on. Third place, Ethan Jeff Hall looking very strong. Cooper runs wide, and that's dropped in. Mackenzie Douglas trying to get at the inside of him as well. Well, Ethan Jeff Hall, warning flag goes out for Reg Hayward. And let's have a little look at that action through the horseshoe on the last lap.
I thunk off the corner of my eye there was a wee bit of contact.
A
little love tap.
Here we go.
Let's see the replay. Let's see if that is correct. Going down. Yeah, look, you can see the head jerk as well. So just the little tap there in towards the braking zone of turn 1, and that is what secured that position. Yes,
and Hayward has been admonished for it. There is the midfield pack now. Ethan Jeff Hall has taken the lead. I say this race was sort of coming to Ethan Jeff Hall. The drivers are battling, and he was just sitting and waiting for waiting to pounce. The time to strike is now, and Ethan Jeff Hall takes the race lead. The question is, has he got the power now? The Strawberry Racing team. We mentioned this before. The last time that Strawberry Racing really had a good crack at the Minimax title was in 2010. And they won it with George Russell driving. So Ethan Jeff Hall is, even though they've taken a bit of time away from the class, and of course engines have evolved and chassis have evolved since then, Ethan Jeff Hall trying to fill very famous shoes indeed as he starts to begin to pull away from Reg Hayward and Leighton Cooper. Mackenzie Douglas in 4th place has really got to get his head down. And of course, a lot of the drivers, they're using different lines in the wet, so the rubber gets laid down in the dry, but then when that rubber gets rained on, it becomes very slippery. You want to try and find the parts of the circuit with less rubber on them, because in the wet, that has more grip.
My definition of it is Washing up gloves.
Yes.
Dry washing up gloves, rubber on rubber, very grippy.
Yes.
You make them both wet, very slippy.
Ah, okay, good. I've never done the washing up.
No, that makes sense.
Okay, let's go. Right, 6 minutes to go. Ethan Jeffel, and again, we're not without making any disrespect to Reg Hayward. Reg Hayward, he's been a top 10 contender. He's had top 10 speed, but he's not been on the same sort of speed as Ethan Jeff Hall in a normal race situation. So he hasn't quite got the pace of Ethan Jeff Hall. Mind you, they haven't been out in these conditions so far either, and a 5-second penalty now applied to Reg Hayward. So that, as I said, this race was really coming to Ethan Jeff Hall more so than ever now. What Reg Hayward has got to do, and there will be a board on the start-finish line that tells Reg that, so we'll know he's got a penalty. He has got to try and gain as much ground over his pursuers as possible. I mean, obviously, Leighton Cooper is right there. Mackenzie Douglas in 4th place is right there. Scott Marsh is 5th. Adam Wooden runs 6th for KR Sport. Ewan Charman, who started on the front row of the grid in pole position, he is down in 7th position. 8th is Levi Earl. 9th is Chase Fernandez, then Aaron Fall, William Ray, Harrison Crowther's back up to 12th, then it's Damien Barris-Haggett, Mikey Walker, Thomas Behrman, Blake Ticehurst, Freddie Worlock, and there's a move, Anthony.
Yeah, it was Aaron Fall down the inside of Chase Fernandez. Obviously, Chase, who had a disaster earlier on with heavy contact. He lost his front nose and had to bring it into the pit lane with the meatball flag, as it was. No one likes that flag, but I like meatballs. Aaron Fall, though, great move down the inside at Hans Hamphead.
Yes, and of course, Marcus Littlewood, who runs the Spirit of Senna karting team,
oh, and it's
has
happened
corrected
again.
me. Oh, yes. Number 47, that's Scott Marsh off. Strawberry did come back and win the British Minimax title in 2016 with Jenson Butterfield, who is now a mechanic at Coles Racing, so I do apologise. But they still won it in 2010 with George Russell, so what I said was part right. Now, if you recall, the Minimax drivers, they went out on wet tyres in their pre-final.
Yes, of
on
course.
a drying track. And Ewan Charman drove away from everybody, won by a country mile. Now he's struggling a little bit. Did he perhaps take too much wear out of his wet tyres when the track was drying? He's just picked up a place coming out of Top Bend. He's passed the number 49 kart of Adam Wooden, so Ewan Charman back into top 5, but he's 6th second. There he is, ahead of the pink and purple cosmic chassis of Adam Wooden.
I don't know if he's struggling overall with pace, because I mean his times, you know, he's doing a 43.2, and compared to the rest, you know, they're doing.
Well, he's struggling with track position, and he's struggling with visibility.
Well,
because when you're following, even in a car, you're so low to the ground, when you're following drivers, all you can see is a plume of spray. Yeah,
the rooster tails off the back of the cart, so. Yeah, it does kick up a lot of water, especially with these wet tyres, because they are quite significant wet tyres. They've got a lot of grooves in them, so they do disperse a lot of water. And especially at the speeds they do, and with the wind that you've got, you just see it's blowing it all into the faces of the people at the side of the track.
But this is a good scrap for 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th. Charman, Wooden, Earl, Fall, Fernandez, Ray, Crowther in 11th, all in this battle. There goes the number 6 of Aaron Fall for KR Sport. Oh, and he just runs the number 49 car wide, and Adam Woodham, that's his teammate.
Oh, spin in front, it's the 42. Charman goes off. Those tyres have just not got the traction they need, because that just rotated on him.
And that's a very strange place to have an accident. The car literally, I'm almost thinking it did something, as it was a wheel coming loose, or there's something break. He's actually back in the race now. He gets going again, but that car literally at the apex just snapped completely sideways.
It did, yeah. So something not quite right then with that car in these wet conditions.
So Reg Hayward there now getting caught, and Wooden gets a 5-second penalty as well. Now, that could also be start line infringements.
Yep. Potentially could be right, but with less than 2 minutes plus 1 lap to go, the order is still Ethan Jeff Hall leading the way by just under 2 seconds. Now he crosses the line. We'll update the gap. It is now over 2 seconds, but the battle between second place Reg Hayward and Leighton Cooper is still very close. And on your screen there is that battle. Leighton Cooper, the 75 for Dan Holland Racing, catching up. So Dan Holland Racing versus Coles Racing, a fierce battle that we've seen many, many, many times.
Yes, we have indeed. Archie Kitchen won this title in 2019 for Coles Racing. Harry Linden won this title for Dan Holland Racing last year, but they're all being shown a clean pair of heels at the moment by the green and white, the Strawberry Racing team. So, with Reg Hayward has got a 5-second penalty, that would move Leighton Cooper into second place. It would put Mackenzie Douglas onto the podium. Significantly, though, for Reg Hayward, they are 6 seconds in front of 5th place driver Levi Earl for the Vision Motorsport team. So at the moment, Reg Hayward is looking at, he's second on the road, but he's looking at finishing maybe 4th in the final classifications, unless Levi Earl can really close in.
You can just see there under braking, the 75 of Leighton Cooper. It does seem to be only him that when he comes into the braking zone for Hans Hairpin, it just snaps, and the kart goes completely sideways. Everyone else is keeping it in the straight and narrow.
Good kart control. That tells me that he's being more aggressive on the brakes. He's being far more aggressive on the brakes, and he's confident in his own. Oh dear, there's number 55 off. That's Ollie Wise for Vision Motorsport. He's running down in 19th position.
He's none the wiser about the conditions out there.
Right, now, he goes, what's that, sorry? I missed it.
It was golden.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you say it again?
No, it's too late.
I'm going to have to watch this back on replay now. Oh, so sorry, Anthony.
I'll get a message from you and go, who's this again?
Yeah. So, there is Hayward, Cooper and Douglas fighting for the final podium positions. Ethan Jeff Hall now, as his penultimate lap. The clock has struck 0.
It has indeed. So, last lap board will be out this time for Ethan Jeff Hall. The number 12, Strawberry Racing. He is crossed the line just now, so final board is out. Eyes at the moment on these 3. Reg Hayward, Leighton Cooper and Mackenzie Douglas. 2nd, 3rd and 4th out on track.
Ethan Jeff Hall, then Hayward, Cooper and Douglas. There comes Hall down into Han Hairpin for the final time. There's that snap sideways from Leighton Cooper, who's on course for 3rd on the road, 2nd in the race. Douglas is going to be on the podium at the moment, but as Ethan Jeff Hall already out of our camera shot, he's so far ahead, nearly 3 seconds at the road. Here he comes, the Strawberry Racing driver takes the checkered flag and the provisional win in the opening round of the British Minimax Championship. Reg Hayward 2nd on the road, but it'll be Leighton Cooper who takes 2nd, following Mackenzie Douglas 3rd. Hayward will come home in 4th place. Levi Earl in 5th. Harrison Crowther in 6th. They're side by side across the line further back, Anthony. And, again, another contender for drivers, Ethan Jeff Hall. Very, very, very controlled race. And also worth mentioning, Chase Fernandez didn't finish the pre-final, but is now in the top 8 in the final itself, made at 15 positions in absolutely torrid conditions. There on your screens are the results.
Indeed, a great race then from the Minimax to their final. Obviously race 25 of the weekend, only a few more to go. 4 more races then of the clay weekend, and the recovery efforts begin. Obviously the stricken 88 machine of Callum Gosh out there has been stuck out there since the start of the race and was able to come back. So he's unfortunately the poor chap standing at the side of the circuit watching that final he could have been in.
Yep. There come the mechanics out onto the circuit to retrieve some of the karts there, and of course Mackenzie Douglas getting the podium. I think that's his sister Kaylee on the live chat supporting. She's here in the paddock supporting him as well. So yes. It's good to see the people in the paddock watching and listening as well. Yes,
I suspect they're in the paddock, but in shelter in the paddock.
Yes, smartly, cleverly. Yes,
cleverly.
So that's the second of our our finals over and done with. It's Rotax 177 up next, but I think before then we'll probably try and grab a chat, Auntie Cat.
Yes.
Auntie Cat.
It'll be Uncle Will.
It'll be Uncle Will.
Yeah.
Oh, Uncle Will Davis in the paddock trying to do the post-race interviews. There we go. We've got a veritable smorgasbord, ladies and gentlemen, of on-air karting talent. Now, we're going to go down to the winner just about now.
I'm down here with Ethan Jeff Hall, who's just won the Minimax round of the British Karting Championships with Wera Tools. Ethan, how do you feel after winning the round?
I feel amazing. It feels really good.
really tough conditions out there, with it changing from the pre-final to almost being dry to being very wet out there. How did you cope out there, seeing as you controlled the race pretty much the whole way through?
Yeah, I just stayed calm, didn't make too many mistakes and just got my head down.
Well, congratulations, a brilliant win, a brilliant start to the championship. Hopefully you can build on it and have a successful championship round. Just a bit more into the race, being very wet out there and controlling the lines, how did you feel going through the corners off the start? Because you weren't starting on pole, you're starting in third. How did you feel?
At the start I felt a bit like that I might not win, because I went over the grass on the first corner and then I managed to get back up into third, and then I made my way into first and just got my head down. And
well, brilliant recovery, well done again. Congratulations, Ethan Jeppel, our Minimax winner.
Well, excellent. Thank you very much, Will. The 177 have made their way out into the circuit. And, Will, I just wanted to remind you that, in case you didn't notice, there is a scrutineering building behind you where you don't have to get so wet. So you could stand under there next time. Just a pre-warning.
I know, that's great, that is. Come and do the paddock interviews, Will. It's karting, it's glamorous, they said. The words rat and drown spring to mind there. But great words from Ethan Jeff Hall. Here we go then. Daniel Tate, Lewis Large, Nathan Chafer, Philip Howarth, Henry Ayres, Sam Winter, Colin Davis, Matthew Easton, Callum Porter, Ryan Evans, Cole Edwards, Liam Rabjohns. They are your 12 Rotax 177 finalists in order. Lights are out. We're off and racing.
Good start at the front then, so everyone making it towards turn one and keeping it on the tarmac at turn one. Yes.
Just about, yeah, well done.
They are.
Now, Daniel Tate, so Tate, now the drivers who had that extra race on wet tyres earlier on this morning, Tate, Sam Winter, and the third driver, his name escapes me, Liam Rabjohns, they are now at a bit of a disadvantage technically because they've done an extra 10 minutes on those wet tyres and the track wasn't as wet as that. And I mean, Daniel Tate has ignored that and is cleared off into the distance already. Here comes Philip Howarth though, in the comp kart, side by side with Lewis Large for second position. Howarth doesn't make the move there, yes, falls back into line.
Yep.
Chafer on the CRG is fourth, and then it's Winter, Ayres, Davis, Easton, Edwards, Porter, Rabjohns and Evans.
In these wet conditions, I'm sure there's a lot of chafing going on in these suits as well. So.
Oh, Philip Howarth has gone running very wide. Now, Philip Howarth, he's a yokel to the circuit, a local, sorry.
Yep, local.
Sorry, Philip, a yokel. He knows his track very, very well in these conditions, so he is going to be trying to get ahead, get past the Lewis Large in front of him and get on after Daniel Tate as quickly as possible.
Indeed.
But at the moment, Lewis Large, meanwhile, is closing in, and this is could we be seeing the result of Daniel Tate using his wet tyres too much in that second heat this morning?
Daniel Tate about to find out his fate. But Louis Large, purple sectors all the way through. I'm giving you amazing puns here, and you're just ignoring all of them.
No, I wasn't. I was marvelling at it, and I was trying to think. Daniel Tate. It's a shame that Louis it's not Louis Lyle. It's not Lyle Large. It's Louis, because then it would be Tate and Lyle, and that'd be sweet like sugar. I see your pun and raise you one.
Yeah, a much better one as well.
No. But I mean, Daniel Tate. Look at the trajectory of the kart as he comes through the kick down towards thing. Yeah, Daniel Tate is struggling. There's the move. Not quite, but Tate is really struggling. He's starting to back the pack up. I think his tyres are already saying that they don't like these conditions. Louis Large, Philip Howarth, Nathan Chafer, Sam Winter, all there. Now, Sam Winter, another driver who's used those wet tyres for an extra race, but that Red Speed chassis seemed maybe he was a little bit kinder to his tyres in that race, although he is now dropping back a little bit. So the drivers in second, third and fourth have got fresher tyres than our race leader.
Yeah, so what I saw there is Daniel Tate took a really tight line through the Hans hairpin, hooked his front wheels onto that inside curve, which flicked him round, and he got the power on nice and early, where Louis Large took the wider line, and it just got loose from him and opened up that gap. So two different racing lines through the Hans hairpin. I'm sure now Louis Large is going to have learnt from that now and just see what he does this time around. I'll be curious to know. Daniel Tate, though, fastest lap of the race on that one. So here's Tate into the corner, hooks that inside. Look at that. Large follows.
I know, and Daniel Tate really kind of blowing my theory about his tyres going out of the water because I think his tyres going off by setting a fastest lap of the race.
Yeah.
Now, Daniel Sabula in our track walk yesterday said, and again, you know, that at Billy's Blind, you're trying to you hook those tyres over the curb. That's where the grip is in the rain. Sometimes, he said, sometimes you just got to, all these karts have got chassis protectors on them. Sometimes you just got to sacrifice the kart to things. So look at that. So Tate, he uses that curb to hook the kart round again.
Yeah.
And so he had a lap to ease down, maybe cool the tyres off a little bit, and now he's pushing on again.
Yeah.
Howarth in the number 66, Chafer in the number 99. Chasing hard, third and fourth, Winter in the 77. Defending champion Henry Ayres only 6th at the minute, and he's actually falling back into the clutches of his KR Sport teammate Matthew Easton. So the defending champion, not really a factor here at the moment, Anthony.
No, so it's surprising to see because it was so dominant last year as well. So the difference a winter can make, and a long winter break it was, of course, again this time around. We were supposed to start a lot sooner than originally planned, but
I'm glad they held it off so we get the nice weather.
I know, I'm glad they waited for the nice weather. It's helped massively. In towards the first corner, and again 7.5 minutes to go. Still Dan Tate leading the way. Now, looking at the sector times, Louis Large, he was faster in Sector 1. He's faster in Sector 2 as well. And as you can see, it's closing up at the back of the field, though. That's Colin Davis and Colt Edwards.
Yeah, I was going to say the E-plate. The E-plate is the English champion.
Yes.
So we haven't got one, but you have the S-plate. That's a Scottish Super Series winner. There's an IRL plate for the All-Ireland champion.
Yep.
Sadly, and there's Nathan Chafer having a little nibble at the inside of Philip Howarth, going through Billy's Blind. Chafer at the inside, 2 wheels over the curb. The CRG passing the comp cart there. Chafer into third. Now, Howarth's going to get him back now, down the Sturmey Straight. And Chafer sideways. Howarth, good car control, good battling here as they head out of Han Hairpin into the horseshoe, avoiding that puddle. So there is some standing water on the inside of the circuit there. It's offline, but some of the drivers are actually putting their left wheel through that puddle because it slows the kart down suddenly and it hooks it left, which is where they want to turn. Very, very smart driving indeed, I think.
Yes, I think you are correct on that one. Oh, and you can just see there, again, hooking that inside curb does Nathan Chafer there. He likes to hook that curb on the inside of there, but it really unsettles the kart, and that's what you've got to be careful. You don't want to unsettle it too much. Yes, okay, you're on the wet tyres, but you can very easily just lose the back end so quickly. Runs a little bit wide there out of Hans Hairpin as well.
Now watch into this corner. There's a puddle on the right-hand side of the circuit. Howarth and Chafer avoid it this time, but some of the drivers behind them, they're putting their front wheel through the tyre just to help the kart turn in. It's a deliberate thing. The rain is coming down harder and harder and harder.
It's that really sideways rain here, isn't it?
It's that really wet rain.
Yeah, really wet rain.
But Chafer, now that Nathan Chafer has passed Philip Howarth, and again he was somewhat he was aggressive when he passed Howarth. So Philip Howarth thinking to himself, okay, Nathan, now go and catch some lights. If you're that much quicker than me, I'll let you go, but you've got to catch the man in front. And Philip Howarth, he's looking over his shoulder. Maybe the setup's going away a little bit. But I suppose if Nathan Chafer, and to be fair, Nathan Chafer is slowly gaining on Louis Large. This time around, he's 2/10 quicker on this lap.
There you go. You can see
it's raining in the commentary box now.
Is it all coming through the window, is it?
That's
it might be, yes. We've got cables up and down, so...
I know, the nice warm double glazing. That's one of the windows.
I know.
Just let the wiring in.
I opened my window as well, but not for cables.
Ah, okay. Oh, that was
other reasons.
Very good, very good. Now there's Nathan Chafer chasing Louis Large. Daniel Tate, meanwhile, he's obviously eased back a little bit, and now he's beginning to pull away. And he's just set another new fast lap of the race, 41.60. So his tyres are actually fine. It's now Louis Large that is struggling a little bit. Chafer, Howarth, Winter, Ayres, Easton, Davis, Edwards, Porter, Rab, Johnson, Evans, all 12 drivers still running. As I say that, Cole Edwards pulls in to retire. Sorry, Cole Edwards fans. I put the mockers on him straight away. So, looking at the statistics for the 177 class.
Your statistic book?
My statistics book, which I mean, Henry he's equally the most successful driver in the class with 3 wins. Now, Daniel Tate hasn't competed in this championship in its current guise since its inception back in 2019, so this will be his first appearance in the series. I mean, Nathan Chafer's got 2 wins. Matthew Easton's got a win as well. Looking down, so Lewis Large has got a couple of podiums, never finished higher than 3rd though, so at the moment Lewis Large on course for a career best effort in the Motorsport UK British Kart Championship. Obviously before then he was the 2018 British champion, but that wasn't a Motorsport UK Run Championship, if you get my drift.
I do get your drift.
Thank you. Now, Strawberry Racing, likewise, they have never won a 177 race before either in the British Championship since the start of 2019. And they're on course as well to do something very successful in this race. But again, Daniel Tate, he can't relax. The gap's less than 2 seconds. And now Nathan Chafer has caught Lewis Large for 2nd. Here we come, sliding on the run down towards Billy Blind. Great kart control. They hook the inside of the curb. Chafer in Large's wheel tracks and looking very good.
It just looks like Chafer's got far more control out there with the tyres that he's got on that kart. It looks like he can just turn in a bit tighter. He can get on the power a little bit earlier. It just looks just far more comfortable.
Yeah, and it's remarkable. He's a privateer, so it's just a family-run team, and there's no other CRG here to get data from or anything like that, which is, remarkable. And it's very well done. So now Chafer in the wheel tracks. He's almost pushing Large down. He backs off going through the kink into Billy's. Can't get to the inside. Less than 2 minutes to go. Through the S's now. Again, Chafer using a lot more curve. The back end steps out a little bit there. He quickly checks over his shoulders. So he's lost ground. So he knew that he lost ground because instantly the slide, check over his shoulders to make sure that he wasn't under attack. Now he's going to get his head down and re-catch Louis Large, who is in 2nd position. Around the horseshoe there. Now, asking, do we still run gearbox karts? Yes, we do. The KZ2 Gearbox British Championship starts next weekend at Shellington. We will be covering that as well for those of you what like shifters.
Yes. I was going to say something there, but I thought, again, my filter turned on.
Yeah, okay, yes.
My filter turned on.
I mean, luckily, mine broke years ago.
I know.
I just about control it. Chafer again. Closing back in, and Philip Howarth's not out of this one yet either, in 4th place, the number 66 kart. Sam Winter still runs in 5th, Ayres is 6th, Easton 7th, Davis 8th, Porter 9th, Rab Johns 10th, Ryan Evans in 11th place.
Good running then from the entirety of that.
Less than a minute to go. Yeah, there's your race leader, number 29, Strawberry Racing's Daniel Tate. Oh, Louis Large sideways through the kink on the main straight there, and that's going to give Nathan Chafer a little bit of extra momentum. This is good. So Chafer now, he's got to control the back end of the kart coming out there. Again, Chafer, just a bit of a slide. That is going to lose him momentum, cost him momentum. Howarth is there as well.
Good running from them at the moment, but like you just say, can't quite get the momentum to overtake you. So it's one thing to catch up, but it's one thing to actually get past, and that's what we're seeing in this one. The conditions are just terrible. Like, it's just adding another factor to make it too difficult to overtake. But let's just see what can happen. We'll see that last lap board come out next time around, because of course your race leader, Daniel Tate, Strawberry Racing, is 3 seconds up the road further from these guys. And of course he's already passed the line before that 0 came down. So last lap board will be seen this time by your race leader. And, of course, that is when I think we'll see Chafer go for that
really
lunge.
Give it all good race. Just to answer a couple more questions, are the KZ2 karts the super karts? So the KZ2 are the short circuit karts. The super karts, the 160 mile an hour efforts, they've got their own separate long circuit championship. And are tyre changes allowed in karting? Well, yes, they are technically. There's nothing against tyre changes, but you don't.
No.
Because it's too much time. It costs too much time. So what you start on is what you finish on. Last lap board goes out. Louis Large all over the curbs, the kink there. He misses the apex though at Billy's Blind. Is that going to give Nathan Chafer a whiff of an opportunity?
Potentially. They come into the Sturmey straight. There's your race leader, Dan Tate, in the lead. The number 29. Not close enough for a move there is Schaefer. Has to stay behind. That is going to allow Louis Lage to hold on to that second place. And as you were saying, second place is best finish for this championship.
In this iteration of the championship. He said two third place finishes in 2018. Now Louis Lage. There goes Daniel Tate. He takes his first British Championship win in the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Championship. And Louis Lage does hold on to take second position. His best finish since 2018. Nathan Schaefer, his first podium since 2019. Philip Howarth, a top 4 finish on his return, and Sam Winter rounds out the top 5. There come the remaining drivers, Henry Ayres and his KR Sport teammate Matthew Easton, 6th and 7th. Ultimate R Racing's Callum Porter is 8th, Liam Rabjohns is 9th, Ryan Evans 10th, and Colin Davis on the last lap seemed to fall back and to finish in 11th position. But you can see there at the top of your screen by the white truck, the Strawberry Racing team, hands in the air. They're pleased with Daniel Tate's effort.
And indeed they should be.
Yeah, indeed they should be. So Tate will now go in the 19-lap race in the final. He sort of did dominate it. He was under pressure in the early running and then sort of eased away. The main point of interest was Louis Lage's battle with Nathan Schaefer and Philip Howarth for second. Schaefer potentially the move of the race on Philip Howarth to take over P3, and then he held it off. It just wasn't quite going to happen. I think Nathan he rode his luck a little bit, tried to pass Howarth, and it was aggressive, but it was clean. I think he probably thought I've made enough deposits to the luck bank for this race. If I try and open my account again, the machine might take my card, so to speak. So he decided not to go all guns blazing at Louis Lage. Now, Uncle Will down on the grid shortly to speak to Daniel Tate. Very shortly at the end of this one, let's hear from our winner. Go, take it away, Uncle Will.
We're down here with the winner of 177 at the Wera Tools British Kart Championships Round 1, Daniel Tate. Daniel, congratulations. Tricky conditions out there. How do you feel?
Yeah, very pleased with the win. It was a hard race, but I think we had more pace in the wet than we did in the dry, so I'm quite glad it rained.
How tricky has it been this weekend having mixed conditions, different every session?
Yeah, it's been hard. Like mechanics, my mechanics done an absolute mint job of getting the right call every time. It's been very important that the right changes are made for the right conditions.
Brilliant. Well, congratulations, Daniel. Thanks for your time. Brilliant job out there today, and congratulations.
Cheers.
Back to you.
Thank you very much, Will. Again, still unsure of that building behind you, I don't think. It's a lot drier under there, I swear.
So, someone's told him that if he goes under there, the microphone won't work because of the metal and the concrete of the building.
It may have been me.
And it's his first time in the championship, so he didn't want to make a mistake, and he's just doing everything he can to please us.
Exactly, but we're massively... I massively appreciate Will, because obviously last year I had to run down.
You would be doing that. That could have been you.
It could have been me.
Could have been you. But no, well done to Daniel Tate, and well done to Uncle Will down there in the pits. Auntie Cat, I think, has probably gone and is hidden in the Motorsport UK truck out of the rain.
Probably so.
So, we're now down to the final 3 finals of the event. Honda Cadet will be up next, and then we've got the junior and senior Rotax classes. Now, these next 3 races have got capacity 34 kart grids. So 34 karts, the most that is allowed, that's the track license limit, for the championship points. So these are full grids. The Cadet Hondas, 12 minutes plus a lap, a standing start for the horse-stroke Honda engines. Very underrated engine. Now, in these conditions, obviously, momentum is the key in Hondas anyway, just because of the style of the engine. But more so than ever, if you get a Honda Cadet sideways, it just takes that little bit longer to go back up through the revs and regain the speed.
Yeah.
So it's going to be very, very difficult for the drivers to make moves, because of course you're putting yourself at a great deal of risk when you go offline to try and make a move and outbraking yourself. But it's still going to be a good race.
I reckon it's going to be an excellent race. I'm looking forward to seeing a 34 kart train all the way around.
Yes, rumbling.
Rumbling.
Like Pink Floyd once said, the distant sound of thunder.
Yes.
There you go. First Pink Floyd reference of the 2021 Wera Tools British Kart Championship, everybody. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Everyone appreciated it, Henry.
Well, I aim to please.
Good.
There we are. Look at that. That is, I mean, it's hard. I mean, we joke about the weather here. It's for those of you watching back home, whether it's on motorsport.tv, whether it's on the Wera Tools Facebook page, the British Kart Championship Facebook page, or on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, it is hard for us to accurately comprehend just how cold it is here, how windy it is here, and how wet and rainy it is here. I mean, the visuals are one thing, but it is the wind is sideways, the rain is sideways. It's about -2 out here, and next week it's Whitsun Bank Holiday in the UK, end of May, start of June. Utterly ridiculous.
I know. Hopefully it'll be nicer at
Shennington.
yes.
Well, hope it can't. Well, Anthony, it can't be much worse weather-wise.
Well, you've said it now, because I guarantee you it will find a way.
And of course, the other thing that I'm slightly concerned about is that the vehicle that you and producer James are driving home in,
Yes.
and my vehicle are in the outer paddock, which is a field.
It is.
And it's got lots of the race trucks in it, heavy race trucks that are going to be trying to get out before us at the end of the day, because, ladies and gentlemen, our jobs as commentators, it doesn't just finish when the checker flag finishes. Oh, no. We're the hardest working people in karting, us media types. So when we try to leave at the end of the day, there'll be a nice, it'll look like the Battle of the Somme on the third morning, the quagmire that we're going to try and get out of.
Yes, that backfield, it was not the most pleasant thing to drive. And the producer, James, who was obviously driving the car, I said to him, and this is like, right, James, the main thing you need to do here is not spin your wheels. And what did he proceed to do? Exactly.
Like a young hoodlum.
Yes. Leadfoot.
Leadfoot fits you on the case. So yeah, so that'll be interesting later on. Yeah, maybe you could do like an Instagram post or something of it, you know, because it saves doing Instagram posts of me breaking wind.
Well, I didn't do an Instagram post of you, but I did take a video of you this morning when we hit the car.
Staggering out of the hotel room. After a late night of editing, ladies and gentlemen, we aim to please.
Who's the one who was really doing the editing there, Henry?
Producer James and I were offering moral support. And cider.
And cider. That was the best part of it. But yeah, it was up till 1 o'clock in the morning, I think we were. Yeah,
that might explain the commentary today. Right, Phil Friend is... boom, boom. Phil Friend, good luck to Alfie Friend, or Albie, in this next race. Alfie Friend, he is in kart... Albie Friend in kart number 91, a rookie in the championship. He's going to be starting a little bit down the order, but again, 34 karts, 12 minutes plus a lap. Obviously, everyone's going to be on wet tyres. Now, Anthony, this race, the pre-final was run on wet tyres, but on a dry track. So those tyres would have taken a beating. The good news is that everybody will be in the same boat, so nobody will have any life in their tyres. It's not a case of one or two.
I think you could be right.
There's a knock on the door. It's a very wet-looking Marshall. Hello, very wet-looking Marshall.
Say again? Do I have a charger for a phone?
Do we have a charger for? No, is the answer.
What does it take?
This is.
Oh, apparently you're a cameraman, not a marshal. Sorry, you're just in the orange.
he's a bedraggled looking...
I can see what I can do. I don't think I do have a micro USB up here, which is what this phone takes.
I tell you what we have got up here, Mr. Cameraman, who looks very wet. We've got some Polish crisps. Would you like some picante paprika acai crunchies? Yes, there we go. It's like Saturday kitchen here. I've got some Estrella dill crinkle cut chips. No, didn't like the dill, ladies and gentlemen. The cameraman is dissing dill live on air. We've got some. We've got other various bits and bobs here. So Jan Echterman saying, thank you for the awesome coverage as ever, Alpha Live. Well, we try. It's been a bit of a struggle today with various technical issues, but we are bringing you all the coverage from the Wera Tools British Kart Championship, the opening round of 2021. On your screens now, you can see the 2 front row drivers for the SFR Motorsport team on the grid, getting their tyres checked, the tyre pressures changed. We're going to be heading out onto the rolling lap very, very soon. Chance to remind you that HRX have joined this list of sponsors and supporters of the British Championship this year. You can see there the Raceway company, as well as Demon Tweaks returning from last year. So a big thank you to Demon Tweaks. Oh, it's utterly miserable out there. You know, you can't feel your hand, the fingers at the end of your hands, as we wait for the drivers to come out. And yeah, the driver just getting their visor cleaned, and again, the mechanic clean the driver's visor, and also maybe trying to keep their gloves dry, because of course wet hands on the steering wheel. The driver lifts his visor up, which is now going to get more moisture on it because that's facing upwards. And I say the official, well, Jen Wade Media watching from Austria. Jen, the official Rotax, part of the official Rotax, BRP Rotax media team, covers Rotax racing all over the world. This is not Rotax racing just now. We've got 2 more Rotax races to go. This is the Cadet Honda Cadet, whichever way you like to pronounce it. So it's Cadet Honda, then Junior Rotax, then Senior Rotax. 3 races to go here. Out come the Honda field on wet tyres. Now, we did have one driver who didn't make it out for the pre-final, Hugo Roche. Here is the grid on your screen. Hasty and Youngling, Graham and Wolf, Tumulty and Murphy, Islin and Friend. Then it's Neve and Craigie on row 5, Potter and West on row 6, Harrison Whitcomb and Mr. Gray on row 7. Then it's Pikes, Clark, Holmes Ballock, Cuthbert, O'Sullivan and Barham. Watch for Max Cuthbert and Noah Barham coming through the field. Then Thomas Spearing, Aras Majewskis. Watch for the young Lithuanian driver as well to be making up good ground. Behind Majewskis, it's Harley Musk, Cole Denham, Rio Licata, Max Endicott, Klimas, Rocco Shenton, Kai Clark, who I don't know if he's gone out, Oliver Majewski, Harry Friel, Brendan James and Lucas Blanford. So we're definitely we're possibly missing Hugh Roche. We haven't seen Hugh Roche today, and potentially his Ambition Motorsport teammate Kai Clark is also out of the running. So 32 drivers, they step into their grid slots.
As Henry is speaking so much today, he's decided to keel over in the commentary box slightly there.
Bit of paprika crisp went down the wrong way.
Oh,
now, Anthony,
yes.
Is our very wet and mobile phoneless cameraman now happy with life?
50-50.
Fair to middling. Well, you know, on a day like this, that's all you can ask for. Okay, there is a look at number 80, Leon Hasty, on the outside of the front row of the grid. Timo Youngling on the inside of the front row. Actually, it's Hasty on pole position, even though he's got the outside line for that first little kink. Youngling in P2 will be on the outside line for the run down towards Billy's blind. We've got 1 or 2 drivers at the back there still getting into position, and hopefully we'll be ready very soon. Standing start, the engine notes rise, lights are out, we're off and racing. And it's a good start from the 2 SFR Motorsport teammates at the front of the grid. Hasty, the Scotsman, leads them into Billy's blind. One driver at the near the SFR kart's running very wide there, but everyone through cleanly. The back of the field there, number 84, Harry Friel, the Callum Hargrave driver. We're now heading down towards Han Hairpin for the first time of asking. Up the hill, up the brief hill towards the horseshoe, and now out through Button Bend into Top Bend. Out of Top bend down towards the kink. They go across the line to complete lap number 1. It is Leon Hasty ahead of Noah Wolf in the Synergy Kart, Timo Younglin, Oscar Tumulty, Joshua Graham, Lewis Islin, William Murphy, Kenzo Craigie, Owen Neve, Max Cuthbert, Elliot Potter, Jarrett Clark, Harrison Whitcomb, Noah Pikes, Hayden Gray, Aris Majuskis, Noah Barham, Luca Holmes Balak, Oscar O'Sullivan and Rocco Shenton, your top 20. There is the number 10 kart of Max Cuthbert as he tries to make up ground from a poor start, and he's already up into 10th position from 17th on the grid is Cuthbert. Into top bend one time. Photography by Selborne, should have gone for the Dill Crisps, he says. I totally agree. Jack West moves into 9th place, but up at the front there is the 4-stroke train. Nobody getting away, although Leon Hasty, the Scotsman for the SFR Heinz Motorsport team, is the only driver in the field who can see where he's going. Wolf tucked in behind him as they head down the Sturmey Straight. Wolf looks to the inside in kart number 45, makes the move, takes the race lead. Good driving there from Noah Wolf. Leon Hasty chooses not to fight it too much. He chooses to sit in line as Harrison Whitcomb, the Welshman, gets a warning flag. Now Timo Youngling has slipped back to 4th place behind Joshua Graham. So Joshua Graham in the number 4 Ambition Motorsport kart is up into the top 3, and now he's now looking at the inside for another position. There's another Ambition kart making a move. So far, everybody nice and clean, nobody off track. Noah Wolf setting a fastest lap of the race, and Leon Hasty is going with him. So Hasty is pulling away. Now you can see on some of the karts they've got like an extra rear number plate actually over the front of the engine. That's just to stop water getting into the engine. That is an adjustment. You can see a blue number plate there on some of the karts. That is allowed as per the technical rules, just to keep these Honda GX 160 engines as dry as possible, to stop water getting into the fuel line or the internals of the engine and causing chaos. Wolf, Hasty, Graham, Cuthbert, Youngling, Kenzo Craigie for Ambition Motorsport is up into 6th position. Then it's Lewis Islin, William Murphy, Oscar Tumulty and the Callum Hargrave driver development driver Owen Neve. So it's the top 9 positions in the field, all held by drivers for SFR, Synergy or Ambition. In fact, 15 of the top 16 all held by drivers either for Ambition, Synergy or SFR, with only the Callum Hargrave driver development driver Owen Neve in 10th, and well, actually Rocco Shenton for the Zip Kart team in the top 19. 20th place, the leading Project 1 racing driver Oscar O'Sullivan. Oh, how times have changed in the Cadet Honda class. Out onto the Sturmey Straight. Now, is Leon Hasty looking at the inside of the race leader? Yes, he is. Through the hand hairpin and into the lead once again goes Leon Hasty. Now, Noah Wolf, he tried to hang it out high, wide and handsome. But he has to eventually fall back into line. Out of top bend, onto the start-finish straight. We complete lap number 6. Hasty, Wolf, Graham, Cuthbert, Craigie, Islin, Youngling, Murphy, Neve and Tumulty, your top 10. And Joshua Graham in kart number 4, closing in on the 2 leaders. So that one exchange, those 2 exchanges, Wolf is back in the lead. Those 2 exchanges for 1st and 2nd have brought Graham, Cuthbert and Kenzo Craigie right into the mix. The fluoro chassis, the fluoro coloured chassis for the Ambition team. In 5th place, courtesy of Kenzo Craigie. In 3rd place, courtesy of Joshua Graham. Out of top bend we come. We complete lap number 7 now. No change to lead on the last lap, but you can see Graham is now caught and is looking to the inside of Leon Hasty, side by side around Billy.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully I am coming through and you can hear me. And as you can expect, the weather has been causing an absolute nightmare here at Clay Pigeon. So we can only apologise from us, the people at Alpha Live, for bringing you these pictures. But of course, the weather is causing some major issues here. It's probably the worst weather that we've seen at a motorsport event for Motorsport UK in the British Kart Championships, of course. We had terrible weather at PFI last year at the exit, and when that went down, well, of course, it went down quite quickly on that one as well. So, of course, but here it's just been all day, and it's just been absolutely cats and dogs, I think, is what Henry would say. Henry is just not in the commentary box at the moment. I'm sure he will join me in just a moment. He's out. He's having a wander around the paddock because he wanted to get a little bit wet as well, I think. So, yes, he wanted to know what was like. Well, we have just finished the Honda Cadet race. I would love to tell you the results of that one, but unfortunately, when we lost our connections here, everything went down. Unfortunately, so we didn't have any timing either. So we were unaware of what occurred in that race. But we will try and find that information out for you, and we can tell you what. Up next is the Junior Rotax. Of course, that should be taken to the second about 10 to 5, which is in around 20 minutes' time, about 15 minutes' time. So ahead of schedule here at Clay Pigeon. But yes, it's been a tough old day, and Henry's rejoined me in the commentary box. For some strange reason, he looks a lot drier than I am. I was only out there for a short amount of time, but yes, Henry, how are we?
Well, I know where all the shelter is around here.
Yeah, I don't.
Well, so, again, we do apologise for that. They've been through the results of that. So, a win for Noah Wolf by 700ths of a second over Leon Hasty. No, that's that's at lap 7. So, our timing screen froze at lap 7.
Yes.
Hang on a second. In that case, where are we going to... I'm going to press... Now, in my technical knowledge, I wonder if I refresh that, it goes to... blank screen. It was Noah Wolf by 200ths of a second over Joshua Graham. Timo Jungling completes the podium. So a 9th win. Sorry, it was Noah Wolf, a first win for him. Another podium finish. That is now 13 podiums in the last 2.5 years for Ambition Motorsport with Joshua Graham in Cadet Honda. Cadet Honda, Josh Graham, that's his second runner-up finish. And that moves him, well, he's now 2, 4, 6 on the all-time Cadet Honda winners list. I say all time. So the British Championship was run by it wasn't run directly by Motorsport UK up until 2018.
Right. So
I have taken the statistics, easy for me to say, from the start of 2019 in the current guise of the British Championship. And Joshua Graham, a win and 2 second places in his Cadet Honda career. Now Timo Jungling. He takes his second British Cadet Honda Championship podium in 3rd. Owen Neve finishing 4th. A great result for Owen Neve. Now, talk about driver of the day nominations. Owen Neve finishing 4th for the Callum Hargrave team. That is a superb effort from young Owen. Kenzo Craigie finishing 5th. The top 6 rounded out by Max Cuthbert. 1.6 seconds separating the top 6 at the end of that race. William Murphy finishing 7th. Lewis Islin and Leon Hasty 8th and 9th. Now, when the stream went down, Leon Hasty was battling for the race lead. Obviously, things went a bit wrong for the Scotsman in the second half of that race, and he finishes 9th. Ahead of Jarrett Clark, who rounds out the top 10. Then Jack West, Aris Majewskis 12th, Elliot Potter 13th, Rocco Shenton is 14th from 28th in the grid. Well, the Zipkart team, that is the Zipkart team's best result for some time. It's great to see them back in the championship as an official entrant. Thomas Spearing was 15th, then Cole Denham, Oscar O'Sullivan, Hayden Gray, Albie Friend, Noah Barham, Oliver Majewski for the Passion Motorsport team. So Connor Mills' new team, Passion Motorsport, they take home a well-deserved, well, just missing out on a top 20, unfortunately, for Oliver. Luca Holmes-Ballock, good, well, interesting introduction for Luca out of Bambino's last year. Then it is Max Endicott, Noah Pikes, Rio Licata, Oscar Tumulty. He fell right back down, so he was up in the top 6 earlier on. He finishes 26th. Kai Clark, Jonas Klimas, Lucas Blanford, Brendan James, Harley Musk, Harry Friel, and sadly, Harrison Whitcomb, who was setting the fastest laps of the race in the early stages. He failed to finish and retired on lap number 9 with a technical flag, so a mechanical issue for Harrison Whittingham, after a warning flag. So, I mean, I'm not a mathematician, Anthony, as you well know.
No.
But if Harrison Whittingham had a warning flag for a collision and then had a technical flag,
Yeah.
and he thinks that he may have podded someone and then had a bit of kart fall off. That might be a safe assumption to make.
I don't know how maths comes into that, but...
Well, 1 and 1 add 2. Warning
Well,
flag, technical flag, retirement.
Okay, yeah.
Possibly
sure.
related. But, and I go, I mean, I'm really sorry for Auntie Bernie and Auntie Beryl, because they couldn't see their nephew, Max Cuthbert, finish 6th because the stream went. But they're very pleased for him nonetheless.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, bless.
Yeah.
Bless. Crack open the sherry now, ladies.
You can pour me a glass too.
Yeah. You're not driving home. Just
I'm not, no.
In fact, just bring the bottle. It's been one of those days, ladies and gentlemen. One of those days. 2 races to go. Junior Rotax and Senior Rotax. 34 drivers in each. Now, looking at the Junior Rotax. See, this is why we do this. So the last time that the Junior Rotax class was here at Clay was in 2020. Matthew Higgins won that. He went on to win the championship from Harrison Collins and Matty Hingley. In 2019, the format was slightly different. We had 2 point scoring finals. Tom Adams won the first one and Kai Hunter won the second one. Kai Hunter went on to win that title in 2019. So if you win here, you've got a good chance of winning the title. It's a very early stage of the seasons. I don't think we're going to have a winner's interview on account of the fact that Uncle Will down in the pits, it's all one extended family, Uncle Will down in the pits, I think he has drowned.
Ah.
Oh, I know, sad, sorry. So we're not going to be having a winner's interview at the end of this race.
Oh, right, yeah, sorry, I was just realising what you were saying.
Yeah, I know, sorry. That would have been, so Junior Rotax, the most successful driver in Junior Rotax in this current incarnation of the British Championship is Kai Hunter, 8 wins. Very successful indeed. He's now racing in seniors. Then it's Tom Adams, Matthew Higgins, 2 wins apiece. Will Jenkins, Archie Walker, Ryan Taylor-Truman and Sam Gornall have all won a race. Now, Walker and Gornall are going to be out in this one. Ryan Taylor-Truman, I think, has moved up to seniors in kart number 65. Oh, wow. Auntie Bernie's watching all the way from Crete. So she's getting caned right in on the Raki. Never mind the sherry.
Well, I tell you what, we'll make an agreement.
Okay, I'm listening.
If we provide, maybe, with
entertainment,
Auntie
quality
with,
banter.
With quality bants,
yep.
sherry-involved puns and jokes and everything like that,
yep.
Can we commentate from Crete?
Yes, in your villa, wherever you are staying. I'd go for that.
I would go for that as well.
Yes.
Because from these current pictures that you can see...
Yes, it's not... It's sort of Balearic weather here at the moment.
No,
it's something else beginning with B, but it's not Balearic. No, so the two drivers in the field, Archie Walker and Sam Gornall in Junior Rotax, they have won a race in this class. Other drivers still in juniors who have been on the podium. Kieran Kay, he's just moved to senior. In fact, Dan Ginchard had a 3rd back in 2019 when he was a young junior. So you know we could have a new race winner here at the moment. There's a racetrack in Crete.
Can we go?
Can
we go?
I tell you what, the petition starts now. You know, around the British Championship in Crete.
Let's do it.
Preferably about this time of year. Maybe this weekend next year.
Yeah.
21st to 23rd of May.
Yeah, please.
We love Clay. We just don't like the weather. And it has absolutely pelted down. Oh, here's another former British Karting Championship contender, Angus Fender. Chenny, he's currently nice and warm on his sofa, cheering on Ultimate R Racing. That's the Hingeley's team. Now,
Yep.
we did promote Angus Fenger's racing. He was racing as a McLaren last year in the British GT Championship, or in Britcar or something like that. I'm still waiting for my invitation for a hot lap with him.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Ah, there you go.
Right, this is Max Hot Baked Tatty. The best quote of the day so far has been business at front, party in the rear. Ah, that's the flying mullet. That's Archie Brown's haircut.
Yes.
Yeah. There we are.
Yeah. Your quotes are sometimes dangerous, aren't they, Henry?
They're dangerous for my chances of future employment. Yes. Yes. But we're waiting now. 34 strong junior Rotax grid. I mean, the drivers are now stuck on the dummy grid. They're sitting and waiting in this. We run to a timetable, but because we've had 12-minute finals, not 15-minute finals, we've got a longer gap before the start of this one. The drivers are still out in the weather in this. They can't sit in their awnings or their motorhomes for longer because they've got to be. You know, they've got to be in the kart in the right place at the right time. So they are. You know, before a race, you're sitting there, you're focusing on what's the task in hand, you're trying to visualise everything. Now, you're just getting distracted by how cold and wet you are. Oh, there's Ken Potter with a cup of tea. Race director Ken Potter's got a cup of tea on the circuit. That's, we haven't even had a cup of tea in the commentary box, mind you. It's nice and warm. Here is the grid, ladies and gentlemen. Dan Ginchard, Leon Henderson, Neo Clark and Daniel Armstrong on row 2. Then row 3, Ryan Willis and Gustav Usakovs, Jamie Perrelli and Lewis Gardner. Stephen Duncan and Ollie Stevens are on row 5. Row 6, Daniel Sabula and Scott Lapsley. Then it's row 7, Harry Linden and Ethan Lomax. Row 8, Mikey Porter, Callum Davis. Cruz Speakman and Gabe Fairbrother, row 9. Declan Russell and Pearson Bullock Carter on row 10. Dan Parent-Smith and Ollie Goodyear, row 11. Alfie Gallagher and Charlie Hart, row 12. Watch out further back. You've got Chloe Chong, Benjamin Ballou, Matthew Lambert, and in P29 on the grid, Jez Williams. Archie Walker, starting from the back, obviously had a pending Paul Klassen issue at the end of that one, so he's going to be starting from the rear. Sadly, we haven't got Callum Romaine with us. He had that nasty accident in the pre-final. He's okay, but the medical team haven't had
clearance? What?
Clearance. Medical clearance to race. He hasn't had it. He hasn't got it. That's why I didn't say it. Because he hasn't had it.
Yeah.
Now, watch for the back. We've got Jez Williams starting 29th. 27th rather. We've got Sam Gornall starting 33rd and Archie Walker starting 34th. Well, 33rd and 32nd actually, because Callum Romain's not out there. Now we're waiting for Louis Harvey's now a senior. Sadly, Angus Fenger's not got his McLaren in British GT anymore. Oh dear.
No.
Oh, there goes my ride. Lights are out, we're off and racing. 12 minutes plus a lap to go. 33 junior Rotax drivers go into Billy's blind, and most of them, all of them, come out facing the right way. That is always a good start.
That's all. They don't make it through the S's.
Oh dear, they wait until turn 2. And there's more off on the exit of turn 3. Now, as we look, we'll catch up with some of the numbers. The number 50 kart is one of the drivers that has had a problem. That is Charlie Hart. So commiserations for the Sam Pollock Racing driver. And we've got a lot of bumping and bowering going on through, I think, now. Oh dear, number 23 is hit, and that's going to... That is a big crash. Oh my word. Oh my word. On your screens, that is a big crash, and they're still piling in. There are karts on top of each other, and
red flag.
The red flag
has
come out. So we'll try and piece together that. The cameras were on it, so you would have seen, ladies and gentlemen on the stream, who was involved in that. There are at least 4 karts involved. The drivers are all sitting in their karts. Now, we're not going to comment on who is in there. We will get a number check. However, ladies and gentlemen, coming out of Button Bend, one kart spun across the circuit, broadside, and he was T-boned then by another driver. the two karts were then stationary in the middle of the track, and two more drivers went in behind them, and one driver was actually vaulted up over the top, and all the drivers are still in their karts. In fact, no, one driver is up and out of their karts. Make that two drivers up and out of their karts. They're still, the officials are still tending to one driver sat in their cart, two are somewhat stunned sitting on the tyre wall. So obviously, ladies and gentlemen, we talk about motorsport being dangerous. Motorsport is a dangerous sport. All the drivers, even the driver that is still sat in their cart, is chatting to the officials. So that's something. The other drivers are all up and out of their carts. We don't have the numbers in front of us. There are the remaining drivers who have been told to park and come into Parc Fermé. One driver is running back now. So one of the drivers involved in that crash is running back across there. Now, he hasn't got a spare cart. But he's looking maybe at this. He's asking what can he fix that's maybe been damaged. Anthony Jordan, we will have. I'm sure we have the footage of that. We're not going to show you a replay of that, obviously, because that would be insensitive. Because the drivers, so this is a closed event. The drivers are only allowed one or two parents and then their team here. So extended family members and friends are not allowed. That's why we've got so many people watching on the live stream. I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that all the drivers in that race are up and out of their carts, apart from the one who sat in their cart chatting to the chatting to the officials. And I have to say, there is a mechanic on the circuit with that driver, just talking to them. Now that is the driver who literally went in and under the stationary cart. Yeah. So he may be fine, but he's probably very, very shocked and shaken. The main thing, I'm assuming it's a heat, because I mean,
yeah. So you got to think from that sort of position. It's usually kind of the hands that take the brunt of it.
And yes, that is when investing is. A good neck brace pays off. Now, so we're waiting to see what the race directors do regarding a possible restart or what is going to happen. Now, the ambulance is on the circuit. And we're obviously not going to show you a replay of those incidents. I mean, we talked about earlier, now, Jez Williams in the number 9 kart. We were talking earlier about how he had that problem in the pre-final, but he came in and made the mechanical adjustments and came back out. He was 2 laps down, but he was able to gain several positions and up into like 27th on the grid. Now, as they came through the second corner, several of the back markers spun off and had a crash, and through the third corner, and Jez was in front of that. So that is why it was so, important. So we're not going to we haven't got a list of the drivers involved in that incident. The cameras were on the karts as they crashed, but again, whilst the medical team are still tending to the drivers, I can see there's, well, of the 4 drivers that were involved in that incident, one is still sat stationary in the cart talking to the medical team. 2 more are sat being attended to. They're sat on the tyre barriers. They've got out of their carts, but obviously they're extremely winded because there was a one stationary cart getting T-boned, and then 2 of the carts piling at the back at full racing speed. And of course the time for the yellow flags to come out, but they had passed. So this is the other thing, Anthony, is that there's a marshal post, a yellow flag post, there's a yellow flag post coming out of the horseshoe. There's a marshal post there, but they were past the incident when the yellow flags came out. So the drivers involved, they didn't see a yellow flag because they had passed the marshal post. Now, we do have an announcement to make, Anthony.
Yes, and for the some who were watching it on the live time, and you have probably already seen the announcement from said race director.
Yes, so the meeting. The race director has decided that due to adverse weather conditions, the meeting has been abandoned. The meeting has been abandoned. I do apologise for that, but the safety of the competitors is paramount. We hope that you have enjoyed the coverage that we've been able to provide you today. We've had lots of technical issues due to the weather. This has been the Alpha Live production of the 2021 Wera Tours British Kart Championships from Clay Pigeon. We hope that you have enjoyed the show. On behalf of Anthony Jordan and myself and everybody here at the British Kart Championships and Wera Tours and all the other sponsors, thank you very much for joining us. We will see you next weekend at Shenington, and we will be able to provide you updates on the conditions of the drivers who were involved in that incident. I'm sorry that I'm not going to mention any names. It would be insensitive. And there we go. Thank you very much. We will see you next weekend.